A critical edition of Tennyson's poems has long been an acknowledged want. He has taken his place among the English classics, and as a classic he is, and will be, studied, seriously and minutely, by many thousands of his countrymen, both in the present generation as well as in future ages. As in the works of his more illustrious brethren, so in his trifles will become subjects of curious interest, and assume an importance of which we have no conception now. Here he will engage the attention of the antiquary, there of the social historian. Long after his politics, his ethics, his theology have ceased to be immediately influential, they will be of immense historical significance. A consummate artist and a consummate master of our language, the process by which he achieved results so memorable can never fail to be of interest, and of absorbing interest, to critical students. I must, I fear, claim the indulgence due to one who attempts, for the first time, a critical edition of a text so perplexingly voluminous in variance as Tennyson's. I can only say that I have spared neither time nor labor to be accurate and exhaustive. I have myself collated, or have had collated for me, every edition recorded in the British Museum catalogue, and where that has been deficient I have had recourse to other public libraries, and to the libraries of private friends. I am not conscious that I have left any variant unrecorded, but I should not like to assert that this is the case. Tennyson was so restlessly indefatigable in his corrections that there may lurk, in editions of the poems which I have not seen, other variants, and it is also possible that, in spite of my vigilance, some may have escaped me even in the editions which have been collated, and some may have been made at a date earlier than the date recorded. But I trust this has not been the case. Of the bibliography, I can say no more than that I have done my utmost to make it complete, and that it is very much fuller than any which has hitherto appeared. That it is exhaustive, I dare not promise. With regard to the notes and commentaries, I have spared no pains to explain everything which seemed to need explanation. There are, I think, only 2 points which I have not been able to clear up, namely, the name of the friend to whom the Palace of Art was addressed, and the name of the friend to whom the verses after reading a life and letters were addressed. I have consulted everyone who would be likely to throw light on the subject, including the poet's surviving sister, many of his friends, and the present Lord Tennyson, but without success. So the names, if they were not those of some imaginary person, appear to be irrecoverable. The prize poem, Timbuktu, as well as the poems which were temporarily or finally suppressed in the volumes published in 1830 and 1832, have been printed in the appendix. Those which were subsequently incorporated in his works, in large type, those which he never reprinted, in small. The text here adopted is that of 1857, but Messrs. Macmillan, to whom I beg to express my hearty thanks, have most generously allowed me to record all the variants which are still protected by copyright. I have to thank them, too, for assistance in the bibliography. I have also to thank Mr. J. T. Wise for his kindness in lending me the privately printed volume containing the Mort d'Arthur, Dora, etc. Introduction. 1. The development of Tennyson's genius, methods, aims, and capacity of achievement in poetry can be studied with singular precision and fullness in the history of the poems included in the present volume. In 1842, he published the 2 volumes which gave him, by almost general consent, the first place among the poets of his time, for though Wordsworth was alive, Wordsworth's best work had long been done. These 2 volumes contained poems which had appeared before, some in 1830 and some in 1832, and some which were then given to the world for the first time, so that they represent work belonging to 3 eras in the poet's life, poems written before he had completed his 22nd year, and belonging for the most part to his boyhood, poems written in his early manhood, and poems written between his 31st and 34th year. The poems published in 1830 had the following title page: Poems Chiefly Lyrical by Alfred Tennyson. London, Effingham Wilson, Royal Exchange, 1830. They are 56 in number and the titles are Claribel, Lilian, Isabel Elegiacs, The How and the Why Mariana, to Madeline the Merman the Mermaid, Supposed Confessions of a Second-Rate Sensitive Mind Not in Unity with Itself, The Burial of Love, to Sainted Juliet Dearest Name. Song, The Owl's Second Song, to the same, Recollections of the Arabian Nights Ode to Memory, Song. I the Glooming Light, Song, A Spirit Haunts, Adeline a character, song. The lintwhite and the throstle cock, song. Every day hath its night. The poet's mind. Nothing will die, all things will die, hero to Leander, the mystic, the dying swan, a dirge, the grasshopper, love, pride, and forgetfulness, chorus in an unpublished drama written very early, lost hope, the deserted house, asterisk, the tears of heaven, love and sorrow to a lady sleeping, sonnet. Could I outwear my present state of woe, sonnet. Though night hath climbed her peak of highest noon, sonnet. Shall the hag evil die with child of good, sonnet. The pallid, thunder-stricken sigh for gain, love, love and death, the kraken. The Ballad of Oriana, circumstance, English war song, national song, the sleeping beauty, dualisms, we are free, the Sea Fairies, asterisk sonnet to JMK, Omicron letter 1F31, letter 1FE5 letter 1F73 Omicron U tau epsilon sigma. Of these the poems in italics appeared in the edition of 1842 and were not much altered. Those with an asterisk were, in addition to the italicized poems, afterwards included among the juvenilia in the collected works, 1871-1872, though excluded from all preceding editions of the poems. Those with both a dagger and an asterisk were restored in editions previous to the first collected editions of the works. In December 1832 appeared a second volume. It is dated on the title page, 1833, Poems by Alfred Tennyson, London, Moxon, MDCCCXXCI. This contains 30 poems. Sonnet, mine be the strength of spirit fierce and free. 2. All good things have not kept aloof. Buonaparte, sonnet I owe beauty passing beauty, sweetest sweet. Sonnet Roman 2. But were I loved as I desire to be, the Lady of Shalott, Mariana in the south, Eleanor, the miller's daughter. Phi alpha letter 1F77, nu epsilon tau alpha letter 1F77, mu omicron iota kappa letter 1FC6, nu omicron sigma letter 1F34 sigma omicron sigma, theta epsilon omicron letter 1FD6, sigma iota nu letter 1F14 mu epsilon nu letter 1F00, nu letter 1F75 rho onan, the sisters. 2. With the Palace of Art. The Palace of Art, the May Queen. New Year's Eve, the Hesperides, the Lotos Eaters. Rosalind, a dream of fair women song. Who can say, Margaret, Kate's sonnet, written on hearing of the outbreak of the Polish insurrection, sonnet, on the result of the late Russian invasion of Poland, sonnet. As when with downcast eyes we muse and brood, O darling room, to Christopher North, the death of the old year, to J.S. Of these the poems italicized were included in the edition of 1842, those marked with an asterisk being greatly altered, and in some cases almost rewritten, those marked with a dagger being practically unaltered. To those reprinted in the collected works, a double dagger is prefixed. In 1842 appeared the 2 volumes which contained, in addition to the selections made from the 2 former volumes, several new poems. Poems by Alfred Tennyson, in 2 volumes, London, Edward Moxon, MDCCCXLA. The first volume is divided into 2 parts. Selections from the poems published in 1830, Claribel to the sonnet to J.M.K. inclusive. Selections from the poems of 1832, the Lady of Shalott to the Goose inclusive. The second volume contains poems then, with 2 exceptions, first published. The epic Mort Darthur, the gardener's daughter Dora, Audley Court, walking to the mail. St. Simon Stylites, conclusion to the May Queen, the Talking Oak. Lady Clara Vere de Vere, Love and Duty, Ulysses, Locksley Hall, Godova, The 2 Voices, The Daydream Prologue, The Sleeping Palace, The Sleeping Beauty, The Arrival, The Revival, The Departure, Moral Elenv. Epilogue Amphion, St. Agnes, Sir Galahad, Edward Grey. Will Waterproof's lyrical monologue, Maid at the Cock, Lady Clare, The Lord of Burleigh. Sir Launcelot and Queen Guinevere, A Farewell, The Beggar Maid, The Vision of Sin, The Skipping Rope. Move Eastward, Happy Earth. Break, 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 The Poet's Song. Only 2 of these poems had been published before, namely, St. Agnes, which was printed in the Keepsake for 1837, and The Sleeping Beauty in the Day Dream, which was adopted with some alterations from the 1830 poem, and only one of these poems was afterwards suppressed. The Skipping Rope, which was, however, allowed to stand till 1851. In 1843 appeared the second edition of these poems, which is merely a reprint with a few unimportant alterations, and which was followed in 1845 and in 1846 by a 3rd and 4th edition equally unimportant in their variants. but in the fourth the golden year was added. In the next edition, the fifth, 1848, the deserted house was included from the poems of 1830. In the sixth edition, 1850, was included another poem, too, after reading a Life and Letters, reprinted with some alterations, from the Examiner of 24th March, 1849. The seventh edition, 1851, contained important additions. First the dedication to the Queen, then Edwin Morris, the fragment of the Eagle and the stanzas, Come Not When I Am Dead, first printed in the Keepsake for 1851 under the title of Stanzas. In this edition, the absurd trifle The Skipping Rope was excised and finally cancelled. In the eighth edition, 1853, the Sea Fairies, though greatly altered, was included from the poems of 1830, and the poem to E. L on his travels in Greece was added. This edition, the eighth, may be regarded as the final one. Nothing afterwards of much importance was added or subtracted, and comparatively few alterations were made in the text from that date to the last collected edition in 1898. All the editions up to, and including that of 1898, have been carefully collated, so that the student of Tennyson can follow step by step the process by which he arrived at that perfection of expression, which is perhaps his most striking characteristic as a poet. And it was indeed a trophy of labor, of the application, of patient touches of unwearied art. Whoever will turn, say, to the Palace of Art, to Onan, to the Dream of Fair Women, or even to the Sea Fairies and to the Lady of Shalott, will see what labor was expended on their composition. Nothing, indeed, can be more interesting than to note the touches, the substitution of which measured the whole distance between mediocrity and excellence. Take, for example, the magical alteration in the couplet in the Dream of Fair Women. One drew a sharp knife throw, my tender throat slowly, and nothing more. Into the bright death quivered at the victim's throat, touched, and I knew no more. Or in the same poem, what nights we had in Egypt! I could hit his humors while I crossed him. Oh, the life I led him, and the dalliance and the wit. Into we drank the Libyan sun to sleep, and lit lamps which outburned Canopus. Oh, my life in Egypt! Oh, the dalliance and the wit, the flattery and the strife. Or in Mariana in the south. She moved her lips, she prayed alone, she praying, disarrayed and warm from slumber, deep her wavy form in the dark lustrous mirror shone. Into complaining, Mother, give me grace to help me of my weary load. And on the liquid mirror glowed the clear perfection of her face. How happy is this slight alteration in the verses to J.S., which corrects one of the falsest notes ever struck by a poet. A tear dropped on my tablets as I wrote. A tear dropped on the letters as I wrote. Or where in Locksley Hall, a splendidly graphic touch of description is gained by the alteration of droops the trailer from the crag into, swings the trailer. So again in Love and Duty. Should my shadow cross thy thoughts too sadly for their peace, so put it back, for calmer hours in memory's darkest hold. Whereby altering, so put it back, into remand it thou, a somewhat ludicrous image is at all events softened. What great care Tennyson took with his phraseology is curiously illustrated in the May Queen. In the 1842 edition, Robin was the name of the May Queen's lover. In 1843, it was altered to Robert, and in 1845 and subsequent editions back to Robin. Compare again the old stanza in The Miller's Daughter. How dear to me in youth, my love, was everything about the mill, the black and silent pool above, the pool beneath it never still. With what was afterwards substituted. I loved the brimming wave that swam through quiet meadows round the mill, the sleepy pool above the dam, the pool beneath it never still. Another most felicitous emendation is to be found in the poet, where the edition of 1830 reads, and in the border of her robe was writ wisdom, a name to shake hoar anarchies, as with a thunderfit. This in 1842 appears as, and in her raiments hem was tracked in flame wisdom, a name to shake all evil dreams of power, a sacred name. Again, in the Lotos Eaters. 3 thundercloven thrones of oldest snow stood sunset flushed. Is changed into 3 silent pinnacles of aged snow. So in will waterproof the cumbrous. Like Hezekiah's backward runs the shadow of my days. Was afterwards simplified into Against its fountain upward runs the current of my days. Not less felicitous have been the additions made from time to time. Thus in Audley Court, the concluding lines ran. The harbour buoy, with one green sparkle ever and anon dipped by itself. But what vividness is there in the subsequent insertion of sole star of phosphorescence in the calm, between the first line and the second. So again in the Mort d'Arthur, how greatly are imagery and rhythm improved by the insertion of across the ridge and pace beside the mere. Between. Then went Sir Bedivere the second time. And, counting the dewy pebbles, fixed in thought, there is an alteration in Onan which is very interesting. Till 1884 this was allowed to stand. The lizard, with his shadow on the stone, rests like a shadow, and the cicala sleeps. No one could have known better than Tennyson that the cicala is loudest in the torrid calm of the noonday, as Theocritus, Virgil, Byron, and innumerable other poets have noticed. At last he altered it, but at the heavy price of a cumbrous pleonasm, into, and the winds are dead. He allowed many years to elapse before he corrected another error in natural history, but at last the alteration came, in the poet's song in the line. The swallow stopped as he hunted the bee. The fly, which the swallow does hunt, was substituted for what it does not hunt, and that for very obvious reasons. But whoever would see what Tennyson's poetry has owed to elaborate revision and scrupulous care would do well to compare the first edition of Mariana in the South, the Sea Fairies, Onan, the Lady of Shalott, the Palace of Art, and A Dream of Fair Women with the poems as they are presented in 1853. Poets do not always improve their verses by revision, as all students of Wordsworth's text could abundantly illustrate, but it may be doubted whether, in these poems at least, Tennyson ever made a single alteration which was not for the better. Fitzgerald, indeed, contended that in some cases, particularly in The Miller's Daughter, Tennyson would have done well to let the first reading stand, but few critics would agree with him in the instances he gives. We may perhaps regret the sacrifice of such a stanza as this. Each coltsfoot down the grassy bent, whose round leaves hold the gathered shower, each quaintly folded cuckoo pint, and silver-paley cuckoo flower. 2. Tennyson's genius was slow in maturing. The poems contributed by him to the volume of 1827, Poems by Two Brothers, are not without some slight promise, but are very far from indicating extraordinary powers. A great advance is discernible in Timbuktu, but that Matthew Arnold should have discovered in it the germ of Tennyson's future powers is probably to be attributed to the youth of the critic. Tennyson was in his 22nd year when the poems chiefly lyrical appeared, and what strikes us in these poems is certainly not what Arthur Hallam saw in them, much rather what Coleridge and Wilson discerned in them. They are the poems of a fragile and somewhat morbid young man in whose temper we seem to see a touch of Hamlet, a touch of Romeo, and more healthily, a touch of Mercutio. Their most promising characteristic is the versatility displayed. Thus we find Mariana side by side with the supposed Confessions, the Ode to Memory with Omicron letter 1F31 letter 1Fe5 letter 1F73 Omicron U tau epsilon sigma, the Ballad of Oriana with the Dying Swan, Recollections of the Arabian Nights with the poet. Their worst fault is affectation. Perhaps the utmost that can be said for them is that they display a fine but somewhat thin vein of original genius, after deducing what they owe to Coleridge, to Keats, and to other poets. This is seen in the magical touches of description, in the exquisite felicity of expression and rhythm, which frequently mark them, in the pathos and power of such a poem as Oriana, in the pathos and charm of such poems as Mariana and a Dirge, in the rich and almost gorgeous fancy displayed in the Recollections. The poems of 1833 are much more ambitious and strike deeper notes. Here comes in for the first time that sigma pi omicron upsilon delta alpha, iota letter 1F79 tau eta sigma, that high seriousness which is one of Tennyson's chief characteristics. We see it in the Palace of Art, in Onan, and in the verses to J.S., but in intrinsic merit the poems were no advance on their predecessors, for the execution was not equal to the design. The best, such as Onan A Dream of Fair Women, the Palace of Art, the Lady of Shalott, I am speaking of course of these poems in their first form, were full of extraordinary blemishes. The volume was degraded by pieces which were very unworthy of him, such as O Darling Room and the verses to Christopher North, and affectations of the worst kind deformed many, nay, perhaps the majority of the poems. But the capital defect lay in the workmanship. The diction is often languid and slipshod, sometimes quaintly affected, and we can never go far without encountering lines, stanzas, whole poems which cry aloud for the file. The power and charm of Tennyson's poetry, even at its ripest, depend very largely, often mainly, on expression, and the couplet which he envied Browning. The little more, and how much it is, the little less, and what worlds away, is strangely applicable to his own art. On a single word, on a subtle collocation, on a slight touch depend often his finest effects. The little less reduces him to mediocrity, the little more, and he is with the masters. To know poetry would the application of Goethe's test be, as a rule, more fatal, that the real poetic quality in poetry is that which remains when it has been translated literally into prose. Whoever will compare the poems of 1832 with the same poems as they appeared in 1842 will see that the difference is not so much a difference in degree, but almost a difference in kind. In the collection of 1832 there were 3 gems, the Sisters, the Lines to J.S., and the May Queen. Almost all the others which are of any value were, in the edition of 1842, carefully revised and in some cases practically rewritten. If Tennyson's career had closed in 1833, he would hardly have won a prominent place among the minor poets of the present century. The 9 years which intervened between the publication of his second volume and the volumes of 1842 were the making of him, and transformed a mere dilettante into a master. Much has been said about the brutality of Lockhart's review in the Quarterly. In some respects it was stupid, in some respects it was unjust, but of one thing there can be no doubt, it had a most salutary effect. It held up the mirror to weaknesses and deficiencies which, if Tennyson did not care to acknowledge to others, he must certainly have acknowledged to himself. It roused him and put him on his mettle. It was a wholesome antidote to the enervating flattery of coteries and apostles, who were certainly talking a great deal of nonsense about him, as Arthur Hallam's essay in The Englishman shows. During the next 9 years, he published nothing, with the exception of 2 unimportant contributions to certain minor periodicals. But he was educating himself, saturating himself with all that is best in the poetry of ancient Greece and Rome, of modern Italy, of Germany and of his own country, studying theology, metaphysics, natural history, geology, astronomy, and travels, observing nature with the eye of a poet, a painter, and a naturalist. Nor was he a recluse. He threw himself heartily into the life of his time, following with the keenest interest all the great political and social movements, the progress and effects of the Reform Bill, the troubles in Ireland, the troubles with the colonies, the struggles between the protectionists and the free traders, municipal reform, the advance of the democracy, Chartism, the popular education question. He traveled on the continent, he traveled in Wales and Scotland, he visited most parts of England, not as an idle tourist, but as a student with notebook in hand. And he had been submitted also to the discipline which is of all disciplines the most necessary to the poet, and without which, as Goethe says, he knows not the heavenly powers. He had ate his bread in sorrow. The death of his father in 1830 had already brought him face to face, as he has himself expressed it, with the most solemn of all mysteries. In 1833 he had an awful shock in the sudden death of his friend Arthur Hallam, an overwhelming sorrow which blotted out all joy from his life and made him long for death. He had other minor troubles which contributed greatly to depress him, the breaking up of the old home at Somersby, his own poverty and uncertain prospects, his being compelled in consequence to break off all intercourse with Miss Emily Selwood. It is possible that love and duty may have reference to this sorrow. It is certain that the 2 voices is autobiographical. Such was his education between 1832 and 1842, and such the influences which were molding him, while he was slowly evolving in memoriam and the poems first published in the latter year. To the revision of the old poems, he brought tastes and instincts cultivated by the critical study of all that was best in the poetry of the world, and more particularly by a familiarity singularly intimate and affectionate with the masterpieces of the ancient classics. He brought also the skill of a practiced workman, for his diligence in production was literally that of Sir Joshua Reynolds in the sister art, nulla dies sine line. Into the composition of the new poems all this entered. He was no longer a trifler and a hedonist. As Spedding has said, his former poems betrayed an overindulgence in the luxuries of the senses, a profusion of splendors, harmonies, perfumes, gorgeous apparel, luscious meals and drinks, and creature comforts which rather pall upon the sense and make the glories of the outward world to obscure a little the world within. Like his own Lady of Shalott, he had communed too much with shadows. But the serious poet now speaks. He appeals less to the ear and the eye, and more to the heart. The sensuous is subordinated to the spiritual and the moral. He deals immediately with the dearest concerns of man and of society. He has ceased to trifle. The sigma pi omicron upsilon delta alpha, iota letter 1f79 tau eta sigma, the high seriousness of the true poet, occasional before, now pervades and enters essentially into his work. It is interesting to note how many of these poems have direct didactic purpose. How solemn is the message delivered in such poems as The Palace of Art and The Vision of Sin, how noble the teaching in Love and Duty, in Onan, in Godava, in Ulysses. To how many must such a poem as The Two Voices have brought solace and light? How full of salutary lessons are the political poems, you ask me? Why, though ill at ease and love thou thy land, and how noble is their expression. And even where the poems are less directly didactic, it is such refreshment as busy life needs to converse with them, so pure, so wholesome, so graciously human is their tone, so tranquilly beautiful is their world. Who could lay down The Miller's Daughter, Dora, The Golden Year, The Gardener's Daughter, The Talking Oak, Audley Court, The Daydream without something of the feeling which Goethe felt when he first laid down The Vicar of Wakefield? In the best lyrics in these volumes, such as Break, Break, and Move Eastward, Happy Earth, the most fastidious of critics must recognize flawless gems. In the 2 volumes of 1842, Tennyson carried to perfection all that was best in his earlier poems, and displayed powers of which he may have given some indication in his cruder efforts, but which must certainly have exceeded the expectation of the most sanguine of his rational admirers. These volumes justly gave him the first place among the poets of his time, and that supremacy he maintained, in the opinion of most, till the day of his death. It would be absurd to contend that Tennyson's subsequent publications added nothing to the fame which will be secured to him by these poems. But this at least is certain, that, taken within memoriam, they represent the crown and flower of his achievement. What is best in them he never excelled, and perhaps never equaled. We should be the poorer, and much the poorer, for the loss of anything which he produced subsequently, it is true. But would we exchange half a dozen of the best of these poems, or a score of the best sections of In Memoriam for all that he produced between 1850 and his death? In the Keepsake, St. Agnes Eve, in the Tribute, stanzas. Oh, that 'twere possible. Between 1831 and 1832 he had contributed to the Gem 3, No More, Anacreontics, and a fragment, in the Englishman's Magazine, a sonnet, in the Yorkshire Literary Annual, lines, There are 3 things that fill my heart with sighs, in friendship's offering lines, me my own fate. 3. The poems of 1842 naturally divide themselves into 7 groups. I Studies in Fancy. Claribel, Lilian, Isabel, Madeline, A Spirit Haunts, Recollections of the Arabian Nights, Adeline, The Dying Swan, A Dream of Fair Women, The Sea Fairies, The Deserted House, Love and Death, The Merman, The Mermaid, The Lady of Shalott, Eleanor, Margaret, The Death of the Old Year, St. Agnes, Sir Galahad, The Daydream, Will Waterproof's Monologue, Sir Launcelot and Queen Guinevere, The Talking Oak, The Poet's Song. Roman 2, Studies of Passion. Mariana, Mariana in the South, Oriana, Fatima, The Sisters, Locksley Hall, Edward Gray. Roman 3, Psychological Studies. A Character, The Poet, The Poet's Mind, The Two Voices, The Palace of Art, The Vision of Sin, St. Simon Stylites. Roman 4, Idols, A Classical. Onan, The Lotos Eaters, Ulysses. B. English. The Miller's Daughter, The May Queen, Mort Darthur, The Gardener's Daughter, Dora, Audley Court, Walking to the Mail, Edwin Morris, The Golden Year. V. Ballads. Oriana, Lady Clara Vere de Vere, Edward Gray, Lady Clare, The Lord of Burleigh, The Beggar Maid. Roman 6, Autobiographical. Ode to Memory, Sonnet to J.M.K. 2, With the Palace of Art, to J.S. Amphion to E.L. on his travels in Greece, 2, After reading a Life and Letters. Come not when I am dead, A Farewell, Move Eastward, Happy Earth. Break, Break, Break. Roman 7, Political Group. You ask me, of old sat freedom, love thou thy land, the goose. In surveying these poems, two things must strike everyone: their very wide range and their very fragmentary character. There is scarcely any side of life on which they do not touch, scarcely any phase of passion and emotion to which they do not give exquisite expression. Take the love poems. Compare Fatima with Isabel, the miller's daughter with Locksley Hall, the gardener's daughter with Madeline, or Mariana with Cleopatra in The Dream of Fair Women. When did love find purer and nobler expression than in Love and Duty? When has sorrow found utterance more perfect than in the verses to J.S.? Or the passion for the past than in Break, 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 or Revenge and Jealousy than in The Sisters? In the two voices, the palace of art and the vision of sin, we are in another sphere. They are appeals to the soul of man on subjects of momentous concern to him, and each is a masterpiece. What is proper to philosophy and what is proper to poetry have never perhaps been so happily blended. They have all the sensuous charm of Keats, but the prose of Hume could not have presented the truths which they are designed to convey with more lucidity and precision. In that superb fragment, the Morte d'Arthur, we have many of the noblest attributes of epic poetry. Enon is the perfection of the classical idyll, the gardener's daughter, and the idylls that follow it of the romantic. Sir Galahad and St. Agnes are in the vein of Keats and Coleridge, but Keats and Coleridge have produced nothing more exquisite and nothing so ethereal. The Lotos Eaters is perhaps the most purely delicious poem ever written, the ne plus ultra of sensuous loveliness, and yet the poet who gave us that has given us also the political poems, poems as trenchant and austerely dignified in style as they are pregnant with practical wisdom. There is the same versatility displayed in the trifles. But all is fragmentary. No thread strings these jewels. They form a collection of gems unset and unarranged. Without any system or any definite scope, they have nothing of that unity in diversity which is so perceptible in the lyrics and minor poems of Goethe and Wordsworth. Capricious as the gyrations of a seagull seem the poet's moods and movements. We have now the reveries of a lovesick maiden, now the picture of a soul wrestling with despair and death. Here a study from rural life, or a study in character, there a sermon on politics, or a descent into the depths of psychological truth, or a sketch from nature. But nothing could be more concentrated than the power employed to shape each fragment into form. What Pope says of the Aeneid may be applied with very literal truth to these poems. Finished the whole, and labored every part with patient touches of unwearied art. In the poems of 1842, we have the secret of Tennyson's eminence as a poet as well as the secret of his limitations. He appears to have been constitutionally deficient in what the Greeks called architectoniké, combination and disposition on a large scale. The measure of his power as a constructive artist is given us in the poem in which the English idylls may be said to culminate, namely, Enoch Arden. In Memoriam and the Idylls of the King have a sort of spiritual unity, but they are a series of fragments tacked rather than fused together. It is the same with Maud, and it is the same with the Princess. His poems have always a tendency to resolve themselves into a series of cameos. It is only the short poems which have organic unity. A gift of felicitous and musical expression, which is absolutely marvelous. An instinctive sympathy with what is best and most elevated in the sphere of ordinary life, of ordinary thought and sentiment, of ordinary activity with consummate representative power. A most rare faculty of seizing and fixing in very perfect form what is commonly so inexpressible, because so impalpable and evanescent in emotion and expression. A power of catching and rendering the charm of nature with a fidelity and vividness which resemble magic. And lastly, unrivaled skill in choosing, repolishing, and remounting the gems which are our common inheritance from the past. These are the gifts which will secure permanence for his work as long as the English language lasts. In his power of crystallizing commonplaces, he stands next to Pope, in subtle felicity of expression beside Virgil. And when he says of Virgil that we find in his diction all the grace of all the muses often flowering in one lonely word, he says what is literally true of his own work. As a master of style, his place is in the first rank among English classical poets, but his style is the perfection of art. His diction, like the diction of Milton and Gray, resembles mosaic work. With a touch here and a touch there, now from memory, now from unconscious assimilation, inlaying here an epithet and there a phrase, adding, subtracting, heightening, modifying, substituting one metaphor for another, developing what is latent in the suggestive imagery of a predecessor, laying under contribution the most intimate familiarity with what is best in the literature of the ancient and modern world. The unwearied artist toils patiently on till his precious mosaic work is without a flaw. All the resources of rhetoric are employed to give distinction to his style, and every figure in rhetoric finds expression in his diction. Hypology as in the pillared dusk of sounding sycamores. Audley Court. Paranomasia as in the sea wind sang shrill, chill with flakes of foam. Mort d'Arthur. Oxymoron as behold them unbeheld, unheard here all. Onan. Hyperbaton as in the dew-impearled winds of dawn. Ode to memory. Metonymy as in the bright death quivered at the victim's throat. Dream of fair women. Or in for some 3 careless moans, the summer pilot of an empty heart. Gardener's daughter. No poet since Milton has employed what is known as onomatopoeia with so much effect. Not to go farther than the poems of 1842, we have in the Mort d'Arthur. So all day long the noise of battle rolled among the mountains by the winter sea. Or, dry clashed his harness in the icy caves and barren chasms, and all to left and right the bare black cliff clanged round him, as he basked his feet on juts of slippery crag that rang sharp-smitten with the dint of armed heels. Or the exquisite. I heard the water lapping on the crag, and the long ripple washing in the reeds. So in the Dying Swan, and the wavy swell of the soughing reeds. See too the whole of Oriana, and the description of the dance at the beginning of the vision of sin. Assonance, alliteration, the revival or adoption of obsolete and provincial words, the transplantation of phrases and idioms from the Greek and Latin languages, the employment of common words in uncommon senses, all are pressed into the service of adding distinction to his diction. His diction blends the 2 extremes of simplicity and artificiality, but with such fine tact that this strange combination has seldom the effect of incongruity. Longinus has remarked that, as the fainter luster of the stars is put out of sight by the all-encompassing rays of the sun, so when sublimity sheds its light round the sophistries of rhetoric they become invisible. What Longinus says of sublimity is equally true of sincerity and truthfulness in combination with exquisitely harmonious expression. We have an illustration in Gray's Elegy. Nothing could be more artificial than the style, but what poem in the world appeals more directly to the heart and to the eye? It is one thing to call art to the assistance of art, it is quite another thing to call art to the assistance of nature. And this is what both Gray and Tennyson do, and this is why their artificiality, so far from shocking us, passes in music out of sight. But this cannot be said of Tennyson without reserve. At times, his strained endeavors to give distinction to his style by putting common things in an uncommon way led him into intolerable affectation. Thus we have the nightly growth that fringed his lips for a mustache, azure pillars of the hearth for ascending smoke, ambrosial orbs for apples, frayed magnificence for a shabby dress, the secular abyss to come for future ages, the sinless years that breathed beneath the Syrian blue for the life of Christ. Up went the hushed amaze of hand and eye for a gesture of surprise, and the like. One of the worst instances is in Memoriam, where what is appropriate to the simple sentiment finds, as it should do, corresponding simplicity of expression in the first couplet, to collapse into the falsetto of strained artificiality in the second. To rest beneath the clover sod that takes the sunshine and the rains, or where the kneeling hamlet drains the chalice of the grapes of God. An illustration of the same thing, almost as offensive, is in Enoch Arden, where, in an otherwise studiously simple diction, Enoch's wares as a fisherman become. Enoch's oceans spoil in ocean-smelling osier. But these peculiarities are less common in the earlier poems than in the later. It was a vicious habit which grew on him. But if exception may sometimes be taken to his diction, no exception can be taken to his rhythm. No English poet since Milton, Tennyson's only superior in this respect, had a finer ear or a more consummate mastery over all the resources of rhythmical expression. What colors are to a painter rhythm is, in description, to the poet, and few have rivaled, none have excelled Tennyson in this. Take the following. And ghastly throe, the drizzling rain on the bald street strikes the blank day. In Memoriam. See particularly in Memoriam Sea Fairies. The lines beginning fiercely flies to darken on the rolling brine, the description of the island in Enoch Arden, but specification is needless, it applies to all his descriptive poetry. It is marvelous that he can produce such effects by such simple means. A mere enumeration of particulars will often do it, as here. No grey old grange or lonely fold, or low morass and whispering reed, or simple stile from mead to mead, or sheep walk up the windy wold. In Memoriam see. Or here. The meal sacks on the whitened floor, the dark round of the dripping wheel, the very air about the door made misty with the floating meal. The miller's daughter. His blank verse is best described by negatives. It has not the endless variety, the elasticity and freedom of Shakespeare's. It has not the massiveness and majesty of Milton. It has not the austere grandeur of Wordsworth. At its best, it has not the wavy swell, the linked sweetness long drawn out of Shelley's, but its distinguishing feature is, if we may use the expression, its importunate beauty. What Coleridge said of Claudian's style may be applied to it. Every line, nay every word stops, looks full in your face and asks and begs for praise. His earlier blank verse is less elaborate and seemingly more spontaneous and easy than his later. But it is in his lyric verse that his rhythm is seen in its greatest perfection. No English lyrics have more magic or more haunting beauty, more of that which charms at once and charms forever. In his description of nature, he is incomparable. Take the following from the Dying Swan. Some blue peaks in the distance rose, and white against the cold white sky shone out their crowning snows. One willow over the river wept, and shook the wave as the wind did sigh. Above in the wind was the swallow, chasing itself at its own wild will. Or the opening scene in Onan and in the Lotos Eaters, or the meadow scene in the Gardener's Daughter, or the conclusion of Audley Court, or the forest scene in the Dream of Fair Women, or this stanza in Mariana in the South. They're all in spaces rosy bright large Hesper glittered on her tears, and deepening through the silent spheres, heaven over heaven rose the night. A single line, nay, a single word, and a scene is by magic before us, as here where the sea is looked down upon from an immense height. The wrinkled sea beneath him crawls. The eagle. Or hear of a ship at sea, in the distance. And on through zones of light and shadow glimmer away to the lonely deep. To the Reverend F.D. Morris. Or hear of waters falling high up on mountains. Their thousand wreaths of dangling water smoke. The princess. Or of a waterfall seen at a distance. And like a downward smoke, the slender stream along the cliff, to fall and pause and fall did seem. Or here again. We left the dying ebb, that faintly lipped the flat red granite. Or hear of a wave. Like a wave in the wild North Sea green glimmering, toward the summit bears, with all its stormy crests that smoke against the skies down on a bark. Elaine. That beech will gather brown, this maple burn itself away. In Memoriam. The wide-winged sunset of the misty marsh. Last tournament. But illustrations would be endless. Nothing seems to escape him in nature. Take the following. Like a purple beech among the greens looks out of place. Edwin Morris. Or, delays as the tender ash delays to clothe herself, when all the woods are green. The princess. As black as ash buds in the front of March. The gardener's daughter. A gusty April morn that the swaying branches into smoke. Holy Grail. So with flowers, trees, birds, and insects. The foxglove clusters dappled bells. The two voices. The sunflower. Raise round with flame its disk of seed. In Memoriam. The dog rose. Tufts of rosy-tinted snow. Two voices. A million emeralds break from the ruby-budded lime. Maud. In gloss and hue the chestnut, when the shell divides threefold to show the fruit within. The brook. Or of a chrysalis. And flashed as those dull-coated things, that making slide apart their dusk wing cases, all beneath there burns a jeweled harness, ere they pass and fly. Gareth and Lynette. So again. Wan sallow, as the plant that feeds itself, root bitten by white lichen. Id. And again. All the silvery gossamers that twinkle into green and gold. In Memoriam. His epithets are in themselves a study. The dewy tasseled wood, the tender-penciled shadow, crimson-circled star, the hoary clematis, creamy spray, dry-tongued laurels. But whatever he describes is described with the same felicitous vividness. How magical is this in the verses to Edward Lear? Naiads o'ered a glimmering shoulder, under gloom of cavern pillars. Or this: she locked her lips, she left me where I stood, glory to God, she sang, and passed afar, thridding the somber boskage of the wood toward the morning star. A dream of fair women. But if in the world of nature nothing escaped his sensitive and sympathetic observation, and indeed it might be said of him as truly as of Shelley's Alastor, every sight and sound from the vast earth and ambient air sent to his heart its choicest impulses. He had studied the world of books with not less sympathy and attention, in the sense of a profound and extensive acquaintance with all that is best in ancient and modern poetry, and in an extraordinarily wide knowledge of general literature, of philosophy and theology, of geography and travel, and of various branches of natural science. He is one of the most erudite of English poets. With the poetry of the Greek and Latin classics he was, like Milton and Gray, thoroughly saturated. Its influence penetrates his work, now in indirect reminiscence, now in direct imitation, now inspiring, now modifying, now molding. He tells us in the Daisy how when at Como, the rich Virgilian rustic measure of Lari Maxium haunted him all day, and in a later fragment how, as he rode from Desenzano to Sirmio, Catullus was with him. And they and their brethren, from Homer to Theocritus, from Lucretius to Claudian, always were with him. I have illustrated so fully in the notes, and elsewhere the influence of the Greek and Roman classics on the poems of 1842, that it is not necessary to go into detail here. But a few examples of the various ways in which they affected Tennyson's work generally may be given. Sometimes he transfers a happy epithet or expression in literal translation, as in, on either shining shoulder laid a hand, which is Homer's epithet for the shoulder. Letter 1F00, new letter 1F70, phi alpha iota delta letter 1F77, mu letter 1FF3, letter 1F64, mu letter 1FF3. Odd, Zai 128. It was the red cock shouting to the light. Exactly the letter 1F15 Omicron sigma, letter 1F10, beta letter 1F79, eta sigma epsilon nu letter 1F00, lambda letter 1F73, kappa tau omega, rho, until the cock shouted. Batrachomia Mesha, 192. And all in passion uttered a dry shriek. Which is the sicca vox of the Roman poets, so in the Lotos Eaters. His voice was thin as voices from the grave. Which is Theocritus, voice of Hylas from his watery grave. Letter 1F00, rho alpha iota, letter 1F70 delta, letter 1F31 cap epsilon tau omicron, phi omega nu letter 1F71. So in the princess sect, I. And cooked his spleen. Which is a phrase from the Greek, as in Homer, Roman 4, 513. Letter 1F10 pi iota, nu eta upsilon sigma letter 1F76, chi letter 1F79, lambda omicron nu theta upsilon mu alpha lambda gamma letter 1F73, alpha pi letter 1F73, sigma sigma epsilon iota. At the ships he cooks his heart-grieving spleen. Again in the princess, sect Roman 4. Laughed with alien lips. Which is Homer S. Odd, 6970. Delta iota delta, letter 1F24 delta eta, gamma, nu alpha theta mu omicron letter 1FD6, sigma iota gamma, epsilon lambda letter 1FF4 omega, nu letter 1F00, lambda lambda omicron tau, rho letter 1F77 omicron iota sigma iota. So in Edwin Morris, all perfect, finished to the fingernail. Which is a phrase transferred from Latin through the Greek. Cf. Horace Sat. IV 32. Ad ungum factus homo. A man fashioned to the fingernail. The brute earth in memoriam cxxvi, which is Horace S. Bruta Tellus. Odes I Roman 34, 9. So again, a bevy of roses apple-cheeked. In the island, which is Theocritus, mu alpha lambda omicron pi letter 1F71 rho letter 1FC3 omicron sigma. The line in the Mort d'Arthur. This way and that, dividing the swift mind, is an almost literal translation of Virgil's Aeneid, Roman 4, 285. ac animum nunc huc celerum nunc dividit aluc, and this way, and that he divides his swift mind. Another way in which they affect him is where, without direct imitation, they color passages and poems as in Onan, the Lotos Eaters, Tithonus, Tiresias, the death of Onan, Demeter, and Persephone, the passage beginning from the woods in The Gardener's Daughter, which is a parody of Theocritus, id. Romans 7. 139 sec. While the Cyclops' invocation to Galatea in Theocritus, id. Zi 29-79, was plainly the model for the idol. Come down, O maid, in the 7th section of The Princess, just as the tournament in the same poem recalls closely the epic of Homer and Virgil. Tennyson had a wonderful way of transfusing, as it were, the essence of some beautiful passage in a Greek or Roman poet into English. A striking illustration of this would be the influence of reminiscences of Virgil's 4th Aeneid on the idyll of Elaine and Guinevere. Compare, for instance, the following. He is describing the love-wasted Elaine as she sits brooding in the lonely evening, with the shadow of the wished-for death falling on her. But when they left her to herself again, death, like a friend's voice from a distant field, approaching through the darkness, called. The owl's wailing had power upon her, and she mixed her fancies with the sallow-rifted glooms of evening and the moanings of the wind. How exactly does this recall, in a manner to be felt rather than exactly defined, a passage equally exquisite and equally pathetic in Virgil's picture of Dido, where, with the shadow of her death also falling upon her, she seems to hear the phantom voice of her dead husband, and mixes her fancies with the glooms of night and the owl's funereal wail. Hinc exidere voces et verba vocentis visaviri, nox quam terras obscura tenerit, salac culminibus ferali carmine bubo seepquari, et longas infletum ducere voces. In Roman 4, 460. From it, she thought she clearly heard a voice, even the accents of her husband calling her when night was wrapping the earth with darkness. And on the roof, the lonely owl in funereal strains kept oft complaining, drawing out into a wail its protracted notes. Similar passages, though not so striking, would be the picture of Pindar's Elysium in Tiresias, the sentiment pervading the Lotos Eaters transferred so faithfully from the Greek poets, the scenery in Onan so crowded with details from Homer, Theocritus, and Callimachus. Sometimes we find similes suggested by the classical poets, but enriched by touches from original observation, as here in The Princess. As one that climbs a peak to gaze o'er land and main, and sees a great black cloud drag inward from the deeps, a wall of night blot out the slope of sea from verge to shore, and quenching lake by lake and tarn by tarn, expunge the world. Which was plainly suggested by Homer, Roman 4, 275. Letter 1 F61 sigma delta, letter 1 F45 tau, letter 1 F00, pi letter 1 F78, sigma kappa omicron pi iota letter 1 FC6, sigma epsilon letter 1 F34 delta epsilon, new letter 1 F73, phi omicron sigma alpha letter 1 F30, pi omicron lambda omicron sigma letter 1 F00, new letter 1 F75, rho letter 1 F10, rho chi letter 1 F79, mu epsilon nu omicron nu. Kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, pi letter 1 F79, nu tau omicron nu letter 1 F51 pi letter 1 F78, zeta epsilon phi letter 1 F7b, rho omicron iota omicron letter 1 F30, omega letter 1 FC6, sigma tau, letter 1 FF7 delta epsilon tau, letter 1 F04 nu epsilon epsilon theta epsilon nu, letter 1 F10 letter 1 F79 nu tau iota. Mu epsilon lambda letter 1 F71, nu tau epsilon rho omicron nu letter 1 F20 letter 1 Fe3 tau epsilon, pi letter 1 F77 sigma sigma alpha. Phi alpha letter 1 F77, nu epsilon tau. Letter 1 F30 letter 1 F78 nu, kappa alpha tau letter 1 F70, pi letter 1 F79, nu tau omicron nu. Letter 1 F04 gam epsilon iota, delta letter 1 F73, tau epsilon, lambda alpha letter 1 FD6, lambda alpha pi omicron, lambda lambda letter 1 F74 nu. As when a goat herd from some hill peak sees a cloud coming across the deep with the blast of the west wind behind it, and to him, being as he is afar, it seems blacker, even as pitch, as it goes along the deep, bringing with it a great whirlwind. So again the fine simile in Elaine, beginning, bare as a wild wave in the wide North Sea, is at least modeled on the simile in Iliad, Roman 15, 381-4, with reminiscences of the same similes in Iliad, Roman 15, 624, and Iliad, Roman 4, 42-56. The simile in the first section of The Princess. As when a field of corn bows all its ears before the roaring east, reminds us of Homer s. Letter 1 F61 sigma delta, letter 1 F45 tau epsilon, kappa iota nu letter 1 F75 sigma, eta zeta letter 1 F73, phi upsilon rho omicron sigma beta alpha theta, upsilon lambda letter 1 F75 iota omicron nu. Letter 1 F10 lambda theta letter 1 F7c, nu lambda letter 1 F71 beta rho omicron sigma. Letter 1 F10 pi alpha iota gamma, letter 1 F77 zeta omega nu. Letter 1 F10 pi letter 1 F76 tau. Letter 1 F20 mu letter 1 F7b, epsilon iota letter 1 F00, sigma tau alpha chi letter 1 F7b, epsilon sigma sigma iota nu. As when the west wind tosses a deep cornfield rushing down with furious blast, and it bows with all its ears. Nothing could be more happy than such an adaptation as the following. Ever failed to draw the quiet night into her blood. From Virgil Aeneid, Roman 4, 530. Nec unquam solvitur in somnos oculis aut pector noctem accipit. And she never relaxes into sleep or receives the night in eyes or bosom. Or than the following in Aeneid from Theocritus. Arms on which the standing muscle sloped, as slopes a wild brook o'er a little stone, running too vehemently to break upon it. Letter 1 F10 nu delta letter 1 F72, mu letter 1 F7b, epsilon sigma sigma tau, epsilon rho epsilon omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma iota beta rho alpha chi, letter 1 F77, omicron sigma iota nu letter 1 F04 kappa rho omicron nu, letter 1 F51 pi. Letter 1 F66 mu omicron nu, letter 1 F14 sigma tau alpha nu. Letter 1 F20 letter 1 F7b tau epsilon, pi letter 1 F73, tau rho omicron iota letter 1 F40, lambda omicron letter 1 F77, tau rho omicron chi omicron iota omicron letter 1 F55, sigma tau epsilon kappa upsilon lambda letter 1 F77, nu delta omicron, nu chi epsilon iota mu letter 1 F71, letter 1 Fe4, letter 1 Fe5 omicron, upsilon sigma. Pi omicron tau, alpha mu letter 1 F78, sigma mu epsilon gamma, letter 1 F71 lambda alpha iota sigma pi epsilon rho iota letter 1 F73, xi epsilon sigma, epsilon delta, letter 1 F77, nu alpha iota sigma. Idle, Roman 22, 48 sec. And the muscles on his brawny arms close under the shoulder stood out like boulders which the wintry torrent has rolled and worn smooth with the mighty eddies. But there was another use to which Tennyson applied his accurate and intimate acquaintance with the classics. It lay in developing what was suggested by them, in unfolding, so to speak, what was furled in their imagery. Nothing is more striking in ancient classical poetry than its pregnant condensation. It often expresses in an epithet what might be expanded into a detailed picture, or calls up in a single phrase a whole scene or a whole position. Wherein Merlin and Vivian Tennyson described the blind wave feeling round his long sea hall in silence. He was merely unfolding to its full Homer's kappa letter 1 Fe6 mu alpha kappa omega phi letter 1 F79 nu, dumb wave. Just as the best of all comments on Horace's expression, vultus nimium lubricus aspici, Odes, I, Roman 19, 8, is given us in Tennyson's picture of the Oread in Lucretius. How the sun delights to glance and shift about her slippery sides. Or take again this passage in the Agamemnon, 404-5, describing Menelaus pining in his desolate palace for the lost Helen. Pi letter 1 F79, theta letter 1 FF3 delta. Letter 1 F51, pi epsilon rho pi omicron nu tau letter 1 F77 alpha sigma phi letter 1 F71, sigma mu alpha delta letter 1 F79, xi epsilon iota delta letter 1 F79 mu omega, nu letter 1 F00, nu letter 1 F71, sigma sigma, epsilon iota nu. And in his yearning love for her, who is over the sea a phantom, will seem to reign over his palace. What are the lines in Guinevere, but an expansion of what is latent, but unfolded in the pregnant suggestiveness of the Greek poet? And in thy bowers of Camelot, or of Usk thy shadow, still would glide from room to room, and I should evermore be vexed with the in-hanging robe or vacant ornament, or ghostly footfall echoing on the stair. with a reminiscence also perhaps of Constance's speech in King John Roman III, Roman 4. It need hardly be said that these particular passages, and possibly some of the others, may be mere coincidences, but they illustrate what numberless other passages, which could be cited, prove that Tennyson's careful and meditative study of the Greek and Roman poets enabled him to enrich his work by these felicitous adaptations. He used those poets as his master Virgil used his Greek predecessors, and what the elder Seneca said of Ovid, who had appropriated a line from Virgil, might exactly be applied to Tennyson. Fessus quod in multis aliis versibus Virgilius fecerat, non serapiendicaus, said Pallam imitandi, hoc animo ut velit agnosce. He had plainly studied with equal attention the chief Italian poets, especially Dante, Petrarch, Ariosto, and Tasso. On a passage in Dante he founded his Ulysses, and imitations of that master are frequent throughout his poems. In Memoriam, both in its general scheme as well as in numberless particular passages, closely recalls Petrarch, and Ariosto and Tasso have each influenced his work. In the poetry of his own country, nothing seems to have escaped him, either in the masters or the minor poets. To apply the term plagiarism to Tennyson's use of his predecessors would be as absurd as to resolve some noble fabric into its stones and bricks, and confounding the one with the other to taunt the architect with appropriating an honor which belongs to the quarry and the potter. Tennyson's method was exactly the method of two of the greatest poets in the world, Virgil and Milton, of the poet who stands second to Virgil in Roman poetry, Horace, of one of the most illustrious of our own minor poets, Gray. An artist more fastidious than Tennyson never existed. As scrupulous a purist in language as Cicero, Chesterfield, and Macaulay in prose, as Virgil, Milton, and Leopardi in verse, his care extended to the nicest minutiae of word forms. Thus ankle is always spelt with a C when it stands alone, with a K when used in compounds. Thus he spelt idols with one L in the short poems, with two L's in the epic poems, thus the employment of through or throw, of bad or bade, and the retention or suppression of E in past participles are always carefully studied. He took immense pains to avoid the clash of S with S, and to secure the predominance of open vowels when rhythm rendered them appropriate. Like the Greek painter with his partridge, he thought nothing of sacrificing good things if in any way they interfered with unity and symmetry, and thus, his son tells us, many stanzas, in themselves of exquisite beauty, have been lost to us. De sublimitate, Roman 17. Tennyson's blank verse in the Idylls of the King, excepting in the Mort d'Arthur and in the grander passages, is obviously modeled in rhythm on that of Shakespeare's earlier style seen to perfection in King John. Compare the following lines with the rhythm say of Elaine or Guinevere. But now will canker sorrow eat my bud, and chase the native beauty from his cheek, and he will look as hollow as a ghost, as dim and meager as an ague's fit, and so he'll die, and, rising so again, when I shall meet him in the court of heaven I shall not know him. Therefore never, never must I behold my pretty Arthur more. King John Roman 3, Roman 4. Illustrations of Tennyson. Seneca, 3rd Suesoria. For fuller illustrations of all this, and for the influence of the ancient classics on Tennyson, I may perhaps venture to refer the reader to my illustrations of Tennyson. And may I here take the opportunity of pointing out that nothing could have been farther from my intention in that book than what has so often been most unfairly attributed to it, namely, an attempt to show that a charge of plagiarism might be justly urged against Tennyson. No honest critic, who had even cursorily inspected the book, could so utterly misrepresent its purpose. 4. Tennyson's place is not among the lords of the visionary eye, among seers, among prophets, but not the least part of the debt which his countrymen owe to him is his dedication of his art to the noblest purposes. At a time when poetry was beginning to degenerate into what it has now almost universally become, a mere sense-pampering siren, and when critics were telling us, as they are still telling us, that we are to understand by it all literary production which attains the power of giving pleasure by its form as distinct from its matter, he remained true to the creed of his great predecessors. L'art pour art, he would say, quoting George's Sand, est un vain mot, l'art pour le vrai, l'art pour le beau et le bon, voilà la religion qu'est church. When he succeeded to the laureateship, he was proud to remember that the wreath which had descended to him was greener from the brows of him that uttered nothing base. And he was a loyal disciple of that poet whose aim had been, in his own words, to console the afflicted, to add sunshine to daylight by making the happy happier, to teach the young and the gracious of every age to see, to think, to feel, and therefore to become more actively and securely virtuous. Wordsworth had said that he wished to be regarded as a teacher or as nothing, but unhappily he did not always distinguish between the way in which a poet and a philosopher should teach. He forgot that the didactic element in a poem should be, to employ a homely illustration, what garlic should be in a salad, scarce suspected, animate the whole, that the poet teaches not as the moralist and the preacher teach, but as nature and life teach us. He taught us when he wrote The Fountain and the Highland Reaper, The Leech Gatherer and Michael. He merely wearied us when he sermonized in The Excursion and in The Prelude. Tennyson never makes this mistake. He is seldom directly didactic. Would he inculcate subjugation to the law of duty? He gives us the funeral ode on Wellington, the charge of the Light Brigade, and love and duty. Would he inculcate resignation to the will of God and the moral efficacy of conventional Christianity? He gives us Enoch Arden. Would he picture the endless struggle between the sensual and the spiritual and the relation of ideals to life? He gives us the Idylls of the King. Would he point to what atheism may lead? He gives us Lucretius. Poems which are masterpieces of sensuous art, such as mere aesthetes, like Rosty and his school, must contemplate with admiring despair. He makes vehicles of the most serious moral and spiritual teaching. The Vision of Sin is worth 100 sermons on the disastrous effects of unbridled profligacy. In the Palace of Art, we have the quintessence of the Book of Ecclesiastes and much more besides. Even in the Lotos Eaters, we have the mirror held up to hedonism. On the education of the affections and on the purity of domestic life must depend very largely, not merely the happiness of individuals, but the well-being of society. And how wide a space is filled by poems in Tennyson's works bearing influentially on these subjects is obvious. And they admit us into a pleasance with which it is good to be familiar. So pure and wholesome is their atmosphere, so tranquilly beautiful the world in which the characters move and the little dramas unfold themselves. They preach nothing, but deep into every heart must sink their silent lessons. Upon the sacredness of home life, writes his son, he would maintain that the stability and greatness of a nation largely depend, and one of the secrets of his power over mankind was his true joy in the family duties and affections. What sermons have we in The Miller's Daughter, in Dora, in The Gardener's Daughter, and in Love and Duty? The Princess was a direct contribution to a social question of momentous importance to our time. Maud had an immediate political purpose, while in Memoriam, he became the interpreter and teacher of his generation in a still higher sense. Since Shakespeare, no English poet has been so essentially patriotic, or appealed so directly to the political conscience of the nation. In his noble eulogies of the English Constitution, and of the virtue and wisdom of its architects, in his spirit-stirring pictures of the heroic actions of our forefathers and contemporaries, both by land and sea, in his passionate denunciations of all that he believed would detract from England's greatness and be prejudicial to her real interests, in his hearty sympathy with every movement and with every measure which he believed would contribute to her honor and her power. In all this he stands alone among modern poets, but if he loved England as Shakespeare loved her, he had other lessons than Shakespeare's to teach her. The responsibilities imposed on the England of our time, and no poet knew this better, are very different from those imposed on the England of Elizabeth. An empire vaster and more populous than that of the Caesars has since then been added to our dominion. Millions, indeed, who are of the same blood as ourselves and who speak our language have, by the folly of common ancestors, become aliens. But how immense are the realms peopled by the colonies which are still loyal to us, and by the 300 millions who in India own us as their rulers. Of this vast empire England is now the capital and center. That she should fulfill completely and honorably the duties to which destiny has called her will be the prayer of every patriot. That he should by his own efforts contribute all in his power to further such fulfillment must be his earnest desire. It would be no exaggeration to say that Tennyson contributed more than any man who has ever lived to what may be called the higher political education of the English-speaking races. Of imperial federation, he was at once the apostle and the pioneer. In poetry, which appealed as probably no other poetry has appealed to every class, wherever our language is spoken, he dwelt fondly on all that constitutes the greatness and glory of England, on her grandeur in the past, on the magnificent promise of the part she will play in the future if her sons are true to her. There should be no distinction, for she recognizes no distinction between her children at home and her children in her colonies. She is the common mother of a common race, one flag, one scepter, the same proud ancestry, the same splendid inheritance. How strange England cannot see, he once wrote, that her true policy lies in a close union with her colonies. Sharers of our glorious past, shall we not throw, good and ill cleave to one another still? Britain's myriad voices call, sons be welded all in all into one imperial whole. One with Britain, heart and soul, one life, one flag, one fleet, one throne. Thus did the poetry of Tennyson draw closer, and thus will it continue to draw closer those sentimental ties, in Burke's phrase, light as air but strong as links of iron, which bind the colonies to the mother country. And in so doing, if he did not actually initiate, he furthered, as no other single man has furthered, the most important movement of our time. Nor has any man of genius in the present century, not Dickens, not Ruskin, been moved by a purer spirit of philanthropy, or done more to show how little the qualities and actions which dignify humanity depend, or need depend, on the accidents of fortune. He brought poetry into touch with the discoveries of science, and with the speculations of theology and metaphysics, and though, in treating such subjects, his power is not, perhaps, equal to his charm, the debt which his countrymen owe him, even intellectually, is incalculable. See Wordsworth's letter to Lady Beaumont, Prose Works, Volume Roman II, p. 176. Early Poems. To the Queen. This dedication was first prefixed to the 7th edition of these poems in 1851, Tennyson having succeeded Wordsworth as Poet Laureate, 19th Nov. 1850. Revered, beloved, O you that hold a nobler office upon earth than arms, or power of brain, or birth could give the warrior kings of old. Victoria, since your royal grace, to one of less desert, allows this laurel greener from the brows of him that uttered nothing base. And should your greatness, and the care that yokes with empire, yield you time to make demand of modern rhyme if aught of ancient worth be there. Then, while a sweeter music wakes, and throw, wild march the throstle calls, where all about your palace walls the sunlit almond blossom shakes. Take, madam, this poor book of song, for though the faults were thick as dust in vacant chambers, I could trust your kindness. May you rule us long. And leave us rulers of your blood as noble till the latest day. May children of our children say, she wrought her people lasting good. Her court was pure, her life serene God gave her peace, her land reposed. 1,000 claims to reverence closed in her as mother, wife, and queen. And statesmen at her council met who knew the seasons, when to take occasion by the hand, and make the bounds of freedom wider yet. By shaping some august decree, which kept her throne unshaken still, broad-based upon her people's will, and compassed by the inviolate sea. March 1851, revered Victoria, you that hold, I thank you that your royal grace. This stanza added in 1853, your sweetness. In 1851, the following stanza referring to the first Crystal Palace, opened 1st May, 1851, was inserted here. She brought a vast design to pass, when Europe and the scattered ends of our fierce world were mixed as friends and brethren in her halls of glass. Broader yet. With this cf. Shelley, Ode to Liberty. Athens diviner, yet gleamed with its crest of columns on the will of man. Claribel. A Melody. First published in 1830. In 1830 and in 1842 ed. The poem is in one long stanza with a full stop in 1830 ed. After line 8, 1842 ed. Omits the full stop. The name Claribel may have been suggested by Spenser, FQ Roman II, Roman IV, or Shakespeare Tempest. 1. Where Claribel low lieth, the breezes pause and die, letting the rose leaves fall. But the solemn oak tree sigheth, thick-leaved, ambrosial, with an ancient melody of an inward agony, where Claribel low lieth. 2. At eve the beetle boometh athwart the thicket lone, At noon the wild bee hummeth about the mossed headstone, at midnight the moon cometh, and looketh down alone. Her song the lintwhite swelleth, the clear-voiced mavis dwelleth, the callow throstle lispeth, the slumberous wave outwelleth, the babbling runnel crispeth, the hollow grot replieth where Claribel low lieth. Wild omitted and low inserted with a hyphen before hummeth, and all previous editions, fledgling for callow. Lilian. First printed in 1830. 1. Airy, fairy Lilian, flitting, fairy Lilian, when I ask her if she love me, claps her tiny hands above me. Laughing all she can, she'll not tell me if she love me, cruel little Lilian. 2. When my passion seeks pleasance in love sighs she, looking throw me thoroughly to undo me, smiling, never speaks. So innocent arch, so cunning simple, from beneath her gathered wimple glancing with black beaded eyes, till the lightning laughters dimple the baby roses in her cheeks. Then away she flies. 3. Prithee weep, May Lilian, gaiety without eclipse wearieth me, May Lilian. Throw, my very heart it thrilleth when from crimson-threaded lips silver treble laughter trilleth. Prithee weep, May Lilian. 4. Praying all I can, if prayers will not hush thee, airy Lilian, like a rose leaf I will crush thee, fairy Lilian, through and through me, purfled, through. With crimson-threaded cf. Cleveland's sing-song on Clarinda's wedding, her lips those threads of scarlet dye, but the original is Solomon's Song Roman 4. 3. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, silver treble laughter. Isabel. First printed in 1830. Lord Tennyson tells us, Life of Tennyson, I. 43, that in this poem his father more or less described his own mother, who was a remarkable and saintly woman. In this, as in the other poems elaborately painting women, we may perhaps suspect the influence of Wordsworth's triad, which should be compared with them. 1. Eyes not down-dropped nor overbright, but fed with the clear-pointed flame of chastity, clear, without heat, undying, tended by pure vestal thoughts in the translucent fane of her still spirit. Locks not wide dispread, Madonna-wise on either side her head, sweet lips whereon perpetually did reign the summer calm of golden charity, were fixed shadows of thy fixed mood, revered Isabel, the crown and head, the stately flower of female fortitude, of perfect wifehood and pure lowlyhead. 2. The intuitive decision of a bright and thorough-edged intellect to part error from crime, a prudence to withhold, the laws of marriage charactered in gold upon the blanched tablets of her heart, a love still burning upward, giving light to read those laws. An accent very low in blandishment, but a most silver flow of subtle-paced counsel in distress, right to the heart and brain, though undisgrayed, winning its way with extreme gentleness through, all the outworks of suspicious pride, a courage to endure and to obey. A hate of gossip parlance, and of sway-crowned Isabel, through all her placid life, the queen of marriage, a most perfect wife. 3. The mellowed reflex of a winter moon, a clear stream flowing with a muddy one, till in its onward current it absorbs with swifter movement, and in purer light the vexed eddies of its wayward brother. A leaning and upbearing parasite, clothing the stem, which else had fallen quite, with clustered flower bells and ambrosial orbs of rich fruit bunches leaning on each other, shadow forth thee. The world hath not another, though all her fairest forms are types of thee, and thou of God and thy great charity, of such a finished chastened purity. With these lines may be compared Shelley, dedication to the revolt of Islam. And through thine eyes, e'en in thy soul, I see a lamp of vestal fire burning eternally. Lowlyhead, a favorite word with Chaucer and Spenser, wifehood, blenched, and all before 1853, through. Mariana. Mariana in the Moated Grange, Measure for Measure. First printed in 1830. This poem, as we know from the motto prefixed to it, was suggested by Shakespeare, Measure for Measure, Roman 3. 1. At the Moated Grange resides this dejected Mariana, but the poet may have had in his mind the exquisite fragment of Sappho. Delta letter 1 F7 delta upsilon kappa epsilon mu letter 1 F7 2, nu letter 1 F01 sigma, epsilon lambda letter 1 F7 1, nu alpha kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6, pi lambda iota alpha delta epsilon sigma. Mu letter 1 F7 3, delta alpha iota delta letter 1 F7 2, nu letter 1 F7 b, kappa tau, epsilon sigma. Pi alpha rho letter 1 F7 0 delta, letter 1 F1 4 chi epsilon tau, letter 1 F65 rho alpha, letter 1 F14 gamma omega delta, letter 1 F72 mu, letter 1 F79 nu alpha kappa alpha tau, epsilon, letter 1 F7b delta omega. The moon has set and the Pleiades, and it is midnight. The hour too is going by, but I sleep alone. It was long popularly supposed that the scene of the poem was a farm near Somersby known as Bomber's Farm, but Tennyson denied this and said it was a purely imaginary house in the fen, and that he never so much as dreamed of Bomber's Farm. Sea Life, I, 28. With blackest moss the flower plots were thickly crusted, one and all. The rusted nails fell from the knots that held the peach to the garden wall. The broken sheds looked sad and strange. Unlifted was the clinking latch weeded and worn the ancient thatch upon the lonely moated grange. She only said, "My life is dreary, he cometh not," she said, "I am aury, I would that I were dead." Her tears fell with the dews at even. Her tears fell ere the dews were dried. She could not look on the sweet heaven either at morn or eventide. After the flitting of the bats, when thickest dark did trance the sky, she drew her casement curtain by, and glanced athwart the glooming flats. She only said, "The night is dreary, he cometh not," she said, "I am aury, I would that I were dead." Upon the middle of the night, waking, she heard the night fowl crow. The cock sung out an hour ere light. From the dark fen the oxen's low came to her. Without hope of change, in sleep she seemed to walk forlorn, till cold winds woke the grey-eyed morn about the lonely moated grange. She only said, "The day is dreary, he cometh not," she said, "I am aury, I would that I were dead." About a stone cast from the wall a sluice with blackened waters slept, and o'er it many, round and small, the clustered marish mosses crept. Hard by a poplar shook alway, all silver-green with gnarled bark. For leagues no other tree did mark the level waste, the rounding grey. She only said, "My life is dreary, he cometh not," she said, "I am aury, I would that I were dead." And ever when the moon was low, and the shrill winds were up and away, in the white curtain, to and fro she saw the gusty shadow sway. But when the moon was very low, and wild winds bound within their cell, the shadow of the poplar fell upon her bed, across her brow. She only said, "The night is dreary, he cometh not," she said, "I am aury, I would that I were dead." All day within the dreamy house, the doors upon their hinges creaked, the blue fly sung in the pane, the mouse behind the mouldering wainscot shrieked, or from the crevice peered about. Old faces glimmered through the doors, old footsteps trod the upper floors, old voices called her from without. She only said, "My life is dreary, he cometh not," she said, "I am aury, I would that I were dead." The sparrows cheer up on the roof, the slow clock ticking, and the sound which to the wooing wind aloof the poplar made, did all confound her sense. But most she loathed the hour when the thick-moted sunbeam lay athwart the chambers, and the day was sloping toward his western bower. Then said she, "I am very dreary, he will not come," she said, she wept, "I am aury, O God, that I were dead." Pair, Gable Wall. With this beautiful couplet may be compared a couplet of Helvia Cinna. T matutinus flentem conspexit eos, T flentem paulo, vidit post hesperis idem. Cine relic, ed. Mueller p. 83, Grey-eyed, cf. Romeo and Juliet Roman 2, 3. The grey morn smiles on the frowning night, 1842-1843, dark, grey, and away. All editions before 1851, I the pain, with this line cf. Maud I, Roman 6, 8, and the shrieking rush of the wainscot mouse. Downsloped was westering in his bower. Tua. First printed in 1830. The friend to whom these verses were addressed was Joseph William Blakesley, third classic and senior chancellor's medalist in 1831 and afterwards Dean of Lincoln. Tennyson said of him, "He ought to be Lord Chancellor, for he is a subtle and powerful reasoner and an honest man." Life, I, 65. He was a contributor to the Edinburgh and Quarterly Reviews and died in April 1885. See memoir of him in the Dictionary of National Biography. 1. Clear-headed friend, whose joyful scorn edged with sharp laughter, cuts atwain the knots that tangle human creeds, the wounding cords that bind and strain the heart until it bleeds, ray-fringed eyelids of the morn roof, not a glance so keen as thine. If aught of prophecy be mine, thou wilt not live in vain. 2. Low cowering shall the sophist sit, falsehood shall bear her plated brow, fair-fronted truth shall droop not now with shrilling shafts of subtle wit. Nor martyr flames, nor trenchant swords can do away that ancient lie. A gentler death shall falsehood die, shot throw, and throw, with cunning words. 3. Weak truth a-leaning on her crutch, wan wasted truth in her utmost need, thy kingly intellect shall feed, until she be an athlete bold, and weary with a finger's touch those writhed limbs of lightning speed like that strange angel witch of old, until the breaking of the light wrestled with wandering Israel, past Yabok brook the livelong night, and heaven's mazed signs stood still in the dim tract of Peniel. The knotted lies of human creeds. Which, for that, through and through. The reference is to Genesis Roman 32, 24-32. Madeline. First published in 1830. 1. Thou art not steeped in golden languors, no trance summer calm is thine, ever-varying Madeline. Throw, light and shadow thou dost range, sudden glances, sweet and strange, delicious spites and darling angers, and airy forms of flitting change. 2. Smiling, frowning evermore, thou art perfect in love lore. Revealings deep and clear are thine of wealthy smiles. But who may know whether smile or frown be fleeter, whether smile or frown be sweeter? Who may know? Frowns perfect sweet along the brow, light glooming over eyes divine, like little clouds sun-fringed, are thine ever-varying Madeline. Thy smile and frown are not aloof from one another, each to each is dearest brother, hues of the silken, sheeny woof momently shot into each other. All the mystery is thine, smiling, frowning evermore, thou art perfect in love lore, ever-varying Madeline. 3. A subtle, sudden flame, by veering passion fanned, about thee breaks and dances when I would kiss thy hand. The flush of angered shame o'erflows thy calmer glances, and o'er black brows drops down a sudden curved frown. But when I turn away thou, willing me to stay, wooest not, nor vainly wranglest, but looking fixedly the while, all my bounding heart entanglest in a golden-netted smile, then in madness and in bliss. If my lips should dare to kiss thy taper fingers amorously, again thou blushest angrily. And o'er black brows drops down a sudden curved frown. Through, airy, 3 times 3, though noted as an erratum for amorously. Song the Owl. First printed in 1830. 1. When cats run home and light is come, and dew is cold upon the ground, and the far-off stream is dumb, and the whirring sail goes round, and the whirring sail goes round. Alone and warming his 5 wits, the white owl in the belfry sits. 2. When merry milkmaids click the latch, and rarely smells the new-mown hay, and the cock hath sung beneath the thatch twice, or thrice his roundelay twice, or thrice his roundelay, alone and warming his 5 wits, the white owl in the belfry sits. Second song to the same. First printed in 1830. 1. Thy towits are lulled I wot, thy towus of yesternight, which upon the dark afloat, so took echo with delight, that her voice untuneful grown, wears all day a fainter tone. 2. I would mock thy chaunt anew, but I cannot mimic it, not a whit of thy towu, thee to woo to thy towit, with a lengthened loud halloo, towu, towit, towoo-o-o. Recollections of the Arabian Nights. First printed in 1830. With this poem should be compared the description of Harun al-Rashid's Garden of Gladness in the story of Nur al-Din Ali and the damsel Anis al-Tali's in the 36th Night. The style appears to have been modeled on Coleridge's Kubla Khan and Ludi, and the influence of Coleridge is very perceptible throughout the poem. When the breeze of a joyful dawn blew free in the silken sail of infancy, the tide of time flowed back with me, the forward-flowing tide of time, and many a sheeny summer morn adown the Tigris eye was borne, by Bagdat's shrines of fretted gold, high-walled gardens green and old. True Mussulman was I and sworn, for it was in the golden prime of good Harun al-Rashid. And at my shallop, rustling through, the low and bloomed foliage, drove the fragrant, glistening deeps and clove the citron shadows in the blue, by garden porches on the brim. The costly doors flung open wide, gold glittering through, lamplight dim, and broidered sofas on each side. In sooth it was a goodly time, for it was in the golden prime of good Harun al-Rashid. Often, where clear-stemmed platans guard the outlet, did I turn away the boathead down a broad canal from the main river sluiced, where all the sloping of the moonlit sward was damask work, and deep inlay of braided blooms unmown, which crept adown to where the waters slept. A goodly place, a goodly time, for it was in the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. A motion from the river one ridged the smooth level, bearing on my shallop throw, the star-strown calm, until another night in night I entered, from the clearer light, embowered vaults of pillared palm, imprisoning suites which, as they clomb heavenward, were stayed beneath the dome of hollow boughs. A goodly time, for it was in the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. Still onward, and the clear canal is rounded to as clear a lake. From the green rivage many a fall of diamond rillets musical, throw, little crystal arches low down from the central fountain's flow fallen silver chiming, seem to shake the sparkling flints beneath the prow. A goodly place, a goodly time, for it was in the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. Above throw, many a bowery turn a walk with vari-colored shells wandered ingrained. On either side all round about the fragrant marge from fluted vase, and brazen urn in order, eastern flowers large, some dropping low their crimson bells half-closed, and others studded wide with discs and tires, fed the time with odor in the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. Far off, and where the lemon grove in closest coverture upsprung, the living airs of middle night died round the bulbul as he sung, not he, but something which possessed the darkness of the world, delight, life, anguish, death, immortal love, ceasing not, mingled, unrepressed, apart from place withholding time, but flattering the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. Black the garden bowers and grots slumbered. The solemn palms were ranged above, unwooed of summer wind. A sudden splendor from behind flushed all the leaves with rich gold green, and, flowing rapidly between their interspaces, counterchanged the level lake with diamond plots of dark and bright. A lovely time, for it was in the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. Dark blue the deep sphere overhead, distinct with vivid stars inlaid, grew darker from that under flame, so, leaping lightly from the boat, with silver anchor left afloat. In marvel whence that glory came upon me, as in sleep I sank in cool soft turf upon the bank, entranced with that place and time, so worthy of the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. Thence through the garden I was drawn, a realm of pleasance, many a mound, and many a shadow-checkered lawn full of the city's stilly sound, and deep myrrh thickets blowing round the stately cedar, tamarisks, thick rosaries of scented thorn-tall orient shrubs, and obelisks graven with emblems of the time, in honor of the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. With dazed vision unawares from the long alley's latticed shade emerged, I came upon the great pavilion of the Caliphate. Right to the carven cedern doors, flung inward over spangled floors, broad-based flights of marble stairs ran up with golden balustrade, after the fashion of the time, and humor of the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. The fourscore windows all alight as with the quintessence of flame, a million tapers flaring bright from twisted silvers looked to shame the hollow vaulted dark, and streamed upon the moon domes aloof in inmost Baghdad, till there seemed hundreds of crescents on the roof of night new risen, that marvelous time, to celebrate the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. Then stole I up, and trancedly gazed on the Persian girl alone, serene with argent-lidded eyes amorous, and lashes like to rays of darkness, and a brow of pearl tressed with redolent ebony in many a dark delicious curl, flowing beneath her rose-hued zone, the sweetest lady of the time, well worthy of the golden prime of good Haroun al Raskid. 6 columns, 3 on either side pure silver, underpropped a rich throne of the massive ore, from which down drooped in many a floating fold, engarlanded and diapered with enwrought flowers, a cloth of gold. Thereon his deep eye laughter stirred with merriment of kingly pride, sole star of all that place and time, I saw him in his golden prime, the good Haroun al Raskid. Golden prime from Shakespeare. That cropped the golden prime of this sweet prince. Rich, Roman 3, ISC, Roman 2, 248, through, and 1842, sofas, breaded blossoms, through crystal, through. Bulbul is the Persian for nightingale. Cf. Princes Roman 4, 104. O bulbul, any rose of Gulistan shall brush her veil, withholding. So 1842, 1843, 1845. Black-green, of saffron light, unrayed, through, born. Shakespeare has the same expression, the hum of either army stilly sounds. Henry V. Act 4 Prawl, rosaries, wreathed, below, underpropped, 1842, underpropped. Oh, the Ode to Memory. First printed in 1830. After the title in 1830 ed. Is written very early in life. The influence most perceptible in this poem is plainly Coleridge, on whose Songs of the Pixies it seems to have been modeled. Tennyson considered it, and no wonder, as one of the very best of his early and peculiarly concentrated nature poems. Sea Life, I, 27. It is full of vivid and accurate pictures of his Lincolnshire home and haunts. Sea Life, I, 2548 Passim. 1. Thou who stealest fire from the fountains of the past, to glorify the present. Oh, haste, visit my low desire, strengthen me, enlighten me. I faint in this obscurity, thou dewy dawn of memory. 2. Come not as thou camest of late, flinging the gloom of yesternight on the white day, but robed in softened light of orient state. Whilom thou camest with the morning mist, even as a maid, whose stately brow the dew-impearled winds of dawn have kissed, when she, as thou, stays on her floating locks the lovely freight of overflowing blooms, and earliest shoots of orient green, giving safe pledge of fruits, which in wintertide shall star the black earth with brilliance rare. 3. Whilom thou camest with the morning mist, and with the evening cloud, showering thy gleaned wealth into my open breast, those peerless flowers which in the rudest wind never grow sere, when rooted in the garden of the mind, because they are the earliest of the year. Nor was the night thy shroud. In sweet dreams softer than unbroken rest thou leddest by the hand thine infant hope. The eddying of her garments caught from thee the light of thy great presence, and the cope of the half-attained futurity, though deep not fathomless, was cloven with the million stars which tremble o'er the deep mind of dauntless infancy. Small thought was there of life's distress, for sure she deemed no mist of earth could dull those spirit-thrilling eyes, so keen and beautiful. Sure she was nigher to heaven's spheres, listening the lordly music flowing from the illimitable years. O strengthen me, enlighten me. I faint in this obscurity, thou dewy dawn of memory. 4. Come forth, I charge thee, arise, thou of the many tongues, the myriad eyes. Thou comest not with shows of flaunting vines unto mine inner eye, divinest memory. Thou wert not nursed by the waterfall which ever sounds and shines a pillar of white light upon the wall of purple cliffs, aloof disgrayed, come from the woods that belt the grey hillside, the 7 elms, the poplars 4 that stand beside my father's door, and chiefly from the brook that loves to purl o'er matted cress and ribbed sand, or dimple in the dark of rushy coves, drawing into his narrow earthen urn in every elbow and turn, the filtered tribute of the rough woodland. Oh, hither lead thy feet. Pour round mine ears the livelong bleat of the thick-fleeced sheep from wattled folds, upon the ridged wolds, when the first matin song hath wakened loud over the dark dewy earth forlorn, what time the amber morn forth gushes from beneath a low-hung cloud. 5. Large dowries doth the raptured eye to the young spirit present when first she is wed, and like a bride of old in triumph led, with music and sweet showers of festal flowers, unto the dwelling she must sway. Well hast thou done, great artist Memory. In setting round thy first experiment with royal framework of wrought gold, needs must thou dearly love thy first essay, and foremost in thy various gallery place it, where sweetest sunlight falls upon the storied walls, for the discovery and newness of thine art so pleased thee, that all which thou hast drawn of fairest or boldest since, but lightly weighs with the unto the love thou bearest the firstborn of thy genius. Artist-like, ever retiring thou dost gaze on the prime labor of thine early days, no matter what the sketch might be, whether the high field on the bushless pike, or even a sand-built ridge of heaped hills that mound the sea, overblown with murmurs harsh, or even a lowly cottage whence we see stretched wide and wild the waste enormous marsh, where from the frequent bridge, like emblems of infinity, the trenched waters run from sky to sky. Or a garden bowered close with plaited alleys of the trailing rose, long alleys falling down to twilight grots, or opening upon level plots of crowned lilies, standing near purple-spiked lavender, whither in after life retired from brawling storms, from weary wind, with youthful fancy re-inspired, we may hold converse with all forms of the many-sided mind, and those whom passion hath not blinded, subtle-thoughted, myriad-minded. My friend, with you to live alone were how much better than to own a crown, a scepter, and a throne. O strengthen, enlighten me, I faint in this obscurity, thou dewy dawn of memory. Camsaint, kissed, transferred from Timbuktu. And these with lavished sense listenest, the lordly music flowing from the illimitable years. The poplars have now disappeared, but the 7 elms are still to be seen in the garden behind the house. See Napier, The Laureates County, pp. 22, 40-41. This is the Somersby Brook which so often reappears in Tennyson's poetry, cf. Miller's Daughter, A Farewell and In Memoriam 1 Roman 29 and c. Waked, for the epithet dew-impearled, cf. Drayton Diaz Sonnet Lii, amongst the dainty dew-impearled flowers, where the epithet is more appropriate and intelligible. The few, and 1842. Methinks were, so till 1850 when it was altered to the present reading. The cottage at Maplethorpe where the Tennysons used to spend the summer holidays. Sea Life, I. 46. Emblems or glimpses of eternity, pleached. The whole of this passage is an exact description of the parsonage garden at Somersby. Sea Life, I. 27. Song. First printed in 1830. The poem was written in the garden at the old rectory, Somersby, an autumn scene there which it faithfully describes. This poem seems to have haunted Poe, a fervent admirer of Tennyson's early poems. 1. A spirit haunts the year's last hours dwelling amid these yellowing bowers. To himself he talks, for at eventide, listening earnestly. At his work you may hear him sob and sigh in the walks earthward, he boweth the heavy stalks of the mouldering flowers. Heavily hangs the broad sunflower over its grave eye, the earth so chilly, heavily hangs the hollyhock, heavily hangs the tiger lily. 2. The air is damp and hushed and close, as a sick man's room when he taketh repose an hour before death. My very heart faints, and my whole soul grieves at the moist rich smell of the rotting leaves, and the breath of the fading edges of box beneath, and the year's last rose. Heavily hangs the broad sunflower over its grave eye, the earth so chilly, heavily hangs the hollyhock, heavily hangs the tiger lily. Adeline. First printed in 1830. 1. Mystery of mysteries, faintly smiling Adeline, scarce of earth nor all divine, nor unhappy, nor at rest. But beyond expression fair with thy floating flaxen hair, thy rose lips and full blue eyes take the heart from out my breast. Wherefore those dim looks of thine shadowy, dreaming Adeline. 2. Whence that airy bloom of thine, like a lily which the sun looks thro' in his sad decline, and a rose bush leans upon, thou that faintly smilest still, as a naiad in a well, looking at the set of day, or a phantom 2 hours old of a maiden passed away, ere the placid lips be cold, wherefore those faint smiles of thine, spiritual Adeline. 3. What hope or fear or joy is thine? Who talketh with thee, Adeline? For sure thou art not all alone. Do beating hearts of salient springs keep measure with thine own? Hast thou heard the butterflies what they say betwixt their wings? Or in stillest evenings with what voice the violet woos to his heart the silver dews? Or when little airs arise, how the merry bluebell rings to the mosses underneath? Hast thou looked upon the breath of the lilies at sunrise? Wherefore that faint smile of thine, shadowy, dreaming Adeline. 4. Some honey converse feeds thy mind. Some spirit of a crimson rose in love with thee forgets to close his curtains, wasting odorous sighs all night long on darkness blind. What aileth thee? Whom waitest thou with thy softened, shadowed brow, and those dew-lit eyes of thine, thou faint smiler, Adeline? 5. Lovest thou the doleful wind when thou gazest at the skies? Doth the low-tongued Orient wander from the side of the morn, dripping with Sabaean spice on thy pillow, lowly bent with melodious airs lovelorn, breathing light against thy face? While his locks a-dropping twined round thy neck in subtle ring make a carcanet of rays, and ye talk together still, in the language wherewith spring letters cowslips on the hill, hence that look and smile of thine, spiritual Adeline. This conceit seems to have been borrowed from Shelley, sensitive plant, I. And the hyacinth, purple and white and blue, which flung from its bells a sweet peal anew of music. C.F. Collins' Ode to Pity, and Eyes of Dewy Light. What the low-tongued Orient may mean I cannot explain, and all editions till 1853. O. A. Drooping. A carcanet is a necklace, diminutive from Old French carcan. Cf. Comedy of Errors in I. To see the making of her carcanet. A character. First printed in 1830. The only authoritative light thrown on the person here described is what the present Lord Tennyson gives, who tells us that the then well-known Cambridge orator S. was partly described. He was a very plausible, parliament-like, self-satisfied speaker at the Union Debating Society. The character reminds us of Wordsworth's moralist, see poet's epitaph. One to whose smooth-rubbed soul can cling, nor form nor feeling, great nor small, a reasoning, self-sufficient thing, an intellectual all in all. Shakespeare's fop, too, Hotspur's speech Henry Roman IV, I, too, seems to have suggested a touch or two. With a half-glance upon the sky at night, he said, "The wanderings of this most intricate universe teach me the nothingness of things. Yet could not all creation pierce beyond the bottom of his eye." He spake of beauty, that the dull saw no divinity in grass, life in dead stones, or spirit in air. Then looking as twere in a glass, he smoothed his chin and sleeked his hair, and said the earth was beautiful. He spake of virtue, not the gods more purely, when they wished to charm Pallas and Juno sitting by, and with a sweeping of the arm, and a lackluster dead blue eye devolved his rounded periods. Most delicately hour by hour he canvassed human mysteries, and trod on silk, as if the winds blew his own praises in his eyes, and stood aloof from other minds in impotence of fancied power. With lips depressed as he were meek, himself unto himself he sold, upon himself did feed, quiet, dispassionate, and cold, and other than his form of creed, with chiseled features clear and sleek. The Poet, first printed in 1830. In this poem, we have the first grand note struck by Tennyson, the first poem exhibiting the sigma pi omicron upsilon delta alpha iota letter 1f79 tau eta sigma of the true poet. The poet in a golden clime was born, with golden stars above dowered with the hate of hate, the scorn of scorn, the love of love. He saw through life and death, through good and ill he saw through his own soul, the marvel of the everlasting will, an open scroll. Before him lay, with echoing feet he threaded the secretest walks of fame, the viewless arrows of his thoughts were headed and winged with flame. Like Indian reeds blown from his silver tongue, and of so fierce a flight, from Calpe unto Caucasus they sung, filling with light. And vagrant melodies the winds which bore them earthward till they lit, then, like the arrow seeds of the field flower, the fruitful wit. Cleaving, took root, and springing forth anew where they fell, behold, like to the mother plant in semblance, grew a flower all gold. And bravely furnished all abroad to fling the winged shafts of truth, to throng with stately blooms the breathing spring of hope and youth. So many minds did gird their orbs with beams, though one did fling the fire. Heaven flowed upon the soul in many dreams of high desire. Thus truth was multiplied on truth, the world like one great garden showed, and thro' the wreaths of floating dark upcurled, rare sunrise flowed. And freedom reared in that august sunrise her beautiful bold brow, when rights and forms before his burning eyes melted like snow. There was no blood upon her maiden robe sunned by those orient skies, but round about the circles of the globes of her keen eyes. And in her rament's hem was traced in flame wisdom, a name to shake all evil dreams of power, a sacred name. And when she spake, her words did gather thunder as they ran, and as the lightning to the thunder which follows it, riving the spirit of man, making earth wonder. So was their meaning to her words. No sword of wrath her right arm whirled, but one poor poet's scroll, and with his words she shook the world. The expression, as is not uncommon with Tennyson, is extremely ambiguous. It may mean that he hated hatred, scorned scorn, and loved love, or that he had hatred, scorn, and love as it were in quintessence like Dante, and that is no doubt the meaning. Through, till 1851, though, a. And in the border of her robe was writ wisdom, a name to shake hoar anarchies, as with a thunderfit, hurled. The Poet's Mind, first published in 1830, a companion poem to the preceding. After line 7 in 1830 appears the stanza, afterwards omitted. Clear as summer mountain streams, bright as the inwoven beams, which beneath their crisping sapphire in the midday, floating o'er the golden sands, make evermore to a blossom-starred shore. Hence away, unhallowed laughter. 1. Vex not thou the poet's mind with thy shallow wit. Vex not thou the poet's mind, for thou canst not fathom it. Clear and bright it should be ever, flowing like a crystal river, bright as light, and clear as wind. 2. Dark-browed sophist, come not Anar, all the place is holy ground, hollow smile and frozen sneer come not here. Holy water will I pour into every spicy flower of the laurel shrubs that hedge it around. The flowers would faint at your cruel cheer. In your eye there is death, there is frost in your breath which would blight the plants. Where you stand you cannot hear from the groves within the wild bird's din. In the heart of the garden the merry bird chants, it would fall to the ground if you came in. In the middle leaps a fountain like sheet lightning, ever brightening with a low melodious thunder all day and all night. It is ever drawn from the brain of the purple mountain which stands in the distance yonder. It springs on a level of bowery lawn, and the mountain draws it from heaven above, and it sings a song of undying love. And yet, though its voice be so clear and full, you never would hear it. Your ears are so dull, so keep where you are. You are foul with sin, it would shrink to the earth if you came in. The poet's mind. With this may be compared the opening stanza of Gray's Installation Ode. Hence, avant, T's holy ground, and for the sentiment cf. Wordsworth's Poet's Epitaph, to 1851, though. The Sea Fairies. First published in 1830, but excluded from all editions till its restoration, when it was greatly altered in 1853. I here give the text as it appeared in 1830, where the present text is the same as that of 1830 asterisks indicate it. This poem is a sort of prelude to the Lotos Eaters, the burthen being the same, a siren song. Why work, why toil, when all must be over so soon, and when at best there is so little to reward? Slow sailed the weary mariners, and saw between the green brink and the running foam white limbs unrobed in a crystal air, sweet faces, etc. Middle Sea. Song. Whither away, whither away, whither away, fly no more, whither away why the singing sail? Whither away why the oar, whither away from the high green field and the happy blossoming shore? Weary mariners, hither away, one and all, weary mariners, come and play, we will sing to you all the day, furl the sail and the foam will fall from the prow. One and all furl the sail. Drop the oar, leap ashore, no danger and trouble and toil no more. Whither away why the sail and the oar, drop the oar, leap ashore, fly no more. Whither away why the sail? Whither away why the oar, day and night to the billow, etc. Over the lee they freshen the silvery crimson shells, and thick with white bells the clover hill swells high over the full-toned sea. Merrily carol the reveling gales over the islands free. From the green sea banks the rose downtrails to the happy brimmed sea. Come hither, and be our lords, for merry brides are we will kiss sweet kisses, etc. With pleasure and love and revelry. Ridged sea. Ye will not find so happy ashore, weary mariners. All the world o'er, oh. Fly no more, hearken ye, sorrow shall darken ye, danger and trouble and toil no more, whither away, drop the oar, hither away, leap ashore, oh. Fly no more, whither away, with the sail and the oar. Slow sailed the weary mariners and saw, betwixt the green brink and the running foam, sweet faces, rounded arms and bosoms pressed to little harps of gold. And while they mused, whispering to each other half in fear, shrill music reached them on the middle sea. Whither away, fly no more, whither away from the high green field and the happy blossoming shore. Day and night to the billow the fountain calls, down shower the gambolling waterfalls from wandering over the lee, out of the live green heart of the dells they freshen the silvery crimson shells, and thick with white bells the clover hill swells high over the full-toned sea. Oh hither, come hither and furl your sails, come hither to me and to me. Hither, come hither and frolic and play, here it is only the mew that wails, we will sing to you all the day. Mariner, mariner, furl your sails, for here are the blissful downs and dales, and merrily, merrily carol the gales, and the spangle dances in bight and bay, and the rainbow forms and flies on the land over the islands free, and the rainbow lives in the curve of the sand. Hither, come hither and see, and the rainbow hangs on the poising wave, and sweet is the color of cove and cave. And sweet shall your welcome be, oh hither, come hither, and be our lords, for merry brides are we will kiss sweet kisses and speak sweet words. Oh listen, listen, your eyes shall glisten with pleasure and love and jubilee. Oh listen, listen, your eyes shall glisten when the sharp clear twang of the golden chords runs up the ridged sea. Who can light on as happy ashore all the world o'er, whither away? Listen and stay, mariner, mariner, fly no more. Bight is properly the coil of a rope. It then came to mean a bend, and so a corner or bay. The same phrase occurs in the voyage of Malajune v. and flung them in bight and bay. The Deserted House. First printed in 1830, omitted in all the editions till 1848 when it was restored. The poem is of course allegorical, and is very much in the vein of many poems in Anglo-Saxon poetry. 1. Life and thought have gone away side by side, leaving door and windows wide. 2. All within is dark as night. In the windows is no light, and no murmur at the door, so frequent on its hinge before. 3. Close the door, the shutters close, or throw the windows, we shall see the nakedness and vacancy of the dark deserted house. 4. Come away, no more of mirth is here or merry-making sound. The house was builded of the earth, and shall fall again to ground. 5. Come away, for life and thought here no longer dwell, but in a city glorious, a great and distant city, have bought a mansion incorruptible. Would they could have stayed with us. And 1851. Through. The Dying Swan. First printed in 1830. The superstition here assumed is so familiar from the classics as well as from modern tradition that it scarcely needs illustration or commentary. But see Plato, Phaedrus, Roman 31, and Shakespeare, King John, v. 7. 1. The plain was grassy, wild and bare, wide, wild and open to the air, which had built up everywhere an underroof of doleful grey. With an inner voice the river ran adown, it floated a dying swan, and loudly did lament. It was the middle of the day. Ever the weary wind went on, and took the reed tops as it went. 2. Some blue peaks in the distance rose, and white against the cold white sky shone out their crowning snows. One willow over the water wept, and shook the wave as the wind did sigh. Above in the wind was the swallow, chasing itself at its own wild will. And far through, the marish green and still the tangled watercourses slept, shot over with purple, and green, and yellow. 3. The wild swan's death hymn took the soul of that waste place with joy hidden in sorrow. At first to the ear the warble was low, and full and clear, and floating about the undersky prevailing in weakness, the coronach stole sometimes afar, and sometimes anar, but anon her awful jubilant voice, with a music strange and manifold, flowed forth on a carol free and bold. As when a mighty people rejoice with shawms, and with cymbals and harps of gold, and the tumult of their acclaim is rolled through the open gates of the city afar to the shepherd who watcheth the evening star, and the creeping mosses and clambering weeds, and the willow branches hoar and dank, and the wavy swell of the sowing reeds, and the wave-worn horns of the echoing bank, and the silvery marish flowers that throng the desolate creeks and pools among were flooded over with eddying song. Gray. Till 1848. Which? River sung through. A coronach is a funeral song or lamentation, from the Gaelic coronach. Cf. Scots Waverley, ch. Roman 15. Their wives and daughters came clapping their hands and crying the coronach and shrieking. Till 1851. Through. A dirge. First printed in 1830. 1. Now is done thy long day's work, fold thy palms across thy breast, fold thine arms, turn to thy rest. Let them rave. Shadows of the silver birk sweep the green that folds thy grave. Let them rave. 2. Thee nor carketh care nor slander, nothing but the small cold worm fretteth thine enshrouded form. Let them rave. Light and shadow ever wander o'er the green that folds thy grave. Let them rave. 3. Thou wilt not turn upon thy bed, chaunteth not the brooding bee sweeter tones than calumny, let them rave. Thou wilt never raise thine head from the green that folds thy grave, let them rave. 4. Crocodiles wept tears for thee, the woodbine and eggladder drip sweeter dews than trader's tear, let them rave. Rain makes music in the tree or the green that folds thy grave, let them rave. 5. Round thee blow, self-pleached deep, bramble roses, faint and pale, and long purples of the dale. Let them rave. These in every shower creep through the green that folds thy grave. Let them rave. 6. The gold-eyed kingcups fine, the frail bluebell peereth over rare broidery of the purple clover. Let them rave. Kings have no such couch as thine, as the green that folds thy grave. Let them rave. 7. Wild words wander here and there, God's great gift of speech abused makes thy memory confused, but let them rave. The balm cricket carols clear in the green that folds thy grave. Let them rave. Still used in the north of England for birch. Carketh, here used transitively, troubles, though in Old English it is generally intransitive, meaning to be careful or thoughtful. It is from the Anglo-Saxon carrion. It became obsolete in the 17th century. The substantive cark, trouble or anxiety, is generally an Old English coupled with care. Self-pleached, self-entangled or intertwined. Cf. Shakespeare, pleached bower, much ado, Roman 3, I 7 long purples, thus marking that the phrase is borrowed from Shakespeare, Hamlet, Roman 4, Roman 7, 169. And long purples that liberal shepherds give a grosser name. It is the purple-flowered orchis, Orchis mascula. Through. Balm cricket, the tree cricket, balm is a corruption of baum. Love and Death. First printed in 1830. What time the mighty moon was gathering light, love paced the thymy plots of paradise, and all about him rolled his lustrous eyes, when, turning round Acacia, full in view Death, walking all alone beneath a yew, and talking to himself, first met his sight. You must be gone, said Death, these walks are mine. Love wept and spread his sheeny vans for flight, yet ere he parted said, This hour is thine, thou art the shadow of life, and as the tree stands in the sun and shadows all beneath, so in the light of great eternity life eminent creates the shade of death. The shadow passeth when the tree shall fall, but I shall reign forever over all. The expression is Virgil's Jorg. I, 427, Luna revertens cum primum collegiate eans. Vans used also for wings by Milton, Paradise Lost, Roman 2, 927-8. His sail broad vans he spreads for flight. So also Tasso jur, lib Roman 9, 60, indi spiega al gran volo I vani orati. Cf. Locksley Hall 60 years after, love will conquer at the last. The Ballad of Oriana. First published in 1830, not in 1833. This fine ballad was evidently suggested by the old ballad of Helen of Kirkconnell, both poems being based on a similar incident and both being the passionate soliloquy of the bereaved lover, though Tennyson's treatment of the subject is his own. Helen of Kirkconnell was one of the poems which he was fond of reciting, and Fitzgerald says that he used also to recite this poem, in a way not to be forgotten, at Cambridge tables. Life, I, p. 77. My heart is wasted with my woe, Oriana, there is no rest for me below, Oriana. When the long dun wolds are ribbed with snow, and loud the Norland whirlwinds blow, Oriana, alone I wander to and fro, Oriana. Ere the light on dark was growing, Oriana. At midnight the cock was crowing, Oriana. Winds were blowing, waters flowing. We heard the steeds to battle going, Oriana. Aloud the hollow bugle blowing, Oriana. In the yew wood black as night, Oriana, ere I rode into the fight, Oriana. While blissful tears blinded my sight by starshine and by moonlight, Oriana, I to thee my troth did plight, Oriana. She stood upon the castle wall, Oriana. She watched my crest among them all, Oriana. She saw me fight, she heard me call. When forth there stepped a foeman tall, Oriana, atween me and the castle wall, Oriana. The bitter arrow went aside, Oriana. The false arrow went aside, Oriana. The damned arrow glanced aside, and pierced thy heart, my love, my bride, Oriana. Thy heart, my life, my love, my bride, Oriana. Oh, narrow, narrow was the space, Oriana. Loud, loud rung out the bugle's brays, Oriana. Oh, deathful stabs were dealt apace. The battle deepened in its place, Oriana. But I was down upon my face, Oriana. They should have stabbed me where I lay, Oriana. How could I rise and come away, Oriana? How could I look upon the day? They should have stabbed me where I lay, Oriana. They should have trod me into clay, Oriana. O breaking heart that will not break, Oriana. O pale, pale face so sweet and meek, Oriana. Thou smilest, but thou dost not speak. And then the tears run down my cheek, Oriana. What wantest thou? Whom dost thou seek, Oriana? I cry aloud. None hear my cries, Oriana. Thou comest atween me and the skies, Oriana. I feel the tears of blood arise up from my heart unto my eyes, Oriana. Within my heart my arrow lies, Oriana. O cursed hand, O cursed blow, Oriana. O happy thou that least low, Oriana. All night the silence seems to flow beside me in my utter woe, Oriana. A weary, weary way I go, Oriana. When Norland winds pipe down the sea, Oriana, I walk, I dare not think of thee, Oriana. Thou least beneath the greenwood tree, I dare not die and come to thee, Oriana. I hear the roaring of the sea, Oriana. Circumstance. First published in 1830. 2 children in 2 neighbor villages playing mad pranks along the healthy leas, 2 strangers meeting at a festival, 2 lovers whispering by an orchard wall, 2 lives bound fast in one with golden ease, 2 graves grass-green beside a gray church tower, washed with still rains and daisy-blossomed, 2 children in one hamlet born and bred, so runs the round of life from hour to hour. Philip. The Merman. First printed in 1830. 1. Who would be a merman bold, sitting alone, singing alone under the sea, with a crown of gold, on a throne. 2. I would be a merman bold. I would sit and sing the whole of the day. I would fill the sea halls with a voice of power. But at night I would roam abroad and play with the mermaids in and out of the rocks, dressing their hair with the white sea flower. And holding them back by their flowing locks, I would kiss them often under the sea, and kiss them again till they kissed me laughingly, laughingly. And then we would wander away, away to the pale green sea groves straight and high, chasing each other merrily. 3. There would be neither moon nor star, but the wave would make music above us afar, low thunder and light in the magic night, neither moon nor star. We would call aloud in the dreamy dells, call to each other and whoop and cry all night, merrily, merrily. They would pelt me with starry spangles and shells, laughing and clapping their hands between all night, merrily, merrily. But I would throw to them back in mine turkeys and agate and almondine. Then leaping out upon them unseen, I would kiss them often under the sea, and kiss them again till they kissed me laughingly, laughingly. Oh, what a happy life were mine under the hollow-hung ocean green. Soft are the moss beds under the sea, we would live merrily, merrily. Almondine, this should be almondine, the word probably being a corruption of alabandina, a gem so called because found at Alabanda in Caria. It is a garnet of a violet or amethystine tint. Cf. Browning, Pfeffine at the Fair, Roman 15. That string of mock turquoise, these almondines of glass. The Mermaid. First printed in 1830. 1. Who would be a mermaid fair, singing alone, combing her hair under the sea, in a golden curl with a comb of pearl, on a throne. 2. I would be a mermaid fair. I would sing to myself the whole of the day, with a comb of pearl I would comb my hair, and still as I combed I would sing and say, who is it loves me, who loves not me? I would comb my hair till my ringlets would fall, low adown, from under my starry sea-bud crown low adown and around. And I should look like a fountain of gold springing alone with a shrill inner sound, over the throne in the midst of the hall, till that great sea-snake under the sea from his coiled sleeps in the central deeps would slowly trail himself sevenfold round the hall where I sate, and look in at the gate with his large calm eyes for the love of me. And all the mermen under the sea would feel their immortality die in their hearts for the love of me. 3. But at night I would wander away, away. I would fling on each side my low-flowing locks, and lightly vault from the throne and play with the mermen in and out of the rocks. We would run to and fro, and hide and seek, on the broad sea wolds and the crimson shells, whose silvery spikes are nighest the sea. But if any came near I would call, and shriek, and adown the steep like a wave I would leap from the diamond ledges that jut from the dells. For I would not be kissed by all who would list of the bold merry mermen under the sea. They would sue me, and woo me, and flatter me, in the purple twilights under the sea. But the king of them all would carry me, woo me, and win me, and marry me, in the branching jaspers under the sea. Then all the dry-pied things that be in the hueless mosses under the sea would curl round my silver feet silently, all looking up for the love of me. And if I should carol aloud, from aloft all things that are forked and horned and soft would lean out from the hollow sphere of the sea, all looking down for the love of me. Till 1857, till 1853, kissed. Sonnet to J.M.K. First printed in 1830, not in 1833. This sonnet was addressed to John Mitchell Kemble, the well-known editor of the Beowulf and other Anglo-Saxon poems. He intended to go into the church, but was never ordained, and devoted his life to early English studies. See memoir of him in Dict, of Nat, biography. My hope and heart is with thee, thou wilt be a latter Luther, and a soldier priest to scare church harpies from the master's feast. Our dusted velvets have much need of thee. Thou art no Sabbath drawer of old saws, distilled from some worm-cankered homily, but spurred at heart with fieriest energy to embadile and to wall about thy cause with iron-worded proof, hating to hark the humming of the drowsy pulpit drone half God's good Sabbath, while the worn-out clerk browbeats his desk below. Thou from a throne mounted in heaven wilt shoot into the dark arrows of lightnings. I will stand and mark. The Lady of Shalott. First published in 1833. This poem was composed in its first form as early as May 1832 or 1833, as we learn from Fitzgerald's note. Of the exact year he was not certain. Life of Tennyson, I. 147. The evolution of the poem is an interesting study. How greatly it was altered in the second edition of 1842 will be evident from the collation which follows. The text of 1842 became the permanent text, and in this no subsequent material alterations were made. The poem is more purely fanciful than Tennyson perhaps was willing to own. Certainly his explanation of the allegory, as he gave it to canon Anger, is not very intelligible. The newborn love for something, for someone in the wide world from which she has been so long excluded, takes her out of the region of shadows into that of realities. Poe's commentary is most to the point. Why do some persons fatigue themselves in endeavors to unravel such fantasy pieces as the Lady of Shalott, as well unweave the ventum textilum? Democratic Review, Dec. 1844, quoted by Mr. Hearn Shepherd. Mr. Palgrave says, selection from the lyric poems of Tennyson, p. 257, the poem was suggested by an Italian romance upon the Donna di Scalata. On what authority this is said I do not know, nor can I identify the novel. In Novella, LXXXI, a collection of novels printed at Milan in 1804, there is one which tells but very briefly the story of Elaine's love and death, qui canta cum la damigella di Shalott mori per amore di Lancelotto di Lac. And as in this novel Camelot is placed near the sea, this may be the novel referred to. In any case, the poem is a fanciful and possibly an allegorical variant of the story of Elaine, Shalott being a form, through the French, of a Stylet. Part 1. On either side the river lie long fields of barley and of rye, that clothe the wold and meet the sky and throw, the field the road runs by to many-towered Camelot, and up and down the people go, gazing where the lilies blow round an island there below, the island of Shalott. Willows whiten, aspens quiver, little breezes dusk and shiver throw, the wave that runs for ever by the island and the river flowing down to Camelot. 4 grey walls and 4 grey towers overlook a space of flowers, and the silent isle embowers the Lady of Shalott. By the margin, willow-veiled slide the heavy barges trailed by slow horses, and unhailed the shallop flitteth silken-sailed skimming down to Camelot. But who hath seen her wave her hand, or at the casement seen her stand, or is she known in all the land, the Lady of Shalott? Only reapers, reaping early in among the bearded barley, hear a song that echoes cheerly from the river winding clearly down to towered Camelot, and by the moon the reaper weary, piling sheaves in uplands airy, listening, whispers, tease the fairy Lady of Shalott. Part 2. There she weaves by night and day a magic web with colors gay. She has heard a whisper say a curse is on her if she stay to look down to Camelot. She knows not what the curse may be, and so she weaveth steadily, and little other care hath she, the Lady of Shalott. And moving thro' a mirror clear that hangs before her all the year, shadows of the world appear. There she sees the highway near winding down to Camelot, there the river eddy whirls, and there the surly village churls, and the red cloaks of market girls pass onward from Shalott. Sometimes a troop of damsels glad, an abbot on an ambling pad, sometimes a curly shepherd lad, or long-haired page in crimson clad goes by to towered Camelot. And sometimes thro' the mirror blue the knights come riding two and two, she hath no loyal knight and true, the Lady of Shalott. But in her web she still delights to weave the mirror's magic sights, for often thro' the silent nights a funeral, with plumes and lights, and music went to Camelot, or when the moon was overhead, came 2 young lovers lately wed. I am half sick of shadows, said the Lady of Shalott. Part 3. A bow shot from her bower eaves, he rode between the barley sheaves. The sun came dazzling thro' the leaves, and flamed upon the brazen greaves of bold Sir Lancelot. A Red Cross knight for ever kneeled to a lady in his shield that sparkled on the yellow field beside remote Shalott. The gemmy bridle glittered free. like to some branch of stars we see hung in the golden galaxy. The bridal bells rang merrily as he rode down to Camelot, and from his blazoned baldric slung a mighty silver bugle hung, and as he rode his armor rung beside remote Shalott. All in the blue unclouded weather thick jeweled shone the saddle leather, the helmet and the helmet feather burned like one burning flame together, as he rode down to Camelot. As often throw the purple night, below the starry clusters bright, some bearded meteor, trailing light, moves over still Shalott. His broad clear brow in sunlight glowed, on burnished hooves his war-horse trode, from underneath his helmet flowed his coal-black curls as he rode down to Camelot. From the bank and from the river he flashed into the crystal mirror. Turalura, by the river sang Sir Lancelot. She left the web, she left the loom, she made 3 paces thro' the room, she saw the water lily bloom, she saw the helmet and the plume, she looked down to Camelot. Out flew the web and floated wide, the mirror cracked from side to side. The curse is come upon me, cried the Lady of Shalott. Part 4. In the stormy east wind straining, the pale yellow woods were waning, the broad stream in his banks complaining, heavily the low sky raining over towered Camelot. Down she came and found a boat beneath a willow left afloat, and round about the prow she wrote the Lady of Shalott. And down the river's dim expanse, like some bold sire in a trance, seeing all his own mischance, with a glassy countenance did she look to Camelot. And at the closing of the day she loosed the chain, and down she lay, the broad stream bore her far away, the Lady of Shalott. Lying, robed in snowy white that loosely flew to left and right, the leaves upon her falling light, through the noises of the night she floated down to Camelot. And as the boat head wound along the willowy hills and fields among, they heard her singing her last song, the Lady of Shalott. Heard a carol, mournful, holy, chanted loudly, chanted lowly, till her blood was frozen slowly, and her eyes were darkened wholly, turned to towered Camelot. For ere she reached upon the tide the first house by the waterside, singing in her song she died, the Lady of Shalott. Under tower and balcony, by garden wall and gallery, a gleaming shape she floated by, dead pale between the houses high, silent into Camelot. Out upon the wharfs they came, knight and burgher, lord and dame, and round the prow they read her name, the Lady of Shalott. Who is this, and what is here? And in the lighted palace near died the sound of royal cheer, and they crossed themselves for fear, all the knights at Camelot. But Lancelot mused a little space, he said, she has a lovely face, God in his mercy lend her grace, the Lady of Shalott. To many towered Camelot the yellow-leaved water lily, the green-sheathed daffodilly, tremble in the water chilly, round about Shalott. Shiver, the sunbeam showers break and quiver in the stream that runneth ever by the island, etc. Underneath the bearded barley, the reaper, reaping late and early, hears her ever chanting cheerly like an angel, singing clearly o'er the stream of Camelot, piling the sheaves in furrows airy, beneath the moon, the reaper weary listening whispers, "'Tis the fairy Lady of Shalott." The little isle is all inrailed with a rose fence, and overtrailed with roses. By the marge unhailed the shallop flitteth silken sailed, skimming down to Camelot. A pearl garland winds her head, she leaneth on a velvet bed, full royally apparelled, the Lady of Shalott. No time hath she to sport and play, a charmed web she weaves alway. A curse is on her, if she stay her weaving, either night or day. Therefore, the Lady of Shalott. She lives with little joy or fear over the water running near, the sheep bell tinkles in her ear, before her hangs a mirror clear, reflecting towered Camelot, and, as the mazy web she whirls, she sees the surly village churls. Came from Camelot. In these lines are to be found, says the present Lord Tennyson, the key to the mystic symbolism of the poem, but it is not easy to see how death could be an advantageous exchange for fancy-haunted solitude. The allegory is clearer in lines 114-115, for love will so break up mere fantasy. Hung in the golden galaxy, from Camelot, green shallot, from Camelot, turalura, water flower. Outside the isle a shallow boat beneath a willow lay afloat. Below the carven stern she wrote, the Lady of Shalott. A cloud-white crown of pearl she dight, all raimented in snowy white that loosely flew her zone in sight, clasped with one blinding diamond bright. Her wide eyes fixed on Camelot, though the squally east wind keenly blew, With folded arms serenely by the water stood the queenly Lady of Shalott. With a steady, stony glance, like some bold seer in a trance, beholding all his own mischance mute, with a glassy countenance, she looked down to Camelot. It was the closing of the day she loosed the chain, and down she lay, the broad stream bore her far away, the Lady of Shalott. As went to sailors while they roam, by creeks and outfalls far from home, rising and dropping with the foam, from dying swans wild warblings come, blown shoreward. So to Camelot still as the boat head wound along the willowy hills and fields among, they heard her chanting her death song, the Lady of Shalott. A long-drawn carol, mournful, holy, she chanted loudly, chanted lowly, till her eyes were darkened wholly, and her smooth face sharpened slowly. A course, 1853, is a variant for the dead pale of 1857. A pale, pale corpse she floated by, dead cold, between the houses high, dead into towered Camelot. Knight and burgher, lord and dame, to the planked wharfage came. Below the stern they read her name, the Lady of Shalott. Spells it Launcelot all through. They crossed themselves, their stars they blessed, knight, minstrel, abbot, squire, and guest. There lay a parchment on her breast, that puzzled more than all the rest, the well-fed wits at Camelot. The web was woven curiously. The charm is broken utterly, draw near and fear not, this is I, the Lady of Shalott. Mariana in the South. First printed in 1833. This poem had been written as early as 1831. See Arthur Hallam's letter. Life, I. 284-5, Appendix. And Lord Tennyson tells us that it came to my father as he was traveling between Narbonne and Perpignan. How vividly the characteristic features of southern France are depicted must be obvious to everyone who is familiar with them. It is interesting to compare it with the companion poem. The central position is the same in both, desolate loneliness, and the mood is the same, but the setting is far more picturesque and is therefore more dwelt upon. The poem was very greatly altered when republished in 1842, that text being practically the final one, there being no important variants afterwards. In the edition of 1833, the poem opened with the following stanza, which was afterwards excised, and the stanza of the present text substituted. Behind the barren hill upsprung with pointed rocks against the light, the crag sharp-shadowed overhung each glaring creek and inlet bright. Far, far, one light blue ridge was seen, looming like baseless fairyland. Eastward a slip of burning sand, dark-rimmed with sea and bare of green, down in the dry salt marshes stood that house dark latticed. Not a breath swayed the sick vineyard underneath, or moved the dusty southernwood. Madonna, with melodious moans sang Mariana, night and morn, Madonna. Lo! I am all alone, love forgot and love forlorn. With one black shadow at its feet, the house throw, all the level shines, close latticed to the brooding heat, and silent in its dusty vines. A faint blue ridge upon the right, an empty riverbed before, and shallows on a distant shore, in glaring sand and inlets bright. But Ave Mary, made she moan, and Ave Mary, night and morn, and ah, she sang, to be all alone, to live forgotten, and love forlorn. She as her carol sadder grew, from brow and bosom slowly down throw, rosy taper fingers drew her streaming curls of deepest brown to left and right, and made appear, still lighted in a secret shrine, her melancholy eyes divine, the home of woe without a tear. And Ave Mary, was her moan, Madonna, sad as night and morn. And ah, she sang, to be all alone, to live forgotten and love forlorn. Till all the crimson changed, and passed into deep orange o'er the sea, low on her knees herself she cast, before Our Lady murmured she complaining, Mother, give me grace to help me of my weary load. And on the liquid mirror glowed the clear perfection of her face. Is this the form, she made her moan, that one his praises night and morn? And ah, she said, but I wake alone, I sleep forgotten, I wake forlorn. Nor bird would sing, nor lamb would bleat, nor any cloud would cross the vault. But day increased from heat to heat on stony drought and steaming salt, till now at noon she slept again and seemed knee-deep in mountain grass, and heard her native breezes pass and runlets babbling down the glen. She breathed in sleep a lower moan, and murmuring as at night and morn she thought, my spirit is here alone, walks forgotten, and is forlorn. Dreaming, she knew it was a dream, she felt he was and was not there, she woke. The babble of the stream fell, and without the steady glare shrank one sick willow sere and small. The riverbed was dusty white, and all the furnace of the light struck up against the blinding wall. She whispered, with a stifled moan more inward than at night or morn, Sweet mother, let me not here alone lie forgotten, and die forlorn. And rising, from her bosom drew old letters, breathing of her worth for love, they said, must needs be true to what is loveliest upon earth. An image seemed to pass the door to look at her with slight and say, but now thy beauty flows away, so be alone forevermore. O cruel heart, she changed her tone, and cruel love, whose end is scorn, is this the end to be left alone, to live forgotten and die forlorn? But sometimes in the falling day an image seemed to pass the door to look into her eyes and say, but thou shalt be alone no more. And flaming downward over all from heat to heat the day decreased, and slowly rounded to the east the one black shadow from the wall. The day to night, she made her moan, the day to night, the night to morn, and day and night I am left alone to live forgotten and love forlorn. At eve a dry cicala sung, there came a sound as of the sea, backward the lattice blind she flung and leaned upon the balcony. There all in spaces rosy bright large Hesper glittered on her tears, and deepening thro' the silent spheres, heaven over heaven rose the night. And weeping then she made her moan, the night comes on that knows not morn, when I shall cease to be all alone to live forgotten and love forlorn. From her warm brow and bosom down, on either side. Compare Keats' Eve of St. Agnes, her maiden eyes divine. Madonna, with melodious moans sang Mariana, etc., when the dawn crimson changed. Unto Our Lady prayed she moved her lips, she prayed alone, she praying disarrayed and warm from slumber, deep her wavy form in the dark lustrous mirror shone. Madonna, in a low clear tone said Mariana, night and morn, lo, she mourned, I am all alone, love forgotten and love forlorn. At noon she slumbered. All along the silvery field the large leaves talked with one another, as among the spiked maize in dreams she walked, the lizard leapt. The sunlight played she heard the callow nestling lisp, and brimful meadowrunnels crisp in the full-leaved platen shade. In sleep she breathed in a lower tone, murmuring as at night and morn, Madonna, lo, I am all alone, love forgotten and love forlorn. Most false, he was and was not there. The sick olive. So the text remained till 1850, when one was substituted. From the bald rock, the blinding light beat ever on the sun-white wall. Madonna, leave me not all alone, to die forgot and live forlorn. This stanza, and the next not in 1833. One dry cicala's summer song at night filled all the gallery. Ever the low waves seemed to roll up to the coast. Far on, alone in the east, large Hesper overshone the morning gulf, and on her soul poured divine solace, or the rise of moonlight from the margin gleamed volcano-like afar and streamed on her white arm and heavenward eyes. Not all alone she made her moan, yet ever sang she night and morn, Madonna, lo, I am all alone, love forgot and love forlorn. Elinor. First printed in 1833. When reprinted in 1842, the alterations noted were then made, and after that the text remained unchanged. 1. Thy dark eyes open not, nor first revealed themselves to English air, for there is nothing here, which, from the outward to the inward brought molded thy baby thought. Far off from human neighborhood, thou wert born, on a summer morn a mile beneath the cedarwood. Thy bounteous forehead was not fanned with breezes from our oaken glades, but thou wert nursed in some delicious land of lavish lights and floating shades, and flattering thy childish thought the oriental fairy brought, at the moment of thy birth from old wellheads of haunted rills, and the hearts of purple hills, and shadowed coves on a sunny shore, the choicest wealth of all the earth, jewel or shell or starry ore, to deck thy cradle, Elinor. 2. O'er the yellow-banded bees, throw, half-open lattices coming in the scented breeze, fed thee. A child lying alone with whitest honey in fairy gardens culled, a glorious child, dreaming alone in silk-soft folds, upon yielding down, with the hum of swarming bees into dreamful slumber lulled. 3. Who may minister to thee, summer herself should minister to thee, with fruitage golden-rinded on golden salvers, or it may be, youngest autumn, in a bower grape-thickened from the light, and blinded with many a deep-hued bell-like flower of fragrant trailers, when the air sleepeth over all the heaven, and the crag that fronts the even all along the shadowing shore crimsons over an inland mere, Elinor. 4. How may full-sailed verse express, how may measured words adore the full-flowing harmony of thy swan-like stateliness, Elinor, the luxuriant symmetry of thy floating gracefulness, Elinor, every turn and glance of thine, every lineament divine, Elinor, and the steady sunset glow that stays upon thee. For in thee is nothing sudden, nothing single like two streams of incense free from one censer. in one shrine thought and motion mingle, mingle ever. Motions flow to one another, even as though they were modulated so to an unheard melody, which lives about thee, and a sweep of richest pauses, evermore drawn from each other mellow deep. Who may express thee, Elinor? 5. I stand before thee, Elinor. I see thy beauty gradually unfold, daily and hourly, more and more. I muse, as in a trance, the while slowly as from a cloud of gold comes out thy deep ambrosial smile. I muse, as in a trance, whene'er the languors of thy love-deep eyes float on to me. I would I were so tranced, so wrapped in ecstasies, to stand apart and to adore, gazing on thee forevermore, serene, imperial Elinor. 6. Sometimes, with most intensity gazing, I seem to see thought folded over thought, smiling asleep, slowly awakened, grow so full and deep in thy large eyes, that, overpowered quite, I cannot veil or droop my sight, but am as nothing in its light, as though a star in inmost heaven set, even while we gaze on it should slowly round his orb and slowly grow to a full face, there like a sun remain fixed, then as slowly fade again, and draw itself to what it was before. So full, so deep, so slow thought seems to come and go in thy large eyes, imperial Elinor. 7. As thunderclouds that, hung on high, roof the world with doubt and fear, floating thro' an evening atmosphere, grow golden all about the sky, in the all passion becomes passionless, touched by thy spirit's mellowness, losing his fire and active might in a silent meditation, falling into a still delight, and luxury of contemplation, as waves that up a quiet cove rolling slide, and lying still shadow forth the banks at will, or sometimes they swell and move, pressing up against the land with motions of the outer sea. And the self-same influence controlleth all the soul and sense of passion gazing upon thee. His bowstrings slackened, languid love, leaning his cheek upon his hand, droops both his wings, regarding thee, and so would languish evermore, serene, imperial Elinor. 8. But when I see thee roam, with tresses unconfined, while the amorous, odorous wind breathes low between the sunset and the moon, or, in a shadowy saloon on silken cushions half reclined, I watch thy grace, and in its place my heart a charmed slumber keeps, while I muse upon thy face, and a languid fire creeps thro' my veins to all my frame dissolvingly and slowly. Soon from thy rose-red lips my name floweth. And then, as in a swoon with dinning sound my ears are rife, my tremulous tongue faltereth, I lose my color, I lose my breath, I drink the cup of a costly death, brimmed with delirious draughts of warmest life. I die with my delight, before I hear what I would hear from thee, yet tell my name again to me, I would be dying evermore, so dying ever Elinor. With the picture of Elinor may be compared the description which Ibycus gives of Euryalus. See Burke's Anthologia Lyrica, Ibycus, p. 396. With yellow-banded bees cf. Keats's Yellow-girded bees, Endymion, I with this may be compared Pindar's beautiful picture of Lammas, who was also fed on honey, Olympian, Roman 6, 5080, and 1842. Through. Till 1857, Island, Mere, and 1843, though. Ambrosial, the Greek sense of letter 1F00, mu beta rho letter 1F79 sigma, iota omicron sigma, divine, to 1851, though, did roof noonday with doubt and fear. As waves that from the outer deep roll into a quiet cove, there fall away, and lying still, having glorious dreams in sleep, shadow forth the banks at will. Cf. Horace Odes Roman 3, Roman 27, 66-8. Aduret quarenti perfidum ridens Venus, et remisophilius arcu. I gaze on thee the cloudless noon of mortal beauty. Then I faint, I swoon. The latter part of the 8th stanza is little more than an adaptation of Sappho's famous ode, filtered perhaps through the version of Catullus. It is curious that a poet so scrupulous as Tennyson should have retained to the last the italics. The Miller's Daughter. First published in 1833. It was greatly altered when republished in 1842, and in some respects, so Fitzgerald thought, not for the better. No alterations of much importance were made in it after 1842. The characters as well as the scenery were, it seems, purely imaginary. Tennyson said that if he thought of any mill it was that of Trumpington, near Cambridge, which bears a general resemblance to the picture here given. In the first edition, the poem opened with the following stanza, which the Quarterly ridiculed, and which was afterwards excised. Its omission is surely not to be regretted, whatever Fitzgerald may have thought. I met in all the close green ways, while walking with my line and rod, the wealthy miller's mealy face, like the moon in an ivy tod. He looked so jolly and so good. While fishing in the Mildam water, I laughed to see him as he stood, and dreamt not of the miller's daughter. I see the wealthy miller yet, his double chin, his portly size, and who that knew him could forget the busy wrinkles round his eyes, the slow, wise smile that, round about his dusty forehead dryly curled, seemed half within and half without, and full of dealings with the world. In yonder chair I see him sit, 3 fingers round the old silver cup. I see his grey eyes twinkle yet at his own jest. Grey eyes lit up with summer lightnings of a soul so full of summer warmth, so glad, so healthy, sound, and clear and whole, his memory scarce can make me sad. Yet fill my glass. Give me one kiss, my own sweet Alice, we must die. There's somewhat in this world amiss shall be unriddled by and by. There's somewhat flows to us in life, but more is taken quite away. Pray, Alice, pray, my darling wife, that we may die the self-same day. Have I not found a happy earth? I least should breathe a thought of pain. Would God renew me from my birth, I'd almost live my life again. So sweet it seems with thee to walk, and once again to woo thee mine. It seems in after dinner talk across the walnuts and the wine. To be the long and listless boy late left an orphan of the squire, where this old mansion mounted high looks down upon the village spire. For even here, where I and you have lived and loved alone so long, each morn my sleep was broken thro' by some wild skylark's matin song. And oft I heard the tender dove in furry woodlands making moan, but ere I saw your eyes, my love, I had no motion of my own. For scarce my life with fancy played before I dreamed that pleasant dream, still hither-thither idly swayed like those long mosses in the stream. Or from the bridge I leaned to hear the mill-dam rushing down with noise, and see the minnows everywhere in crystal eddies glance and poise. The tall flag flowers when they sprung below the range of stepping stones, or those 3 chestnuts near, that hung in masses thick with milky cones. But Alice, what an hour was that, when after roving in the woods, 'twas April then, I came and sat below the chestnuts, when their buds were glistening to the breezy blue, and on the slope, an absent fool, I cast me down, nor thought of you, but angled in the higher pool. A love song I had somewhere read, an echo from a measured strain, beat time to nothing in my head from some odd corner of the brain. It haunted me, the morning long with weary sameness in the rhymes, the phantom of a silent song that went and came 1,000 times. Then leapt a trout. In lazy mood I watched the little circles die, they passed into the level flood, and there a vision caught my eye, the reflex of a beauteous form, a glowing arm, a gleaming neck, as when a sunbeam wavers warm within the dark and dimpled beck. For you remember you had set, that morning, on the casement's edge a long green box of mignonette, and you were leaning from the ledge, and when I raised my eyes, above they met with 2 so full and bright. Such eyes! I swear to you, my love, that these have never lost their light. I loved, and love dispelled the fear that I should die an early death, for love possessed the atmosphere, and filled the breast with purer breath. My mother thought, what ails the boy? For I was altered, and began to move about the house with joy, and with the certain step of man. I loved the brimming wave that swam thro' quiet meadows round the mill, the sleepy pool above the dam, the pool beneath it never still, the meal sacks on the whitened floor, the dark round of the dripping wheel, the very air about the door made misty with the floating meal. And oft in ramblings on the wold, when April nights begin to blow, and April's crescent glimmered cold, I saw the village lights below, I knew your taper far away, and full at heart of trembling hope, from off the wold I came, and lay upon the freshly flowered slope. The deep brook groaned beneath the mill, and by that lamp, I thought she sits. The white chalk quarry from the hill gleamed to the flying moon by fits. Oh, that I were beside her now! Oh, will she answer if I call? Oh, would she give me vow for vow, sweet Alice, if I told her all? Sometimes I saw you sit and spin, and in the pauses of the wind, sometimes I heard you sing within, sometimes your shadow crossed the blind. At last you rose and moved the light, and the long shadow of the chair flitted across into the night, and all the casement darkened there. But when at last I dared to speak, The lanes, were white with May, your ripe lips moved not, but your cheek flushed like the coming of the day. And so it was, half sly, half shy, you would and would not, little one, although I pleaded tenderly, and you and I were all alone. And slowly was my mother brought to yield consent to my desire. She wished me happy, but she thought I might have looked a little higher, and I was young, too young to wed. Yet must I love her for your sake. Go fetch your Alice here, she said, her eyelid quivered as she spake. And down I went to fetch my bride. But Alice, you were ill at ease, this dress, and that by turns you tried, too fearful that you should not please. I loved you better for your fears, I knew you could not look but well, and dews, that would have fallen in tears, I kissed away before they fell. I watched the little flutterings, the doubt my mother would not see, she spoke at large of many things, and at the last she spoke of me, and turning looked upon your face, as near this door you sat apart, and rose, and with a silent grace approaching, pressed you heart to heart. Ah, well, but sing the foolish song I gave you, Alice, on the day when, arm in arm, we went along, a pensive pair, and you were gay with bridal flowers, that I may seem, as in the nights of old, to lie beside the mill-wheel in the stream, while those full chestnuts whisper by. It is the miller's daughter, and she is grown so dear, that I would be the jewel that trembles at her ear, for hid in ringlets day and night, touch her neck so warm and white. And I would be the girdle about her dainty, dainty waist, and her heart would beat against me in sorrow and in rest, and I should know if it beat right. I'd clasp it round so close and tight. And I would be the necklace, and all day long to fall and rise upon her balmy bosom, with her laughter or her sighs, and I would lie so light, I scarce should be unclasped at night. A trifle sweet, which true love spells true love interprets, right alone. His light upon the letter dwells, for all the spirit is his own. So, if I waste words now, in truth you must blame love. His early rage had force to make me rhyme in youth and makes me talk too much in age. And now those vivid hours are gone, like mine own life to me thou art, where past and present, wound in one, do make a garland for the heart, so sing that other song I made, half angered with my happy lot, the day, when in the chestnut shade I found the blue forget-me-not. Love that hath us in the net, can he pass, and we forget, many suns arise and set, many a chance the years beget. Love the gift is love the debt, even so, love is hurt with jar and fret. Love is made of vague regret, eyes with idle tears are wet, idle habit links us yet. What is love? For we forget, ah no, no. Look thro' mine eyes with thine. True wife, round my true heart thine arms entwine, my other dearer life in life, look thro', my very soul with thine, untouched with any shade of years, may those kind eyes for ever dwell. They have not shed a many tears, dear eyes, since first I knew them well. Yet tears they shed, they had their part of sorrow. For when time was ripe, the still affection of the heart became an outward breathing type, that into stillness passed again, and left a want unknown before, although the loss that brought us pain, that loss but made us love the more. With farther lookings on, the kiss, the woven arms, seem but to be weak symbols of the settled bliss, the comfort I have found in thee, but that God bless thee, dear, who wrought two spirits to one equal mind, with blessings beyond hope or thought, with blessings which no words can find. Arise and let us wander forth to yon old mill across the wolds, for look, the sunset, south and north, winds all the vale in rosy folds, and fires your narrow casement glass, touching the sullen pool below on the chalk hill the bearded grass is dry and dewless. Let us go. Scarce makes me, darling, own sweet wife. This stanza was added in 1842. My father's mansion, mounted high, looked down upon the village spire. I was a long and listless boy, and son and heir unto the squire. In these dear walls, I often heard the cooing dove in furry woodlands mourn alone. The long mosses, 1851. Where? This stanza was added in 1842, taking the place of the following, which was excised. Sometimes I whistled in the wind, sometimes I angled, thought and deed torpid, as swallows left behind that winter, 'neath the floating weed. At will to wander every way from brook to brook my soul delight, as lithe eels over meadows gray oft shift their glimmering pool by night. In 1833, this stanza ran thus. I loved from off the bridge to hear the rushing sound the water made, and see the fish that everywhere in the back current glanced and played, low down the tall flag flower that sprung beside the noisy stepping stones, and the massed chestnut boughs that hung thick-studded over with white cones. In 1833, the following took the place of the above stanza, which was added in 1842. How dear to me in youth, my love, was everything about the mill, the black and silent pool above, the pool beneath that ne'er stood still. The meal sacks on the whitened floor, the dark round of the dripping wheel, the very air about the door, made misty with the floating meal. Thus in 1833. Remember you that pleasant day when, after roving in the woods, 'twas April then, I came and lay beneath those gummy chestnut bud, that glistened in the April blue upon the slope so smooth and cool. I lay and never thought of you, but angled in the deep mill pool. Thus in 1833. A water rat from off the bank plunged in the stream. With idle care, down looking thro' the sedges rank, I saw your troubled image there. Upon the dark and dimpled beck it wandered like a floating light, a full fair form, a warm white neck and 2 white arms, how rosy white. Casementage. Thus in 1833. If you remember, you had set upon the narrow casementage a long green box of mignonette, and you were leaning from the ledge. I raised my eyes at once. Above they met 2 eyes so blue and bright, such eyes, I swear to you, my love, that they have never lost their light. After this stanza, the following was inserted in 1833, but excised in 1842. That slope beneath the chestnut tall is wooed with choicest breaths of air. Methinks that I could tell you all the cowslips and the kingcups there, each colt's foot down the grassy bent, whose round leaves hold the gathered shower, each quaintly folded cuckoo pint and silver-paly cuckoo flower. Thus in 1833. In rambling on the eastern wold, when thro' the showery April nights their hueless crescent glimmered cold, from all the other village lights I knew your taper far away. My heart was full of trembling hope. Down from the wold I came and lay upon the dewy swarded slope. Mr. Cumming Walters, in his interesting volume in Tennyson Land, p. 75, notices that the white chalk quarry at Thetford can be seen from Stockworth Mill, which seems to show that if Tennyson did take the mill from Trumpington, he must also have had his mind on Thetford Mill. Tennyson seems to have taken delight in baffling those who wished to localize his scenes. He went out of his way to say that the topographical studies of Messrs. Church and Napier were the only ones which could be relied upon. But Mr. Cumming Walters' book is far more satisfactory than their thin studies. Thus in 1833. The white chalk quarry from the hill upon the broken ripple gleamed, I murmured lowly, sitting still, while round my feet the eddy streamed. Oh, that eye were the wreath she wreathes, the mirror where her sight she feeds, the song she sings, the air she breathes, the letters of the books she reads. I loved, but when I dared to speak my love, the lanes were white with May your ripe lips moved not, but your cheek flushed like the coming of the day. Rose-cheeked, rose-lipped, half sly, half shy. C.F. Milton, Paradise Lost. 2 other precious drops that ready stood he, ere they fell, kissed. These 3 stanzas were added in 1842, the following being excised. Remember you the clear moonlight, that whitened all the eastern ridge, when o'er the water, dancing white, I stepped upon the old mill bridge. I heard you whisper from above a lute-toned whisper. I am here, I murmured, speak again, my love, the stream is loud. I cannot hear. I heard, as I have seemed to hear, when all the under air was still, the low voice of the glad new year call to the freshly flowered hill. I heard, as I have often heard the nightingale in leafy woods call to its mate, when nothing stirred to left or right but falling floods. I gave you on the joyful day. In 1833, the following stanza took the place of the one here substituted in 1842. Come, Alice, sing to me the song I made you on our marriage day, when arm in arm we went along half tearfully, and you were gay with brooch and ring. For I shall seem, the while you sing that song, to hear the mill wheel turning in the stream, and the green chestnut whisper near. In 1833, the song began thus, the present stanza taking its place in 1842. I wish I were her earring, ambushed in auburn ringlets sleek, so might my shadow tremble over her downy cheek, hid in her hair, all day and night, touching her neck so warm and white. In I wish I were the girdle buckled about her dainty waist, that her heart might beat against me, in sorrow and in rest. I should know well if it beat right, I'd clasp it round so close and tight. This stanza bears so close a resemblance to a stanza in Joshua Sylvester's Woodman's Bear, C. Sylvester, S-Works, ed. 1641, p. 616, that a correspondent asked Tennyson whether Sylvester had suggested it. Tennyson replied that he had never seen Sylvester's lines, Life of Tennyson, Roman 3, 51. The lines are, "But her slender virgin waist made me bear her girdle spite, which the same by day embracked, though it were cast off by night that I wished. I dare not say to be girdle night and day." For other parallels, see the present editor's illustrations of Tennyson, p. 39. I wish I were her necklace, so might I ever fall and rise, so warm and light I would not be. For o'er each letter broods and dwells, like light from running waters thrown on flowery swaths, the blissful flame of his sweet eyes, that day and night, with pulses thrilling throw, his frame do inly tremble, starry bright. Thus in 1833. How I waste language, yet in truth you must blame love, whose early rage made me a rimster in my youth, and over garrulous in age. Sing me. When in the breezy limewood shade, I found the blue forget-me-not. In 1833, the following song took the place of the song in the text. All yesternight you met me not, my lady-love, forget me not. When I am gone, regret me not. But here or there, forget me not. With your arched eyebrow threat me not, and tremulous eyes like April skies that seem to say, forget me not, I pray you, love, forget me not. In idle sorrow set me not, regret me not, forget me not, oh, leave me not, oh, let me not wear quite away. Forget me not, with roguish laughter fret me not, from dewy eyes like April skies that ever look, forget me not, blue as the blue forget me not. These two stanzas were added in 1842. I've half a mind to walk, my lovey, to the old mill across the wolds for look, the sunset from above. Fatima. First printed in 1833. The 1833 edition has no title, but this quotation from Sappho prefixed. Phi alpha letter 1 F77, nu epsilon tau alpha letter 1 F77, mu omicron iota kappa letter 1 FC6, nu omicron, sigma letter 1 F34 sigma omicron sigma, theta, epsilon omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma iota nu letter 1 F14 mu epsilon nu, letter 1 F00, nu letter 1 F75 rho. Sappho. The title was prefixed in 1842. It is a name taken from the Arabian Nights or from the Molacat. The poem was evidently inspired by Sappho's great ode. Cf. Also fragment I of Ibycus. In the intensity of the passion, it stands alone among Tennyson's poems. O love, love, love. O withering might, O sun, that from thy noonday height shudderest when I strain my sight, throbbing through all thy heat and light. Lo, falling from my constant mind, lo, parched and withered, deaf and blind, I whirl like leaves in roaring wind. Last night I wasted hateful hours below the city's eastern towers. I thirsted for the brooks, the showers. I rolled among the tender flowers. I crushed them on my breast, my mouth. I looked athwart the burning drouth of that long desert to the south. Last night, when someone spoke his name, from my swift blood that went and came 1,000 little shafts of flame, were shivered in my narrow frame, O love, O fire. Once he drew with one long kiss, my whole soul throw, my lips, as sunlight drinketh dew. Before he mounts the hill, I know he cometh quickly. From below sweet gales, as from deep gardens, blow before him, striking on my brow. In my dry brain my spirit, soon down deepening from swoon to swoon, faints like a dazzled morning moon. The wind sounds like a silver wire, and from beyond the noon a fire is poured upon the hills, and nigher the skies stoop down in their desire, and, isled in sudden seas of light, my heart, pierced through, with fierce delight, bursts into blossom in his sight. My whole soul waiting silently, all naked in a sultry sky, droops blinded with his shining eye. I will possess him or will die. I will grow round him in his place, grow, live, die looking on his face, die, dying clasped in his embrace. This stanza was added in 1842. Cf. Byron, Occasional Pieces. They name thee before me, a knell to mine ear, a shudder comes o'er me. Why wert thou so dear? Cf. Achilles Tatius, Clitophon and Leucippe, B.K. I. letter 1 F21 delta epsilon. Psi upsilon chi letter 1 F75. Tau alpha rho alpha chi theta epsilon letter 1 FD6. Sigma alpha tau letter 1 FF7. Phi iota lambda letter 1 F75 mu alpha tau iota pi letter 1 F71. Lambda lambda epsilon tau alpha iota. Epsilon letter 1 F30. Delta letter 1 F72. Mu letter 1 F74. Tau omicron letter 1 FD6. Sigma sigma. Pi lambda letter 1 F71. Gamma chi nu omicron iota sigma letter 1 F26 nu delta epsilon delta. Epsilon mu letter 1 F73. Nu eta letter 1 F20. Kappa omicron lambda omicron letter 1 F7b. Theta eta sigma. Epsilon nu letter 1 F04 nu. Letter 1 F11 lambda kappa upsilon theta. Epsilon letter 1 FD6. Sigma alpha letter 1 F04 nu omega. Tau omicron letter 1 FD6. Sigma phi iota lambda letter 1 F75 mu alpha sigma iota nu. Her soul, distracted by the kiss, throbs, and had it not been close bound by the flesh would have followed, drawn upward by the kisses. Onan. First published in 1833, on being republished in 1842, this poem was practically rewritten, the alterations and additions so transforming the poem as to make it almost a new work. I have therefore printed a complete transcript of the edition of 1833, which the reader can compare. The final text is, with the exception of one alteration which will be noticed, precisely that of 1842, so there is no trouble with variants. Onan is the first of Tennyson's fine classical studies. The poem is modeled partly on the Alexandrian idyll. Such an idyll, for instance, as the second idyll of Theocritus, or the Megara, or Europa of Moschus, and partly perhaps on the narratives in the Metamorphoses of Ovid, to which the opening bears a typical resemblance. It is possible that the poem may have been suggested by Beattie's Judgment of Paris, which tells the same story, and tells it on the same lines on which it is told here, though it is not placed in the mouth of Onan. Beattie's poem opens with an elaborate description of Ida and of Troy in the distance. Paris, the husband of Onan, is one afternoon confronted with the three goddesses who are, as in Tennyson's idyll, elaborately delineated as symbolizing what they here symbolize. Each makes her speech and each offers what she has to offer: worldly dominion, wisdom, sensual pleasure. There is, of course, no comparison in point of merit between the two poems, Beattie's being in truth perfectly commonplace. In its symbolic aspect, the poem may be compared with the temptations to which Christ is submitted in Paradise Regained. See books Roman 3 and Roman 4. There lies a vale in Ida, lovelier than all the valleys of Ionian hills. The swimming vapor slopes athwart the glen, puts forth an arm, and creeps from pine to pine, and loiters, slowly drawn. On either hand the lawns and meadow ledges midway down hang rich in flowers, and far below them roars the long brook falling through, the cloven ravine in cataract after cataract to the sea. Behind the valley topmost Gargarus stands up and takes the morning, but in front the gorges, opening wide apart, reveal Troas and Ilion's columned citadel, the crown of Troas. Hither came at noon mournful Onan, wandering forlorn of Paris, once her playmate on the hills. Her cheek had lost the rose, and round her neck floated her hair or seemed to float in rest. She, leaning on a fragment twined with vine, sang to the stillness, till the mountain shade sloped downward to her seat from the upper cliff. O mother Ida, many-fountained Ida, dear mother Ida, hearken ere I die. For now the noonday quiet holds the hill, the grasshopper is silent in the grass, the lizard with his shadow on the stone rests like a shadow, and the cicala sleeps, the purple flowers droop. The golden bee is lily-cradled. I alone awake. My eyes are full of tears, my heart of love, my heart is breaking, and my eyes are dim, and I am all aweary of my life. O mother Ida, many-fountained Ida, dear mother Ida, hearken ere I die. Hear me, O earth, hear me, O hills, O caves that house the cold-crowned snake. O mountain brooks, I am the daughter of a river god. Hear me, for I will speak, and build up all my sorrow with my song, as yonder walls rose slowly to music slowly breathed, a cloud that gathered shape. For it may be that, while I speak of it, a little while my heart may wander from its deeper woe. O mother Ida, many-fountained Ida, dear mother Ida, hearken ere I die. I waited underneath the dawning hills, aloft the mountain lawn was dewy dark. And dewy dark aloft the mountain pine beautiful Paris, evil-hearted Paris, leading a jet-black goat white-horned, white-hooved, came up from reedy Simwa all alone. O mother Ida, hearken ere I die. Far off the torrent called me from the cleft, far up the solitary morning smote the streaks of virgin snow. With down-dropped eyes I sat alone, white-breasted like a star fronting the dawn he moved. A leopard's skin drooped from his shoulder, but his sunny hair clustered about his temples like a god's, and his cheek brightened as the foam bow brightens when the wind blows the foam, and all my heart went forth to embrace him coming ere he came. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. He smiled, and opening out his milk-white palm disclosed a fruit of pure Hesperian gold, that smelt ambrosially, and while I looked and listened, the full-flowing river of speech came down upon my heart. My own Onan, beautiful-browed Onan, my own soul, behold this fruit, whose gleaming rind engraven for the most fair, would seem to award it thine, as lovelier than whatever Oread haunt the knolls of Ida, loveliest in all grace of movement and the charm of married brows. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. He pressed the blossom of his lips to mine, and added this was cast upon the board when all the full-faced presence of the gods ranged in the halls of Peleus. Whereupon rose feud, with question unto whom 'twere due. But Lightfoot Iris brought it yestereve, delivering that to me, by common voice elected umpire, here comes today, Pallas and Aphrodite, claiming each this meed of fairest. Thou, within the cave behind yon whispering tuft of oldest pine, mayst well behold them unbeheld, unheard here all, and see thy Paris judge of gods. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. It was the deep mid-noon. One silvery cloud had lost his way between the piney sides of this long glen. Then to the bower they came, naked they came to that smooth-swarded bower, and at their feet the crocus brake like fire, violet, amaracus, and asphodel, lotos and lilies, and a wind arose, and overhead the wandering ivy and vine, this way and that, in many a wild festoon ran riot, garlanding the gnarled boughs with bunch and berry and flower throw and throw. O Mother Ida, hearken ere I die, on the tree-tops a crested peacock lit, and o'er him flowed a golden cloud and leaned upon him, slowing dropping fragrant dew. Then first I heard the voice of her, to whom coming thro' heaven, like a light that grows larger and clearer, with one mind the gods rise up for reverence. She to Paris made proffer of royal power, ample rule unquestioned, overflowing revenue wherewith to embellish state. From many a vale and river-sundered champaign clothed with corn, or labored mines undrainable of ore, honor, she said, and homage, tax and toll from many an inland town and haven large, mass thronged beneath her shadowing citadel in glassy bays among her tallest towers. O Mother Ida, hearken ere I die, still she spake on and still she spake of power, which in all action is the end of all, power fitted to the season, wisdom bred and throned of wisdom, from all neighbor crowns alliance and allegiance, till thy hand fail from the scepter staff. Such boon from me, heaven's queen, Paris to the king born, a shepherd all thy life, but yet king born should come most welcome, seeing men, in power only, are likest gods, who have attained rest in a happy place and quiet seats above the thunder, with undying bliss in knowledge of their own supremacy. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. She ceased, and Paris held the costly fruit out at arm's length, so much the thought of power flattered his spirit. But Pallas, where she stood somewhat apart, her clear and bared limbs o'erthwarted with the brazen-headed spear upon her pearly shoulder leaning cold, the while, above, her full and earnest eye over her snow-cold breast and angry cheek kept watch, waiting decision, made reply. Self-reverence, self-knowledge, self-control, these three alone lead life to sovereign power. Yet not for power. Power of herself would come uncalled for, but to live by law, acting the law we live by without fear, and because right is right, to follow right were wisdom in the scorn of consequence. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die, again she said, I woo thee not with gifts, sequel of guerdon could not alter me to fairer. Judge thou me by what I am, so shalt thou find me fairest. Yet indeed, if gazing on divinity disrobed thy mortal eyes are frail to judge of fair, unbiased by self-profit. Oh, rest thee sure that I shall love thee well and cleave to thee, so that my vigor, wedded to thy blood, shall strike within thy pulses like a god's to push thee forward through, a life of shocks, dangers, and deeds, until endurance grow sinewed with action, and the full-grown will, circled through, all experiences, pure law commensure perfect freedom. Here she ceased, and Paris pondered, and I cried, O Paris, give it to Pallas. But he heard me not, or hearing would not hear me, woe is me. O Mother Ida, many-fountained Ida, dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. Dalian Aphrodite, beautiful, fresh as the foam, new-bathed in Paphian wells, with rosy slender fingers backward drew from her warm brows and bosom her deep hair ambrosial, golden round her lucid throat and shoulder. From the violets her light foot shone rosy white, and o'er her rounded form between the shadows of the vine bunches floated the glowing sunlights as she moved. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die, she with a subtle smile in her mild eyes the herald of her triumph, drawing nigh half-whispered in his ear, I promise thee the fairest and most loving wife in Greece. She spoke and laughed. I shut my sight for fear. But when I looked, Paris had raised his arm, and I beheld great Here's angry eyes as she withdrew into the golden cloud, and I was left alone within the bower. And from that time to this I am alone, and I shall be alone until I die. Yet, Mother Ida, hearken ere I die, fairest, why fairest wife? Am I not fair? My love hath told me so 1,000 times. Methinks I must be fair, for yesterday when I passed by, a wild and wanton pard, eyed like the evening star, with playful tail crouched fawning in the weed. Most loving is she, ah me, my mountain shepherd, that my arms were wound about thee, and my hot lips pressed close, close to thine in that quick falling dew of fruitful kisses, thick as autumn rains flash in the pools of whirling Simwa. O mother, hear me yet before I die. They came, they cut away my tallest pines, my dark tall pines, that plumed the craggy ledge high over the blue gorge, and all between the snowy peak and snow-white cataract fostered the callow eaglet. From beneath whose thick mysterious boughs in the dark morn the panther's roar came muffled, while I sat low in the valley. Never, never more shall lone Onan see the morning mist sweep through them. Never see them overlaid with narrow moonlit slips of silver cloud, between the loud stream and the trembling stars. O mother, hear me yet before I die. I wish that somewhere in the ruined folds, among the fragments tumbled from the glens, or the dry thickets, I could meet with her. The abominable, that uninvited came into the fair Pelian banquet hall, and cast the golden fruit upon the board, and bred this change, that I might speak my mind, and tell her to her face how much I hate her presence, hated both of gods and men. O mother, hear me yet before I die. Hath he not sworn his love 1,000 times in this green valley, under this green hill, even on this hand, and sitting on this stone, sealed it with kisses, watered it with tears, O happy tears, and how unlike to these? O happy heaven, how canst thou see my face? O happy earth, how canst thou bear my weight? O death, 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 thou ever-floating cloud, there are enough unhappy on this earth. Pass by the happy souls that love to live. I pray thee, pass before my light of life, and shadow all my soul that I may die. Thou weighest heavy on the heart within, weigh heavy on my eyelids. Let me die. O mother, hear me yet before I die. I will not die alone, for fiery thoughts do shape themselves within me, more and more, whereof I catch the issue, as I hear dead sounds at night come from the inmost hills like footsteps upon wool. I dimly see my far-off doubtful purpose, as a mother conjectures of the features of her child ere it is born, her child. A shudder comes across me. Never child be born of me, unblessed, to vex me with his father's eyes. O mother, hear me yet before I die. Hear me, O earth. I will not die alone, lest their shrill happy laughter come to me walking the cold and starless road of death uncomforted, leaving my ancient love with the Greek woman. I will rise and go down into Troy, and ere the stars come forth talk with the wild Cassandra, for she says a fire dances before her, and a sound rings ever in her ears of armed men. What this may be I know not, but I know that, whereswhere I am by night and day, all earth and air seem only burning fire. 1833. There is a dale in Ida, lovelier than any in old Ionia, beautiful with emerald slopes of sunny sward that lean above the loud Glen River, which hath worn a path through, steeped on granite walls below mantled with flowering tendril twine. In front the set are shadowy valleys open wide. Far seen, high over all the god-built wall and many a snowy columned range divine, mounted with awful sculptures, men and gods, the work of gods, bright on the dark blue sky the windy citadel of Lilian shone, like the crown of Troas. Hither came mournful Onan wandering forlorn of Paris, once her playmate. Round her neck all marble white and marble cold, floated her hair, or seemed to float and rest. She, leaning on a vine-entwined stone, sang to the stillness, till the mountain shadow sloped downward to her seat from the upper cliff. O Mother Ida, manna-fountained Ida, dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. The grasshopper is silent in the grass, the lizard with his shadow on the stone sleeps like a shadow, and the scarlet-winged cicala in the noonday leapeth not along the water-rounded granitrock. The purple flower droops. The golden bee is lily-cradled. I alone awake. My eyes are full of tears, my heart of love, my heart is breaking and my eyes are dim, and I am all aweary of my life. O Mother Ida, manna-fountained Ida, dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. Hear me, O earth, hear me, O hills, O caves that house the cold-crowned snake. O mountain brooks, I am the daughter of a river god. Hear me, for I will speak, and build up all my sorrow with my song, as yonder walls rose slowly to music slowly breathed, a cloud that gathered shape. For it may be that, while I speak of it, a little while my heart may wander from its deeper woe. O Mother Ida, manna-fountained Ida, dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. Aloft the mountain lawn was dewy dark, and dewy dark aloft the mountain pine beautiful Paris, evil-hearted Paris, leading a jet-black goat white-horned, white-hooved, came up from reedy Simwa all alone. O Mother Ida, hearken ere I die, I sate alone. The golden-sandaled morn rose-hued the scornful hills. I sate alone with down-dropped eyes, white-breasted like a star fronting the dawn he came. A leopard skin from his white shoulder drooped. His sunny hair clustered about his temples like a god's, and his cheek brightened as the foam bow brightens when the wind blows the foam, and I called out, "Welcome, Apollo, welcome home, Apollo, Apollo, my Apollo, loved Apollo." Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. He, mildly smiling, in his milk-white palm close held a golden apple, lightning bright with changeful flashes, dropped with dew of heaven ambrosially smelling. From his lip curved crimson, the full-flowing river of speech came down upon my heart. My own Onan, beautiful-browed Onan, mine own soul, behold this fruit, whose gleaming rind engraven for the most fair. In aftertime may breed deep evil wildness of heaven and sore heart-burning toward hallowed Ilian, and all the color of my afterlife will be the shadow of today. Today here and Pallas and the floating grace of laughter-loving Aphrodite meet in many-folded Ida to receive this meed of beauty, she to whom my hand award the palm. Within the green hillside, under yon whispering tuft of oldest pine, is an ingoing grotto, strown with spar and ivimatted at the mouth, wherein thou unbeholden mayst behold, unheard hear all, and see thy Paris judge of gods. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. It was the deep mid-noon. One silvery cloud had lost his way between the piney hills. They came all three, the Olympian goddesses. Naked they came to the smooth-sworded bower, lustrous with liliflower, violetied both white and blue, with lote-tree fruit thickset, shadowed with singing pine, and all the while, above, the overwandering ivy and vine this way, and that in many a wild festoon ran riot, garlanding the gnarled boughs with bunch and berry and flower throw and throw. On the tree-tops a golden, glorious cloud leaned, slowly dropping down ambrosial dew. How beautiful they were, too beautiful to look upon. But Paris was to me more lovelier than all the world beside. O Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. First spake the imperial Olympian with arched eyebrows smiling sovereignly full-eyed here. She to Paris made proffer of royal power, ample rule unquestioned, overflowing revenue wherewith to embellish state. From many a vale and river-sundered champaign clothed with corn, or upland glebe wealthy in oil and wine, honor and homage, tribute, tax and toll, from many an inland town and haven large, mass thronged below her shadowing citadel in glassy bays among her tallest towers. O Mother Ida, hearken ere I die, still she spake on and still she spake of power, which in all action is the end of all. Power fitted to the season, measured by the height of the general feeling, wisdom-born and throned of wisdom, from all neighbor crowns alliance and allegiance evermore. Such boon from me heaven's queen to the king-born, a shepherd all thy life, and yet king-born should come most welcome, seeing men, in this only are likest gods, who have attained rest in a happy place and quiet seats above the thunder, with undying bliss in knowledge of their own supremacy, the changeless calm of undisputed right, the highest height and topmost strength of power. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. She ceased, and Paris held the costly fruit out at arm's length, so much the thought of power flattered his heart. But Pallas, where she stood somewhat apart, her clear and bared limbs o'erthwarted with the brazen-headed spear upon her pearly shoulder leaning cold, the while, above, her full and earnest eye over her snow-cold breast, and angry cheek kept watch, waiting decision, made reply. Self-reverence, self-knowledge, self-control are the three hinges of the gates of life that open into power, every way without horizon, bound, or shadow, or cloud. Yet not for power, power of herself will come uncalled for, but to live by law, acting the law we live by without fear, and because right is right, to follow right were wisdom, in the scorn of consequence. Dear Mother Ida, hearken ere I die. not as men value gold because it tricks and blazons outward life with ornament, but rather as the miser for itself. Good for self-good doth half destroy self-good. The means and end, like two coiled snakes, infect each other, bound in one with hateful love. So both into the fountain and the stream a drop of poison falls. Come hearken to me, and look upon me and consider me. So shall thou find me fairest, so endurance like to an athlete's arm shall still become sinewed with motion, till thine active will, as the dark body of the sun robed round with his own ever-emanating lights, be flooded o'er with her own effluences, and thereby grow to freedom. Here she ceased, and Paris pondered. I cried out, Oh, Paris, give it to Pallas. But he heard me not, or hearing would not hear me, woe is me. O mother Ida, manna-fountained Ida, dear mother Ida, hearken ere I die. Dalian Aphrodite ocean-born, fresh as the foam, new-bathed in Paphian wells, with rosy slender fingers upward drew from her warm brow and bosom her dark hair fragrant and thick, and on her head upbound in a purple band. Below her lucid neck shone ivory-like, and from the ground her foot gleamed rosy-white, and o'er her rounded form between the shadows of the vine bunches floated the glowing sunlights, as she moved. Dear mother Ida, hearken ere I die, she with a subtle smile in her mild eyes, the herald of her triumph, drawing nigh half-whispered in his ear, I promise thee the fairest and most loving wife in Greece. I only saw my Paris raise his arm, I only saw great Here's angry eyes, as she withdrew into the golden cloud, and I was left alone within the bower, and from that time to this I am alone, and I shall be alone until I die. Yet mother Ida, hearken ere I die, fairest, why fairest wife? Am I not fair? My love hath told me so 1,000 times. Methinks I must be fair, for yesterday when I passed by, a wild and wanton pard, eyed like the evening star, with playful tail crouched fawning in the weed. Most loving is she, ah me, my mountain shepherd, that my arms were wound about thee, and my hot lips pressed close to thine in that quick-falling dew of fruitful kisses, thick as autumn rains flash in the pools of whirling Simwa. Dear mother Ida, hearken ere I die. They came, they cut away my tallest pines, my dark tall pines, that plumed the craggy ledge high over the blue gorge, or lower down filling green-gulfed Ida. All between the snowy peak and snow-white cataract fostered the callow eaglet, from beneath whose thick mysterious boughs in the dark the panther's roar came muffled, while I sat low in the valley. Never, nevermore shall lone Onan see the morning mist sweep through them, never see them overlaid with narrow moonlit slips of silver cloud, between the loud stream and the trembling stars. O mother Ida, hearken ere I die, hath he not sworn his love 1,000 times in this green valley under this green hill, even on this hand, and sitting on this stone sealed it with kisses, watered it with tears, O happy tears, and how unlike to these? O happy heaven, how canst thou see my face? O happy earth, how canst thou bear my weight? O death, 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 thou ever-floating cloud, there are enough unhappy on this earth, pass by the happy souls that love to live, I pray thee, pass before my light of life. And shadow all my soul, that I may die. Thou weighest heavy on the heart within, weigh heavy on my eyelids, let me die. Yet mother Ida, hear me ere I die. I will not die alone, for fiery thoughts do shape themselves within me, more and more, whereof I catch the issue, as I hear dead sounds at night come from the inmost hills like footsteps upon wool. I dimly see my far-off doubtful purpose, as a mother conjectures of the features of her child ere it is born. I will not die alone. Dear mother Ida, hearken ere I die, hear me, O earth. I will not die alone, lest their shrill, happy laughter, etc., same as last stanza of subsequent editions. Tennyson, as we learn from his life, Volume I, p. 83, began Onan while he and Arthur Hallam were in Spain, whither they went with money for the insurgent allies of Toragos in the summer of 1830. He wrote part of it in the valley of Cauderetz in the Pyrenees, the picturesque beauty of which fascinated him and not only suggested the scenery of this idyll, but inspired many years afterwards the poem All Along the Valley. The exquisite scene with which the idyll opens bears no resemblance at all to Mount Ida and the Troad. Gargarus or Gargarin is the highest peak of the Ida range, rising about 4,650 feet above the level of the sea. The epithet many-fountained pi lambda pi letter 1 fd6 delta alpha omicron xi is Homer's stock epithet for Ida. Cf. Iliad Roman 8, 47, Roman 14, 283, etc., etc. A literal translation from a line in Callimachus, Lavacrum Pallades, 72, Mu epsilon sigma alpha mu beta rho iota nu letter 1 F7 4 delta, letter 1 F1 4 iota chi, letter 1 F4 5 rho omicron sigma, letter 1 F2 1 sigma upsilon chi letter 1 F7 7 alpha, noonday quiet held the hill. So Theocritus, idle Roman 7. 22. Alpha nu letter 1 F7 7, kappa alpha delta letter 1 F7 4, kappa alpha letter 1 F7 6, sigma alpha letter 1 Fe6, rho omicron sigma letter 1 F1 0 phi. Alpha letter 1 F3 1, mu alpha sigma iota letter 1 FB6, iota sigma iota kappa alpha theta epsilon letter 1 F7b, delta epsilon iota. When indeed the very lizard is sleeping on the loose stones of the wall. This extraordinary mistake in natural history, the cicala being of course loudest in mid-noonday when the heat is greatest. Tennyson allowed to stand, till securing accuracy at the heavy price of a pointless pleonasm, he substituted in 1884, and the winds are dead. An echo from Henry Roman 6, Part 2, Act 2, C. Roman 3. Mine eyes arc full of tears, my heart of grief. Onan was the daughter of the river god Kebron. For the myth here referred to see Ovid, here Oides Romans 16, 179-80. Ilian aspices, firmatac turibus altis monia, phoboi, structa canor lyri. It was probably an application of the Theban legend of Amphion, and arose from the association of Apollo with Poseidon in founding Troy. A fabric huge rose like an exhalation. Milton's Paradise Lost, I. 710-11. Cf. Gareth and Lynette, 254-7. The river Simwa, so often referred to in the Iliad, had its origin in Mount Caucasus, and passing by Ilion joined the Scamander below the city. Cf. The sigma letter 1 F7b nu omicron phi rho upsilon sigma kappa letter 1 F7 9 rho alpha, the maid of the meeting brows of Theocritus, id Roman 8, 72. This was considered a great beauty among the Greeks, Romans, and Orientals. Ovid, Ars, Amat, Roman 3, 201, speaks of women effecting this by art. Art supercilii confinia neuter repletis. The whole of this gorgeous passage is taken, with one or two additions and alterations in the names of the flowers, from Iliad Roman 14. 347-52, with a reminiscence no doubt of Milton, Paradise Lost Roman 4. 695-702. The angry cheek is a fine touch. This fine sentiment is, of course, a commonplace among ancient philosophers, but it may be interesting to put beside it a passage from Cicero, De Finibus, Roman 2. 14:45. Honestum id intelligimus quad tail estat, detracta omni utilitate, sine ullis premiis fructibus per se ipsum possit jure laudari. We are to understand by the truly honorable that which, setting aside all consideration of utility, may be rightly praised in itself, exclusive of any prospect of reward or compensation. This passage is very obscurely expressed, but the general meaning is clear. Until endurance grow sinewed with action, and the full-grown will, circled through all experiences grow or become law, be identified with law, and commensure perfect freedom. The true moral ideal is to bring the will into absolute harmony with law, so that virtuous action becomes an instinct, the will no longer rebelling against the law, service being in very truth perfect freedom. The Paphos referred to is the old Paphos, which was sacred to Aphrodite. It was on the southwest extremity of Cyprus. Adopted from a line excised in Mariana in the south, see Supra. This was Eris. Helen. With these verses should be compared Schiller's fine lyric Cassandra, and with the line, all earth and air seem only burning fire, from Webster's Duchess of Malfi. The heaven o'er my head seems made of molten brass, the earth of flaming sulfur. In the Pyrenees, where part of this poem was written, I saw a very beautiful species of cicala, which had scarlet wings spotted with black. Probably nothing of the kind exists in Mount Ida. The Sisters, first published in 1833. The only alterations which have been made in it since have simply consisted in the alteration of an for and in the third line of each stanza, and through for throw and throw, in line 29, and wrapped for wrapped in line 34. It is curious that in 1842 the original bad was altered to bade, but all subsequent editions keep to the original. It has been said that this poem was founded on the old Scotch ballad, The Twa Sisters. See for that ballad Sharp's ballad book, no, XP30. But there is no resemblance at all between the ballad and this poem beyond the fact that in each there are two sisters who are both loved by a certain squire, the elder in jealousy pushing the younger into a river and drowning her. We were two daughters of one race, she was the fairest in the face, the wind is blowing in turret and tree. They were together, and she fell, therefore revenge became me well. Oh, the earl was fair to see. She died, she went to burning flame, she mixed her ancient blood with shame. The wind is howling in turret and tree, whole weeks and months, and early and late, to win his love I lay in wait, oh, the earl was fair to see. I made a feast, I bade him come, I won his love, I brought him home. The wind is roaring in turret and tree, and after supper on a bed, upon my lap he laid his head, oh, the earl was fair to see. I kissed his eyelids into rest, his ruddy cheek upon my breast. The wind is raging in turret and tree, I hated him with the hate of hell, but I loved his beauty passing well. Oh, the earl was fair to see. I rose up in the silent night, I made my dagger sharp and bright. The wind is raving in turret and tree, as half asleep his breath he drew, 3 times I stabbed him throw and throw. Oh, the earl was fair to see. I curled and combed his comely head, he looked so grand when he was dead. The wind is blowing in turret and tree, I wrapped his body in the sheet, and laid him at his mother's feet. Oh, the earl was fair to see. Tua. With the following poem. I have not been able to ascertain to whom this dedication was addressed. Sir Franklin Lushington tells me that he thinks it was an imaginary person. The dedication explains the allegory intended. The poem appears to have been suggested, as we learn from Tennyson's Life, Volume I, p. 150, by a remark of Trench to Tennyson when they were undergraduates at Trinity. We cannot live in art. It was the embodiment Tennyson added of his belief that the godlike life is with man and for man. Cf. his own lines in Love and Duty. For a man is not as God, but then most godlike being most a man. It is a companion poem to the Vision of Sin. In that poem is traced the effect of indulgence in the grosser pleasures of sense. In this, the effect of the indulgence in the more refined pleasures of sense. I send you here a sort of allegory, for you will understand it of a soul, a sinful soul possessed of many gifts, a spacious garden full of flowering weeds, a glorious devil, large in heart and brain, that did love beauty only, beauty seen in all varieties of mold and mind, and knowledge for its beauty. Or if good, good only for its beauty, seeing not that beauty, good, and knowledge are 3 sisters that dote upon each other, friends to man, living together under the same roof, and never can be sundered without tears. And he that shuts love out, in turn shall be shut out from love, and on her threshold lie howling in outer darkness. Not for this was common clay tan from the common earth, molded by God, and tempered with the tears of angels to the perfect shape of man. I send you, friend, a sort of allegory. You are an artist and will understand its many lesser meanings of a soul. The Palace of Art. First published in 1833, but altered so extensively on its republication in 1842 as to be practically rewritten. The alterations in it after 1842 were not numerous, consisting chiefly in the deletion of 2 stanzas after line 192 and the insertion of the 3 stanzas which follow in the present text, together with other minor verbal corrections, all of which have been noted. No alterations were made in the text after 1853. The allegory Tennyson explains in the dedicatory verses, but the framework of the poem was evidently suggested by Ecclesiastes Roman 2. 117. The position of the hero is precisely that of Solomon. Both began by assuming that man is self-sufficing and the world sufficient, the verdict of the one in consequence being, vanity of vanities, all is vanity, of the other what the poet here records. An admirable commentary on the poem is afforded by Matthew Arnold's picture of the Romans before Christ taught the secret of the only real happiness possible to man. See Obermann once more. The teaching of the poem has been admirably explained by Spedding. It represents allegorically the condition of a mind which, in the love of beauty and the triumphant consciousness of knowledge and intellectual supremacy, in the intense enjoyment of its own power and glory, has lost sight of its relation to man and God. See Tennyson's Life, Volume I, p. 226. I built my soul a lordly pleasure house wherein at ease for I to dwell. I said, O soul, make merry and carouse, dear soul, for all is well. A huge crag platform, smooth as burnished brass, I chose. The ranged ramparts bright from level meadow bases of deep grass suddenly scaled the light. Thereon I built it firm. Of ledge or shelf the rock rose clear, or winding stair. My soul would live alone unto herself in her high palace there. And while the world runs round and round, I said, reign thou apart, a quiet king, still as, while Saturn whirls, his steadfast shade sleeps on his luminous ring. To which my soul made answer readily, trust me, in bliss I shall abide in this great mansion, that is built for me, so royal, rich, and wide. 4 courts I made, east, west, and south, and north, in each a squared lawn, where from the golden gorge of dragons spouted forth a flood of fountain foam. And round the cool green courts there ran a row of cloisters, branched like mighty woods, echoing all night to that sonorous flow of spouted fountain floods. And round the roofs a gilded gallery that lent broad verge to distant lands, far as the wild swan wings, to where the sky dipped down to sea and sands. From those 4 jets 4 currents in one swell across the mountain streamed below in misty folds, that floating, as they fell, lit up a torrent bow. And high on every peak a statue seemed to hang on tiptoe, tossing up a cloud of incense of all odor steamed from out a golden cup. So that she thought, and who shall gaze upon my palace with unblinded eyes, while this great bow will waver in the sun, and that sweet incense rise? For that sweet incense rose and never failed, and while day sank or mounted higher, the light aerial gallery, golden railed, burnt like a fringe of fire. Likewise the deep-set windows, stained and traced, would seem slow-flaming crimson fires from shadowed grots of arches interlaced, and tipped with frost-like spires. Full of long-sounding corridors it was, that over vaulted grateful gloom throw, which the livelong day my soul did pass, well pleased, from room to room. Full of great rooms and small the palace stood, all various, each a perfect whole from living nature, fit for every mood and change of my still soul. For some were hung with arras green, and blue showing a gaudy summer morn, where with puffed cheek the belted hunter blew his wreathed bugle horn. One seemed all dark and red, a tract of sand, and some one pacing there alone, who paced for ever in a glimmering land, lit with a low large moon. One showed an iron coast and angry waves. You seemed to hear them climb and fall and roar rock-thwarted under bellowing caves, beneath the windy wall. And one, a full-fed river winding slow by herds upon an endless plain, the ragged rims of thunder brooding low, with shadow streaks of rain. And one, the reapers at their sultry toil, in front they bound the sheaves. Behind were realms of upland, prodigal in oil and hoary to the wind. And one, a foreground black with stones and slags, beyond, a line of heights and higher all barred with long white cloud the scornful crags, and highest, snow and fire. And one, an English home, gray twilight poured on dewy pastures, dewy trees, softer than sleep all things in order stored, a haunt of ancient peace. Nor these alone, but every landscape fair, as fit for every mood of mind, or gay, or grave, or sweet, or stern, was there, not less than truth designed. Or the maid-mother by a crucifix in tracks of pasture sunny warm, beneath branchwork of costly sardonyx sat smiling, babe in arm. Or in a clear-walled city on the sea near gilded organ pipes, her hair wound with white roses, slept Saint Cecily, an angel looked at her. Or thronging all one porch of paradise, a group of houris bowed to see the dying Islamite, with hands and eyes that said, "We wait for thee." Or mythic others, deeply wounded sun in some fair space of sloping greens lay, dozing in the vale of Avalon, and watched by weeping queens. Or hollowing one hand against his ear, to list a footfall, ere he saw the wood nymph, stayed the Ausonian king to hear of wisdom and of law. Or over hills with peaky tops engrailed, and many a tract of palm and rice, the throne of Indian Kama slowly sailed a summer fanned with spice. Or sweet Europa's mantle blue unclasped, from off her shoulder backward borne, from one hand drooped a crocus, one hand grasped the mild bull's golden horn. Or else flushed Ganymede, his rosy thigh half buried in the eagle's down, soul, as a flying star shot thro' the sky above the pillared town. nor these alone, but every legend fair which the supreme Caucasian mind carved out of nature for itself, was there, not less than life, designed. Then in the towers I placed great bells that swung, moved of themselves, with silver sound. And with choice paintings of wise men I hung the royal dais round. For there was Milton like a seraph strong, beside him Shakespeare bland and mild, and there the world-worn Dante grasped his song, and somewhat grimly smiled. And there the Ionian father of the rest, a million wrinkles carved his skin, 100 winters snowed upon his breast, from cheek and throat and chin. Above, the fair hall ceiling stately set many an arch high up did lift, and angels rising and descending met with interchange of gift. Below was all mosaic choicely planned with cycles of the human tale of this wide world, the times of every land so wrought, they will not fail. The people here, a beast of burden slow toiled onward, pricked with goads and stings, here played, a tiger, rolling to and fro the heads and crowns of kings. Here rose an athlete, strong to break or bind all force in bonds that might endure, and here once more like some sick man declined, and trusted any cure. But over these she trod, and those great bells began to chime. She took her throne, she sat betwixt the shining orioles to sing her songs alone. And thro' the topmost orioles, colored flame 2 godlike faces gazed below Plato the wise and large-browed Verulam, the first of those who know. And all those names, that in their motion were full-welling fountain-heads of change, betwixt the slender shafts were blazoned fair in diverse raiment strange. Thro' which the lights, rose, amber, emerald, blue, flushed in her temples and her eyes, and from her lips, as morn from Memnon, drew rivers of melodies. No nightingale delighteth to prolong her low preamble all alone, more than my soul to hear her echoed song throb thro' the ribbed stone. Singing and murmuring in her feastful mirth, joying to feel herself alive, lord over nature, lord of the visible earth, lord of the senses 5. Communing with herself, all these are mine, and let the world have peace or wars, tease one to me. She when young night divine crowned dying day with stars. Making sweet close of his delicious toils, lit light in wreaths and anatoms, and pure quintessences of precious oils in hollowed moons of gems. To mimic heaven, and clapped her hands and cried, I marvel if my still delight in this great house so royal rich and wide be flattered to the height. O all things fair to sate my various eyes, O shapes and hues that please me well, O silent faces of the great and wise, my gods with whom I dwell. O godlike isolation, which art mine eye, can but count the perfect gain. What time I watch the darkening droves of swine that range on yonder plain. In filthy sloughs they roll a prurient skin, they graze and wallow, breed and sleep, and oft some brainless devil enters in, and drives them to the deep. Then of the moral instinct would she prate, and of the rising from the dead, as hers by right of full accomplished fate, and at the last she said, I take possession of man's mind and deed. I care not what the sex may brawl. I sit as God holding no form of creed, but contemplating all. Full oft the riddle of the painful earth flashed thro' her as she sat alone, yet not the less held she her solemn mirth and intellectual throne. And so she throve and prospered. So 3 years she prospered. On the 4th she fell, like Herod when the shout was in his ears, struck thro' with pangs of hell. Lest she should fail and perish utterly. God, before whom ever lie bare the abysmal deeps of personality, plagued her with sore despair. When she would think, where'er she turned her sight, the airy hand confusion wrote mean, and divided quite the kingdom of her thought. Deep dread and loathing of her solitude fell on her, from which mood was born scorn of herself. Again, from out that mood laughter at her self-scorn. What, is not this my place of strength, she said, my spacious mansion built for me, whereof the strong foundation stones were laid since my first memory. But in dark corners of her palace stood uncertain shapes, and unawares on wide-eyed phantasms weeping tears of blood and horrible nightmares, and hollow shades enclosing hearts of flame, and, with dim-fretted foreheads, all on corpses 3 months old at noon she came, that stood against the wall. A spot of dull stagnation, without light or power of movement, seemed my soul, mid onward sloping motions infinite making for one sure goal. A still salt pool, locked in with bars of sand, left on the shore. That hears all night the plunging seas draw backward from the land, their moon-led waters white. A star that with the choral starry dance joined not, but stood, and standing saw the hollow orb of moving circumstance rolled round by one fixed law. Back on herself her serpent pride had curled. No voice, she shrieked in that lone hall, no voice breaks through the stillness of this world, one deep, deep silence all. She, mouldering with the dull earth's mouldering sod, enwrapped tenfold in slothful shame, lay there exiled from eternal God, lost to her place and name. And death and life she hated equally, and nothing saw for her despair but dreadful time, dreadful eternity, no comfort anywhere. Remaining utterly confused with fears, and ever worse with growing time, and ever unrelieved by dismal tears, and all alone in crime. Shut up as in a crumbling tomb, girt round with blackness as a solid wall, far off she seemed to hear the dully sound of human footsteps fall. As in strange lands a traveler walking slow, in doubt and great perplexity, a little before moonrise, hears the low moan of an unknown sea, and knows not if it be thunder or a sound of rocks thrown down, or one deep cry of great wild beasts, then thinketh, I have found a new land, but I die. She howled aloud, I am on fire within, there comes no murmur of reply. What is it that will take away my sin, and save me lest I die? So when 4 years were wholly finished, she threw her royal robes away. Make me a cottage in the vale, she said, where I may mourn and pray. Yet pull not down my palace towers, that are so lightly, beautifully built. Perchance I may return with others there when I have purged my guilt. I chose, whose ranged ramparts bright from great broad meadow bases of deep grass, while the great world, the shadow of Saturn thrown upon the bright ring that surrounds the planet appears motionless, though the body of the planet revolves. Saturn rotates on its axis in the short period of 10.5 hours, but the shadow of this swiftly whirling mass shows no more motion than is seen in the shadow of a top spinning so rapidly that it seems to be standing still. Rowe and Webb's note, which I gladly borrow, and 1842. Steadfast. After this stanza in 1833, this, deleted in 1842. And richly feast within thy palace hall, like to the dainty bird that sups, lodged in the lustrous crown imperial, draining the honey cups. In 1833, these 8 stanzas were inserted after the stanza beginning, I take possession of men's minds and deeds. In 1842, they were transferred, greatly altered, to their present position. For the alterations on them see infra. Gloom, roofed with thick plates of green and orange glass, ending in stately rooms. All various, all beautiful, looking all ways, fitted to every mood. Here, in 1833, was inserted the stanza, one showed an English home, afterwards transferred to its present position 85-88. Some were all dark and red. A glimmering land lit with a low round moon, among brown rocks, a man upon the sand went weeping all alone. These 3 stanzas were added in 1842. Thus in 1833. One seemed a foreground black with stones and slags. Below sun-smitten icy spires rose, striped with long white cloud the scornful crags, deep trenched with thunder fires. Not inserted here in 1833, but the following in its place. Some showed far-off thick woods mounted with towers. Nearer, a flood of mild sunshine poured on long walks and lawns and beds and bowers trellised with bunchy vine. Inserted in 1842. Thus in 1833, followed by the note. Or the maid-mother by a crucifix in yellow pastures sunny warm, beneath branchwork of costly sardonyx, sat smiling, babe in arm. When I first conceived the plan of the Palace of Art, I intended to have introduced both sculptures and paintings into it, but it is the most difficult of all things to devise a statue in verse. Judge whether I have succeeded in the statues of Elijah and Olympias. One was the Tishbite whom the raven fed, as when he stood on Carmel steeps, with one arm stretched out bare, and mocked and said, Come cry aloud, he sleeps. Tall, eager, lean and strong, his cloak wind-borne behind, his forehead heavenly bright from the clear marble pouring glorious scorn lit, as with inner light. One was Olympia's. The floating snake rolled round her ankles, round her waist knotted, and folded once about her neck, her perfect lips to taste. Round by the shoulder moved, she seeming blithe declined her head. On every side the dragon's curves melted and mingled with the woman's youthful pride of rounded limbs. Or Venus in a snowy shell alone, deep shadowed in the glassy brine moonlight glowed double on the blue, and shone a naked shape divine. Inserted in 1842. Thus in 1833. Or that deep-wounded child of Pendragon, mid misty woods on sloping greens dozed in the valley of Avilion, tended by crowned queens. The present reading is that of 1842. The reference is, of course, to King Arthur, the supposed son of other Pendragon. In 1833, the following stanza, excised in 1842, followed. Or blue-eyed Creamhilt from a craggy hold, athwart the light green rows of vine, poured blazing hordes of Nibelungen gold, down to the gulfy Rhine. Inserted in 1842 thus. Or hollowing one hand against his ear, to listen for a footfall, ere he saw the wood nymph, stayed the Tuscan king to hear of wisdom and of law. List of footfall, 1843. Ausonian for Tuscan, 1850. The reference is to Egeria and Numa Pompilius. Cf. Juvenal, Roman 3, 1118. Hic ubi nocturni numa constitubat amici. In valum Egerii descendimus et spelenias dissimilis veris. And the beautiful passage in Byron's Childe Harold, Roman 4, Saint CXV, C6. This is Camative or Camedio, the Cupid or god of love of the Hindu mythology. This picture of Europa seems to have been suggested by Moschus, Idle, Roman 2, 121.5. Letter 1 F21 delta alpha rho. Letter 1 F10, phi epsilon zeta omicron mu letter 1 F73, nu eta nu letter 1 F78, sigma beta letter 1 F79, epsilon omicron iota sigma letter 1 F10, pi letter 1 F76, nu letter 1 F70 tau, letter 1 F79 iota sigma tau letter 1 FC7, mu epsilon nu letter 1 F14 chi epsilon nu, tau alpha letter 1 F7b, rho omicron upsilon. Delta omicron, lambda iota chi letter 1 F78, nu kappa letter 1 F73, rho alpha sigma. Letter 1 F10 nu chi epsilon rho letter 1 F76 delta. Letter 1 F04 lambda letter 1 FC3, epsilon letter 1 F34, rho epsilon, pi omicron rho phi epsilon alpha sigma, kappa letter 1 F79, lambda pi omicron upsilon pi tau, letter 1 F7b, chi alpha sigma. Then, seated on the back of the divine bull, with one hand did she grasp the bull's long horn, and with the other she was catching up the purple folds of her garment, and the robe on her shoulders was swelled out. See, too, the beautiful picture of the same scene in Achilles' Tatius, Clitophon and Leucippe, lib. I add in it, and in Politian's finely picturesque poem. In 1833 thus. Europa's scarf blew in an arch, unclasped from her bare shoulder backward borne. Off inserted in 1842. Here in 1833 follows a stanza, excised in 1842. He thro' the streaming crystal swam, and rolled ambrosial breaths that seemed to float in light-wreathed curls. She from the ripple cold updrew her sandaled foot, over, not, many a. The Caucasian range forms the northwest margin of the great tableland of Western Asia, and as it was the home of those races who afterwards peopled Europe and Western Asia, and so became the fathers of civilization and culture, the supreme Caucasian mind is a historically correct but certainly recondite expression for the intellectual flower of the human race, for the perfection of human ability. Broidered in screen and blind. In the edition of 1833 appear the following stanzas, excised in 1842. So that my soul beholding in her pride all these, from room to room did pass, and all things that she saw, she multiplied, a many-faced glass. And being both the sower and the seed, remaining in herself became all that she saw, Madonna, Ganymede, or the Asiatic dame. Still changing, as a lighthouse in the night changeth athwart the gleaming main, from red to yellow to pale white, then back to red again. From change to change 4 times within the womb the brain is molded, she began. So thro' all phases of all thought I come into the perfect man. All nature widens upward. Evermore the simpler essence lower lies, more complex is more perfect, owning more discourse, more widely wise. I take possession of men's minds and deeds. I live in all things great and small. I dwell apart, holding no forms of creeds, but contemplating all. 4 ample courts there were, east, west, south, north. In each a squared lawn where from a golden-gorged dragon spouted forth the fountain's diamond foam. All round the cool green courts there ran a row of cloisters, branched like mighty woods, echoing all night to that sonorous flow of spouted fountain floods. From those four jets 4 currents in one swell over the black rock streamed below in steamy folds, that, floating as they fell, lit up a torrent bow. And round the roofs ran gilded galleries that gave large view to distant lands, tall towns and mounds, and close beneath the skies long lines of amber sands. Huge incense urns along the balustrade, hollowed of solid amethyst, each with a different odor fuming, made the air a silver mist. Far off 'twas wonderful to look upon those sumptuous towers, between the gleam of that great foam bow trembling in the sun, and the argent incense steam. And round the terraces and round the walls, while day sank lower or rose higher, to see those rails with all their knobs and balls burn like a fringe of fire. Likewise the deep-set windows, stained and traced, burned like slow-flaming crimson fires from shadowed grots of arches interlaced, and topped with frost-like spires. Their deep-haired Milton like an angel tall stood-limbed, Shakespeare bland and mild, grim Dante pressed his lips, and from the wall the bald blind Homer smiled. Recast in its present form in 1842. After this stanza in 1833 appear the following stanzas, excised in 1842. And underneath fresh carved in cedar wood, somewhat alike in form and face, the genii of every climate stood, all brothers of one race. Angels who sway the seasons by their art, and mold all shapes in earth and sea, and with great effort build the human heart from earliest infancy. And in the sun-pierced Orioles, colored flame immortal Michelangelo looked down, bold Luther, large-browed Verolam, the king of those who know. Cervantes, the bright face of Calderon, robed David touching holy strings, the Halicarnassian, and alone Alfred the flower of kings. Isaiah with fierce Ezekiel, swarth Moses by the Coptic sea, Plato, Petrarca, Livy and Raphael, and Eastern Confutzer. Il Maestro di Color Caesano, Dante Inf, Roman 3. Homer, cf., Pope's Temple of Fame, 183-7. Father of verse in holy falaise dressed, his silver beard waved gently o'er his breast, though blind a boldness in his looks appears in years he seemed, but not impaired by years. All these stanzas were added in 1842. In 1833 appear the following stanzas, excised in 1842. As some rich tropic mountain that enfolds all change, from flats of scattered palms sloping through, 5 great zones of climate, holds his head in snows and calms. Full of her own delight and nothing else, my vainglorious, gorgeous soul sat throned between the shining Orioles in pomp beyond control. With piles of flavorous fruits in basket twine of gold, upheaped, crushing down musk-scented blooms, all taste, grape, gourd, or pine, in bunch or single grown. Our growths, and such as brooding Indian heats make out of crimson blossoms, deep ambrosial pulps and juices, sweets from sweets sun-changed, when sea winds sleep. With graceful chalices of curious wine, wonders of art, and costly jars, and bossed salvers. Ere young night divine crowned dying day with stars. Making sweet close of his delicious toils, she lit white streams of dazzling gas, and soft and fragrant flames of precious oils in moons of purple glass. Ranged on the fretted woodwork to the ground. Thus her intense, untold delight in deep or vivid color, smell and sound, was nattered day and night. If the poem were not already too long, I should have inserted in the text the following stanzas, expressive of the joy wherewith the soul contemplated the results of astronomical experiment. In the center of the 4 quadrangles rose an immense tower. Hither, when all the deep unsounded skies shuddered with silent stars she clomb, and as with optic glasses her keen eyes pierced through the mystic dome. Regions of lucid matter taking forms, brushes of fire, hazy gleams, clusters and beds of worlds, and belike swarms of suns and starry streams. She saw the snowy poles of moonless Mars, that marvelous round of milky light below Orion, and those double stars whereof the one more bright is circled by the other, etc. Thus in 1833. And many more, that in their lifetime were full-welling fountain heads of change, between the stone shafts glimmered, blazoned fair in divers raiment strange. The statue of Memnon near Thebes in Egypt, when first struck by the rays of the rising sun, is said to have become vocal, to have emitted responsive sounds. See, for an account of this, Pausanias, I 42, Tacitus, Annals, Roman 2, 61, and Juvenal, Sat, Roman 15, 5. Dimitio Magici, resonant you by Memnon Corti. And compare Akenside's verses, plea, of a mag, I 109 113. Old Memnon's image, long renowned by fabling Nilus, to the quivering touch of Titan's ray, with each repulsive string consenting, sounded throw, the warbling air unbidden strains. Oh. Here added in 1842, and remaining till 1851, when they were excised, are 2 stanzas. From shape to shape at first within the womb the brain is modelled, she began, and through all phases of all thought I come into the perfect man. All nature widens upward. Evermore the simpler essence lower lies, more complex is more perfect, owning more discourse, more widely wise. These stanzas were added in 1851. Added in 1842, with the following variants which remained till 1851, when the present text was substituted. I take possession of men's minds and deeds. I live in all things great and small. I sit apart holding no forms of creeds, but contemplating all, sometimes. An intellectual throne. Of full-sphered contemplation. So 3 years she throve, but on the 4th she fell. And so the text remained till 1850, when the present reading was substituted. For the reference to Herod see Acts Roman 12, 21-23. Cf. Hallam's remains, p. 132. That, i.e. redemption, is in the power of God's election, with whom alone rest the abysmal secrets of personality. See Daniel v. 20, 427. In 1833, the following stanza, excised in 1842. Who hath drawn dry the fountains of delight, that from my deep heart everywhere moved in my blood and dwelt, as power and might abode in Samson's hair, downward sloping. Or the sound of stones. So till 1851, when a sound of rocks was substituted. Dying the death I die, present reading substituted in 1842. Because intellectual and aesthetic pleasures are abused and their purpose and scope mistaken, there is no reason why they should not be enjoyed. See the allegory in Memoriam ci. Stanzas 12-13. Lady Clara Vere de Vere. Though this is placed among the poems published in 1833, it first appeared in print in 1842. The subsequent alterations were very slight, and after 1848 none at all were made. Lady Clara Vere de Vere, of me you shall not win renown. You thought to break a country heart for pastime, ere you went to town. At me you smiled, but unbeguiled I saw the snare, and I retired. The daughter of 100 earls, you are not one to be desired. Lady Clara Vere de Vere, I know you proud to bear your name. Your pride is yet no mate for mine, too proud to care from whence I came. Nor would I break for your sweet sake a heart that dotes on truer charms. A simple maiden in her flower is worth 100 coats of arms. Lady Clara Vere de Vere, some meeker pupil you must find, for were you queen of all that is, I could not stoop to such a mind. You sought to prove how I could love, and my disdain is my reply. The lion on your old stone gates is not more cold to you than I. Lady Clara Vere de Vere, you put strange memories in my head. Not thrice your branching limes have blown since I beheld young Lawrence dead. Oh, your sweet eyes, your low replies, a great enchantress you may be, but there was that across his throat which you hardly cared to see. Lady Clara Vere de Vere, when thus he met his mother's view, she had the passions of her kind, she spake some certain truths of you. Indeed, I heard one bitter word that scarce is fit for you to hear. Her manners had not that repose which stamps the caste of Vere de Vere. Lady Clara Vere de Vere, there stands a spectre in your hall. The guilt of blood is at your door. You changed a wholesome heart to gall. You held your course without remorse, to make him trust his modest worth. And last, you fixed a vacant stare, and slew him with your noble birth. Trust me, Clara Vere de Vere, from yon blue heavens above us bent the grand old gardener and his wife smile at the claims of long descent. Howe'er it be, it seems to me, 'tis only noble to be good. Kind hearts are more than coronets, and simple faith than Norman blood. I know you, Clara Vere de Vere. You pine among your halls and towers. The languid light of your proud eyes is wearied of the rolling hours. In glowing health, with boundless wealth, but sickening of a vague disease, you know so ill to deal with time, you needs must play such pranks as these. Clara, Clara Vere de Vere, if time be heavy on your hands, are there no beggars at your gate, nor any poor about your lands, oh? Teach the orphan boy to read, or teach the orphan girl to sew, pray heaven for a human heart, and let the foolish yeoman go. And 1843. The Gardener Adam and His Wife. In 1845, it was altered to the present text. The May Queen. The first two parts were first published in 1833. The scenery is typical of Lincolnshire. In Fitzgerald's phrase, it is all Lincolnshire inland, as Locksley Hall is seaboard. You must wake and call me early, mother dear tomorrow. It'll be the happiest time of all the glad new year, of all the glad new year, mother, the maddest merriest day. For I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. There's many a black, black eye, they say, but none so bright as mine. There's Margaret and Mary, there's Kate and Caroline. But none so fair as little Alice in all the land, they say. So I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. I sleep so sound all night, mother, that I shall never wake, if you do not call me loud when the day begins to break. But I must gather knots of flowers, and buds and garlands gay, for I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. As I came up the valley, whom think ye should I see, but Robin leaning on the bridge beneath the hazel tree? He thought of that sharp look, mother, I gave him yesterday. But I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. He thought I was a ghost, mother, for I was all in white, and I ran by him without speaking, like a flash of light. They call me cruel-hearted, but I care not what they say, for I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. They say he's dying all for love, but that can never be. They say his heart is breaking, mother. What is that to me? There's many a bolder lad, ill woo me any summer day, and I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. Little Effie shall go with me tomorrow to the green, and you'll be there, too, mother, to see me made the queen, for the shepherd lads on every side, ill come from far away, and I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. The honeysuckle round the porch has woven its wavy bowers, and by the meadow trenches blow the faint sweet cuckoo flowers, and the wild marsh marigold shines like fire in swamps and hollows gray, and I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. The night winds come and go, mother, upon the meadow grass, and the happy stars above them seem to brighten as they pass. There will not be a drop of rain the whole of the livelong day, and I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. All the valley, mother, it'll be fresh and green and still, and the cowslip and the crowfoot are over all the hill, and the rivulet in the flowery dale, it'll merrily glance and play, for I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. So you must wake and call me early, mother dear, tomorrow. It'll be the happiest time of all the glad new year, tomorrow. It'll be of all the year the maddest merriest day, for I'm to be Queen o' the May, mother, I'm to be Queen o' the May. Blithe for glad, ye Robert. This is a curious illustration of Tennyson's scrupulousness about trifles. In 1833 it was Robin, in 1842 Robert. Then in 1843, and afterwards he returned to Robin. New Year's Eve. If you're waking, call me early, mother dear, for I would see the sun rise upon the glad new year. It is the last new year that I shall ever see, then you may lay me low I the mould, and think no more of me. Tonight I saw the sun set. He set and left behind the good old year, the dear old time, and all my peace of mind, and the new year, coming up, mother, but I shall never see the blossom on the blackthorn, the leaf upon the tree. Last May we made a crown of flowers. We had a merry day. Beneath the hawthorn on the green they made me Queen of May, and we danced about the maypole and in the hazel copse, till Charles's wain came out above the tall white chimney tops. There's not a flower on all the hills. The frost is on the pane. I only wish to live till the snowdrops come again. I wish the snow would melt and the sun come out on high. I long to see a flower so before the day I die. The building rook'll caw from the windy tall elm tree, and the tufted plover pipe along the fallow lea, and the swallow will come back again with summer o'er the wave. But I shall lie alone, mother, within the mouldering grave. Upon the chancel casement, and upon that grave of mine in the early, early morning the summer sun'll shine, before the red cock crows from the farm upon the hill, when you are warm asleep, mother, and all the world is still. When the flowers come again, mother, beneath the waning light you'll never see me more in the long grey fields at night, when from the dry dark wold the summer airs blow cool on the oat grass and the sword grass, and the bulrush in the pool. You'll bury me, my mother, just beneath the hawthorn shade, and you'll come sometimes and see me where I am lowly laid. I shall not forget you, mother. I shall hear you when you pass, with your feet above my head in the long and pleasant grass. I have been wild and wayward, but you'll forgive me now, you'll kiss me, my own mother, and forgive me ere I go. Nay, nay, you must not weep, nor let your grief be wild. You should not fret for me, mother, you have another child. If I can I'll come again, mother, from out my resting place. Though you'll not see me, mother, I shall look upon your face, though I cannot speak a word, one shall hearken what you say, and be often, often with you when you think I'm far away. Good night, when I have said good night for evermore, and you see me carried out from the threshold of the door, don't let Effie come to see me till my grave be growing green. She'll be a better child to you than ever I have been. She'll find my garden tools upon the granary floor. Let her take 'em. They are hers. I shall never garden more, but tell her when I'm gone to train the rose bush that I set about the parlor window and the box of mignonette. Good night, sweet mother, call me before the day is born. All night I lie awake, but I fall asleep at morn. But I would see the sun rise upon the glad new year, so if you're waking, call me early, mother dear. The May upon, ye'll bury me, and ye'll come. I shall not forget ye, mother, I shall hear you when ye pass. But ye'll forgive. Ye'll kiss me, my own mother, upon my cheek and brow. 1850, and forgive me ere I go. Ye must not weep. Ye's ye, ye'll, ye. Ye when ye think, ye, call me when it begins to dawn. 1842, before the day is born. Conclusion. Added in 1842. I thought to pass away before, and yet alive I am, and in the fields all round I hear the bleating of the lamb. How sadly, I remember, rose the morning of the year, to die before the snowdrop came, and now the violet's here. Oh, sweet is the new violet that comes beneath the skies, and sweeter is the young lamb's voice to me that cannot rise, and sweet is all the land about, and all the flowers that blow, and sweeter far is death than life to me that long to go. It seemed so hard at first, mother, to leave the blessed sun, and now it seems as hard to stay, and yet his will be done. But still I think it can't be long before I find release, and that good man, the clergyman, has told me words of peace. Oh, blessings on his kindly voice and on his silver hair, and blessings on his whole life long, until he meet me there. Oh, blessings on his kindly heart and on his silver head. 1,000 times I blessed him, as he knelt beside my bed. He taught me all the mercy, for he showed me all the sin. Now, though my lamp was lighted late, there's one will let me in, nor would I now be well, mother, again, if that could be, for my desire is but to pass to him that died for me. I did not hear the dog howl, mother, or the death watch beat. There came a sweeter token when the night and morning meet. But sit beside my bed, mother, and put your hand in mine, and Effie on the other side, and I will tell the sign. All in the wild March morning I heard the angels call. It was when the moon was setting, and the dark was over all. The trees began to whisper, and the wind began to roll, and in the wild March morning I heard them call my soul. For lying broad awake I thought of you and Effie dear. I saw you sitting in the house, and I no longer here. With all my strength I prayed for both, and so I felt resigned. And up the valley came a swell of music on the wind. I thought that it was fancy, and I listened in my bed, and then did something speak to me. I know not what was said, for great delight and shuddering took hold of all my mind, and up the valley came again the music on the wind. But you were sleeping, and I said, "It's not for them, it's mine." And if it comes 3 times, I thought, I take it for a sign, and once again it came, and close beside the window bars, then seemed to go right up to heaven and die among the stars. So now I think my time is near. I trust it is. I know the blessed music went that way my soul will have to go, and for myself, indeed, I care not if I go today, but Effie, you must comfort her when I am passed away. And say to Robin a kind word, and tell him not to fret. There's many worthier than I would make him happy yet. If I had lived, I cannot tell, I might have been his wife. But all these things have ceased to be with my desire of life. Oh look, the sun begins to rise, the heavens are in a glow. He shines upon 100 fields, and all of them I know. And their eye move no longer now, and there his light may shine. Wild flowers in the valley for other hands than mine. Oh sweet and strange it seems to me, that ere this day is done the voice that now is speaking may be beyond the sun, forever and forever with those just souls and true. And what is life that we should moan? Why make we such ado? Forever and forever, all in a blessed home, and there to wait a little while till you and Effie come to lie within the light of God, as I lie upon your breast, and the wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest. But still it can't be long, mother, before I find release, and that good man, the clergyman, he preaches words of peace. Present reading 1843 1848. He showed me all the mercy, for he taught me all the sin, now though etc. 1850, for showed he me all the sin, come, Robert 1843, Robin restored. The Lotos Eaters. First published in 1833, but when republished in 1842, the alterations in the way of excision, alteration, and addition were very extensive. The text of 1842 is practically the final text. This charming poem is founded on Odyssey, Roman 9, 82 sec. On the 10th day we set foot on the land of the Lotos Eaters who eat a flowery food. So we stepped ashore and drew water. When we had tasted meat and drink, I sent forth certain of my company to go and make search what manner of men they were who here live upon the earth by bread. Then straightway they went and mixed with the men of the Lotos Eaters. And so it was that the Lotos Eaters devised not death for our fellows, but gave them of the lotos to taste. Now whosoever of them did eat the honey-sweet fruit of the lotos had no more wish to bring tidings nor to come back. But there he chose to abide with the lotos-eating men, ever feeding on the lotos and forgetful of his homeward way. Therefore I led them back to the ships weeping and sore against their will, lest haply any should eat of the lotos and be forgetful of returning. Lang and Butcher's translation. But in the details of his poem Tennyson has laid many other poets under contribution, notably Moschus, Idle v. Bean, Idle v. Spenser, Fairy Queen, Roman 2, Roman 6. Description of the Idle Lake and Thomson's Castle of Indolence. Courage, he said, and pointed toward the land. This mounting wave will roll us shoreward soon. In the afternoon they came unto a land in which it seemed always afternoon. All round the coast the languid air did swoon, breathing like one that hath a weary dream. Full-faced above the valley stood the moon, and like a downward smoke, the slender stream along the cliff to fall and pause and fall did seem. A land of streams. Some, like a downward smoke, slow-dropping veils of thinnest lawn, did go and some throw, wavering lights and shadows broke, rolling a slumberous sheet of foam below. They saw the gleaming river seaward flow from the inner land. Far off, 3 mountain tops, 3 silent pinnacles of aged snow, stood sunset flushed, and, dewed with showery drops, upclomb the shadowy pine above the woven copse. The charmed sunset lingered low adown in the red west. Through mountain clefts the dale was seen far inland, and the yellow down bordered with palm, and many a winding vale and meadow, set with slender galingale. A land where all things always seemed the same, and round about the keel with faces pale, dark faces pale against that rosy flame, the mild-eyed melancholy Lotos Eaters came. Branches they bore of that enchanted stem, laden with flower and fruit, whereof they gave to each, but whoso did receive of them, and taste, to him the gushing of the wave far, far away did seem to mourn and rave on alien shores. And if his fellow spake, his voice was thin, as voices from the grave, and deep asleep he seemed, yet all awake, and music in his ears his beating heart did make. They sat them down upon the yellow sand, between the sun and moon upon the shore, and sweet it was to dream of fatherland, of child and wife and slave. But evermore most weary seemed the sea, weary the oar, weary the wandering fields of barren foam. Then someone said, "We will return no more." And all at once they sang, "Our island home is far beyond the wave, we will no longer roam." Choric Song 1. There is sweet music here that softer falls than petals from blown roses on the grass, or night dews on still waters between walls of shadowy granite, in a gleaming pass, music that gentlier on the spirit lies than turred eyelids upon turred eyes, music that brings sweet sleep down from the blissful skies. Here are cool mosses deep, and through the moss the ivies creep, and in the stream the long-leaved flowers weep, and from the craggy ledge the poppy hangs in sleep. 2. Why are we weighed upon with heaviness, and utterly consumed with sharp distress? While all things else have rest from weariness, all things have rest. Why should we toil alone? We only toil, who are the first of things, and make perpetual moan, still from one sorrow to another thrown, nor ever fold our wings, and cease from wanderings, nor steep our brows in slumber's holy balm, nor hearken what the inner spirit sings. There is no joy but calm. Why should we only toil, the roof and crown of things? 3. Lo, in the middle of the wood the folded leaf is wooed from out the bud with winds upon the branch, and there grows green and broad, and takes no care. Sun steeped at noon, and in the moon nightly dew fed, and turning yellow falls and floats adown the air low. Sweetened with the summer light, the full-juiced apple, waxing over-mellow, drops in a silent autumn night. All its allotted length of days, the flower ripens in its place, ripens and fades and falls, and hath no toil, fast-rooted in the fruitful soil. 4. Hateful is the dark blue sky, vaulted o'er the dark blue sea, death is the end of life. Ah, why should life all labor be? Let us alone. Time driveth onward fast, and in a little while our lips are dumb. Let us alone. What is it that will last? All things are taken from us, and become portions and parcels of the dreadful past. Let us alone. What pleasure can we have to war with evil? Is there any peace in ever climbing up the climbing wave? All things have rest, and ripen toward the grave in silence. Ripen, fall and cease, give us long rest or death, dark death or dreamful ease. 5. How sweet it were, hearing the downward stream, with half-shut eyes ever to seem falling asleep in a half-dream. To dream and dream, like yonder amber light, which will not leave the myrbush on the height, to hear each other's whispered speech, eating the lotos day by day, to watch the crisping ripples on the beach, and tender curving lines of creamy spray, to lend our hearts and spirits wholly to the influence of mild-minded melancholy, to muse and brood and live again in memory, with those old faces of our infancy heaped over with a mound of grass, 2 handfuls of white dust, shut in an urn of brass. 6. Dear is the memory of our wedded lives, and dear the last embraces of our wives and their warm tears. But all hath suffered change, for surely now our household hearths are cold, our sons inherit us. Our looks are strange, and we should come like ghosts to trouble joy. Or else the island princes overbold have eat our substance, and the minstrel sings before them of the 10 years, war in Troy, and our great deeds as half-forgotten things. Is there confusion in the little isle? Let what is broken so remain. The gods are hard to reconcile. 'Tis hard to settle order once again. There is confusion worse than death, trouble on trouble, pain on pain, long labor unto aged breath, sore task to hearts worn out with many wars, and eyes grow dim with gazing on the pilot stars. 7. But propped on beds of amaranth and moly, how sweet, while warm airs lull us, blowing lowly, with half-dropped eyelids still, beneath a heaven dark and holy, to watch the long bright river drawing slowly his waters from the purple hill, to hear the dewy echoes calling from cave to cave through the thick-twined vine, to watch the emerald-colored water falling through many a wave acanthus wreath divine, only to hear and see the far-off sparkling brine, only to hear were sweet, stretched out beneath the pine. 8. The lotos blooms below the barren peak. The lotos blows by every winding creek. All day the wind breathes low with mellower tone. Through every hollow cave and alley lone, round and round the spicy downs the yellow lotos dust is blown. We have had enough of action. And of motion we rolled to starboard, rolled to larboard, when the surge was seething free, where the wallowing monster spouted his foam fountains in the sea. Let us swear an oath, and keep it with an equal mind, in the hollow lotos land to live and lie reclined on the hills like gods together, careless of mankind. For they lie beside their nectar, and the bolts are hurled far below them in the valleys, and the clouds are lightly curled round their golden houses, girdled with the gleaming world, where they smile in secret, looking over wasted lands, blight and famine, plague and earthquake, roaring deeps and fiery sands, clanging fights and flaming towns, and sinking ships and praying hands. But they smile, they find a music centered in a doleful song steaming up, a lamentation and an ancient tale of wrong, like a tale of little meaning though. The words are strong, chanted from an ill-used race of men that cleave the soil, sow the seed, and reap the harvest with enduring toil, storing yearly little dews of wheat, and wine and oil, till they perish and they suffer some. 'Tis whispered, down in hell suffer endless anguish, others in Elysian valleys dwell, resting weary limbs at last on beds of asphodel. Surely, surely, slumber is more sweet than toil, the shore than labor in the deep mid-ocean, wind and wave and oar. O rest ye, brother mariners, we will not wander more. Above the valley burned the golden moon. Rivers seaward flow. 3 thunder-cloven thrones of oldest snow. Cf. Virgil Aen, Roman 4, 451. Tidet caeli convexaturi. Paraphrase from Moschus, Idle v. 1115. For climbing up the waves cf. Virgil Aen, I. 381, Concendi navalis equor, and cf. Generally Bean, Idle v. 1115. From Moschus, Idle v. Passim, the little isle, i.e. Ithaca, by. Added in 1842, or propped on lavish beds, to 1850 inclusive. Here, to 1850 inclusive. Flowery Peak. In 1833, we have the following, which in 1842 was excised and the present text substituted. We have had enough of motion, weariness and wild alarm tossing on the tossing ocean, where the tusked seahorse walloweth in a stripe of grass-green calm at noontide beneath the lee, and the monstrous narwhal swalloweth his foam fountains in the sea. Long enough the wine-dark wave our weary bark did carry. This is lovelier and sweeter. Men of Ithaca, this is meeter. In the hollow rosy vale to tarry, like a dreamy Lotos Eater, a delirious Lotos Eater. We will eat the lotos, sweet as the yellow honeycomb, in the valley some, and some on the ancient heights divine, and no more roam, on the loud hoar foam, to the melancholy home at the limit of the brine, the little isle of Ithaca, beneath the day's decline. We'll lift no more the shattered oar, no more unfurl the straining sail. With the blissful Lotos Eaters pale, we will abide in the golden vale of the Lotos land till the lotos fail. We will not wander more, hark. How sweet the horned ewes bleat on the solitary steeps, and the merry lizard leaps, and the foam-white waters pour, and the dark pine weeps, and the lithe vine creeps, and the heavy melon sleeps on the level of the shore. Oh! Islanders of Ithaca, we will not wander more. Surely, surely slumber is more sweet than toil, the shore than labor in the ocean, and rowing with the oar. Oh! Islanders of Ithaca, we will return no more. The fine picture in the text of the gods of Epicurus was no doubt immediately suggested by Lucretius, Roman 3, 15 sec, while the Iconomnipus of Lucian furnishes an excellent commentary on Tennyson's picture of those gods and what they see. Cf. 2. The Song of the Parsi in Gothe's Iphigeny off Taurus, Roman 4, 5. A Dream of Fair Women. First published in 1833, but very extensively altered on its republication in 1842. It had been written by June, 1832, and appears to have been originally entitled Legend of Fair Women. See Spedding's letter dated 21st June, 1832, Life, I. 116. In nearly every edition between 1833 and 1853 it was revised, and perhaps no poem proves more strikingly the scrupulous care which Tennyson took to improve what he thought susceptible of improvement. The work which inspired it, Chaucer's Legend of Good Women, was written about 1384, thus preluding, by nearly 200 years, the spacious times of great Elizabeth. There is no resemblance between the poems beyond the fact that both are visions and both have as their heroines illustrious women who have been unfortunate. Cleopatra is the only one common to the two poems. Tennyson's is an exquisite work of art. The transition from the anarchy of dreams to the dreamland landscape and to the sharply penned figures, the skill with which the heroines, what could be more perfect that Cleopatra and Jephthah's daughter, are chosen and contrasted, the wonderful way in which the Iphigenia of Euripides and Lucretius and the Cleopatra of Shakespeare are realized are alike admirable. The poem opened in 1833 with the following strangely irrelevant verses, excised in 1842, which, as Fitzgerald observed, make a perfect poem by themselves without affecting the dream. As when a man that sails in a balloon, down-looking sees the solid shining ground stream from beneath him in the broad blue noon, tilth, hamlet, mead and mound, and takes his flags and waves them to the mob, that shout below, all faces turn to where glows ruby-like the far-up crimson globe, filled with a finer air. So lifted high, the poet at his will lets the great world flit from him, seeing all higher throw, secret splendors mounting still, self-poised, nor fears to fall. Hearing apart the echoes of his fame, While I spoke thus, the seedsman memory sowed my deep-furrowed thought with many a name, whose glory will not die. I read, before my eyelids dropped their shade, the legend of good women, long ago sung by the morning star of song, who made his music heard below. Dan Chaucer, the first warbler, whose sweet breath preluded those melodious bursts that fill the spacious times of great Elizabeth with sounds that echo still. And for a while, the knowledge of his art held me above the subject, as strong gales hold swollen clouds from raining, though my heart, brimful of those wild tales, charged both mine eyes with tears. In every land I saw, wherever light illumineth, beauty and anguish walking hand in hand the downward slope to death. Those far-renowned brides of ancient song peopled the hollow dark, like burning stars, and I heard sounds of insult, shame, and wrong, and trumpets blown for wars, and clattering flints battered with clanging hoofs, and I saw crowds in columned sanctuaries, and forms that passed at windows and on roofs of marble palaces. Corpses across the threshold, heroes tall dislodging pinnacle and parapet upon the tortoise creeping to the wall, lances in ambush set. And high shrine doors burst through, with heated blasts that run before the fluttering tongues of fire, white surf wind-scattered over sails and masts, and ever climbing higher. Squadrons and squares of men in brazen plates, scaffolds, still sheets of water, divers woes, ranges of glimmering vaults with iron grates, and hushed seraglios. So shape chased shape as swift as, when to land bluster the winds and tides the self-same way, crisp foam flakes scud along the level sand, torn from the fringe of spray. I started once, or seemed to start in pain, resolved on noble things and strove to speak, as when a great thought strikes along the brain, and flushes all the cheek. And once my arm was lifted to hew down a cavalier from off his saddle-bow that bore a lady from a leaguered town, and then I know not how. All those sharp fancies, by downlapsing thought streamed onward, lost their edges, and did creep rolled on each other, rounded, smoothed, and brought into the gulfs of sleep. At last methought that I had wandered far in an old wood. Fresh-washed in coolest dew, the maiden splendors of the morning star shook in the steadfast blue. Enormous elm-tree boles did stoop and lean upon the dusky brushwood underneath their broad curved branches, fledged with clearest green new from its silken sheath. The dim red morn had died, her journey done, and with dead lips smiled at the twilight plain, half fallen across the threshold of the sun, never to rise again. There was no motion in the dumb dead air, not any song of bird or sound of rill. Gross darkness of the inner sepulchre is not so deadly still as that wide forest. Growths of jasmine turned their humid arms festooning tree to tree, and at the root throw, lush green grasses burned the red anemone. I knew the flowers, I knew the leaves, I knew the tearful glimmer of the languid dawn on those long, rank, dark wood walks, drenched in dew, leading from lawn to lawn. The smell of violets, hidden in the green, poured back into my empty soul and framed the times when I remember to have been joyful and free from blame. And from within me a clear undertone thrilled through, mine ears in that unblissful clime pass freely through. The wood is all thine own until the end of time. At length I saw a lady within call, stiller than chiseled marble, standing there, a daughter of the gods, divinely tall and most divinely fair. Her loveliness with shame and with surprise froze my swift speech. She, turning on my face the star-like sorrows of immortal eyes, spoke slowly in her place. I had great beauty. Ask thou not my name, no one can be more wise than destiny. Many drew swords and died. Where'er I came I brought calamity. No marvel, sovereign lady. In fair field myself for such a face had boldly died, I answered free, and turning I appealed to one that stood beside. But she, with sick and scornful looks averse, to her full height her stately stature draws. My youth, she said, was blasted with a curse. This woman was the cause. I was cut off from hope in that sad place, which yet to name my spirit loathes and fears. My father held his hand upon his face, I, blinded with my tears, still strove to speak. My voice was thick with sighs as in a dream. Dimly I could descry the stern black-bearded kings with wolfish eyes, waiting to see me die. The high masts flickered as they lay afloat. The crowds, the temples wavered, and the shore, the bright death quivered at the victim's throat, touched, and I knew no more. whereto the other with a downward brow. I with the white cold heavy plunging foam, whirled by the wind, had rolled me deep below, then when I left my home. Her slow full words sank thro' the silence drear, as thunderdrops fall on a sleeping sea, sudden I heard a voice that cried, "Come here that I may look on thee." I turning saw, throned on a flowery rise, one sitting on a crimson scarf unrolled, a queen with swarthy cheeks and bold black eyes, brow-bound with burning gold. She, flashing forth a haughty smile, began, "I govern men by change, and so I swayed all moods. 'Tis long since I have seen a man, once, like the moon, I made the ever-shifting currents of the blood according to my humor ebb and flow. I have no men to govern in this wood, that makes my only woe. Nay, yet it chafes me that I could not bend one will, nor tame and tutor with mine eye that dull, cold-blooded Caesar. Prithee, friend, where is Mark Antony? The man, my lover, with whom I rode sublime on fortune's neck. We sat as god by god, the Nilus would have risen before his time and flooded at our nod. We drank the Libyan sun to sleep, and lit lamps which outburned Canopus. O my life in Egypt! O the dalliance and the wit, the flattery and the strife! And the wild kiss, when fresh from war's alarms, my Hercules, my Roman Antony, my mailed Bacchus leapt into my arms, contented there to die. And there he died, and when I heard my name sighed forth with life, I would not brook my fear of the other. With a worm I balked his fame, what else was left? Look here." With that she tore her robe apart, and half the polished argent of her breast to sight laid bare. Thereto she pointed with a laugh, showing the aspic's bite. "I died a queen. The Roman soldier found me lying dead, my crown about my brows, a name forever, lying robed and crowned, worthy a Roman spouse." Her warbling voice, a lyre of widest range struck by all passion, did fall down and glance from tone to tone, and glided thro' all change of liveliest utterance. When she made pause, I knew not for delight, because with sudden motion from the ground she raised her piercing orbs, and filled with light the interval of sound. Still with their fires love tipped his keenest darts, as once they drew into two burning rings all beams of love, melting the mighty hearts of captains and of kings. Slowly my sense undazzled. Then I heard a noise of someone coming thro' the lawn, and singing clearer than the crested bird that claps his wings at dawn. The torrent brooks of hallowed Israel from craggy hollows pouring, late and soon, sound all night long, in falling thro' the dell far heard beneath the moon. The balmy moon of blessed Israel floods all the deep blue gloom with beams divine. All night the splintered crags that wall the dell with spires of silver shine. As one that museth where broad sunshine laves the lawn by some cathedral. Thro' the door hearing the holy organ rolling waves of sound on roof and floor. Within, an anthem sung, is charmed and tied to where he stands. So stood I, when that flow of music left the lips of her that died to save her father's vow. The daughter of the warrior Gilidite, a maiden pure, as when she went along from Mispay's towered gate with welcome light, with timbrel and with song. My words leapt forth, heaven heads the count of crimes with that wild oath. She rendered answer high, not so, nor once alone, 1,000 times I would be born and die. Single I grew, like some green plant, whose root creeps to the garden water pipes beneath feeding the flower. But ere my flower to fruit changed, I was ripe for death. My God, my land, my father, these did move me from my bliss of life, that nature gave, lowered softly with a threefold cord of love down to a silent grave. And I went mourning, no fair Hebrew boy shall smile away my maiden blame among the Hebrew mothers, emptied of all joy, leaving the dance and song. Leaving the olive gardens far below, leaving the promise of my bridal bower, the valleys of grape-loaded vines that glow beneath the battled tower. The light white clouds swam over us. Anon we heard the lion roaring from his den, we saw the large white stars rise one by one, or from the darkened glen. Saw God divide the night with flying flame, and thunder on the everlasting hills. I heard him, for he spake, and grief became a solemn scorn of ills. When the next moon was rolled into the sky's strength, came to me that equaled my desire. How beautiful a thing it was to die for God and for my sire. It comforts me in this one thought to dwell, that I subdued me to my father's will, because the kiss he gave me, ere I fell, sweetens the spirit still. Moreover, it is written that my race hewed Ammon, hip and thigh, from Aroer on Arnon unto Minnith. Here her face glowed, as I looked at her. She locked her lips. She left me where I stood. Glory to God, she sang, and passed afar, thridding the somber boskage of the wood toward the morning star. Losing her carol, I stood pensively, as one that from a casement leans his head when midnight bells cease ringing suddenly, and the old year is dead. Alas, alas! A low voice full of care murmured beside me, turn and look on me, I am that Rosamond whom men call fair, if what I was I be. Would I had been some maiden coarse and poor, oh me, that I should ever see the light. Those dragon eyes of angered Eleanor do haunt me, day and night. She ceased in tears, fallen from hope and trust, to whom the Egyptian, oh, you tamely died, you should have clung to Fulvia's waist and thrust the dagger through her side. With that sharp sound the white dawn's creeping beams, stol'n to my brain, dissolved the mystery of folded sleep. The captain of my dreams ruled in the eastern sky. Morn broadened on the borders of the dark, ere I saw her, who clasped in her last trance her murdered father's head, or Joan of Arc, a light of ancient France. Or her who knew that love can vanquish death, who kneeling, with one arm about her king, drew forth the poison with her balmy breath, sweet as new buds in spring. No memory labors longer from the deep gold mines of thought to lift the hidden or that glimpses, moving up, than I from sleep to gather and tell o'er. Each little sound and sight, with what dull pain compassed, how eagerly I sought to strike into that wondrous track of dreams again, but no two dreams are like. As when a soul laments, which hath been blessed, desiring what is mingled with past years, in yearnings that can never be expressed by sighs or groans or tears. Because all words, though culled with choicest art, failing to give the bitter of the sweet, wither beneath the palate, and the heart faints, faded by its heat. Suggested apparently by Denham, verses on Cowley's death. Old Chaucer, like the morning star to us, discovers day from far. Here follow an 1833 2, stanzas excised in 1842. In every land I thought that, more or less, the stronger, sterner nature overbore the softer, uncontrolled by gentleness and selfish evermore. And whether there were any means whereby, in some far after time, the gentler mind might reassume its just and full degree of rule among mankind. Screamed. The Latin testudo formed of the shields of soldiers held over their heads, to 1848 inclusive, steadfast. Clasping jasmine turned its twined arms festooning tree to tree. Altered to present reading, 1842. A lady, i.e. Helen. Tennyson has here noticed what is so often emphasized by Greek writers, that tallness was a great beauty in women. See Aristotle Ethics Roman 4, 3 and Homer Passim Odyssey Roman 8, 416, Roman 18, 190 and 248, Roman 21, 6. So Xenophon in describing Panthea emphasizes her tallness, Syrupt, v. Sovereign Lady. As the old men say, Iliad Roman 3, 156 8. The one is Iphigenia. Ollie's. It was not till 1884 that this line was altered to the reading of the final edition, i.e., which men called Ollie's in those iron years. For the iron years of that reading cf. Thomson, Spring 384, Iron Times. From 1833 till 1853 this stanza ran. The tall masts quivered as they lay afloat, the temples and the people and the shore, when drew a sharp knife through my tender throat slowly, and nothing more. It is curious that Tennyson should have allowed the last line to stand so long. Possibly it may have been to defy Lockhart's sarcastic commentary. What touching simplicity, what pathetic resignation. He cut my throat, nothing more. With Tennyson's picture should be compared Aeschylus, Agamemnon. 225:49, and Lucretius, I. 85:100. For the bold and picturesque substitution of the effect for the cause in the bright death quivered, cf. Sophocles, Electra, 1395, Nu Epsilon Alpha Kappa letter 1 F79, Nu Eta Tau Omicron Nu Alpha letter 1 F37 Mu Alpha, Chi Epsilon Iota Rho Omicron letter 1 FD6, Nu letter 1 F14 Chi Omega Nu, with the newly wedded blood on his hands. So vulnus is frequently used by Virgil and cf. Silius Italicus, Punica, Roman 9, 368-9, per pectora sivas exceptat morts. She expresses the same wish in Iliad, Roman 3, 73-4. Cleopatra. The skill with which Tennyson has here given us, in quintessence as it were, Shakespeare's superb creation needs no commentary, but it is somewhat surprising to find an accurate scholar like Tennyson guilty of the absurdity of representing Cleopatra as of gypsy complexion. The daughter of Ptolemy Auletes and a lady of Pontus, she was of Greek descent and had no taint at all of African intermixtures. See Peacock's remarks in Grill Grange, p. 206, 7th edit. 1861. After this, in 1833 and in 1842 are the following stanzas, afterwards excised. By him great Pompey dwarfs and suffers pain, a mortal man before immortal Mars. The glories of great Julius lapse and wane, and shrink from suns to stars. That man of all the men I ever knew most touched my fancy. Oh, what days and nights we had in Egypt, ever reaping new harvest of ripe delights. Realm-draining revels, life was one long feast, what wit, what words. What sweet words, only made less sweet by the kiss that broke 'em, liking best to be so richly stayed. What dainty strifes, when fresh from war's alarms, my Hercules, my gallant Antony. My mailed captain leapt into my arms, contented there to die. And in those arms he died. I heard my name sighed forth with life, then I shook off all fear. Oh, what a little snake stole Caesar's fame, what else was left? Look here. With that she tore her robe apart, etc. This stanza was added in 1843-1848, Lybian. Added in 1845 as a substitute for what nights we had in Egypt. I could hit his humors while I crossed them, oh the life I led him, and the dalliance and the wit, the flattery and the strife. Which is the reading of 1843. Canopus is a star in Argo, not visible in the west, but a conspicuous feature in the sky when seen from Egypt, as Pliny notices, hist. Nat, Roman 6, Roman 24. Phaetons canopum, noctibus situs ingens et clarum. Cf. Manilius Astron, I 216-17. Nusquam in Venis fulger canopum donic niliacas, per pontum veneris oras. And Lucan, Farsal, Roman 8, 181-3. Substituted in 1843 for the reading of 1833 and 1842. Substituted in 1845 for the reading of 1833, 1842, 1843, which ran as recorded supra. 1845 to 1848, Lybian, and for the reading of 1843. Sighed forth with life, I had no further fear. Oh, what a little worm stole Caesar's fame. A splendid transfusion of Horace's lines about her, Ode I 37. Invidens privata deduci superta non humiles mulier triumpho, and 1842, touched. For the story of Jephthah's daughter see Judges, chapters I. All editions up to and including 1851, in his den. For reference see Judges I 33. Ere I saw her, that in her latest trance clasped her dead father's heart, or Joan of Arc. The reference is, of course, to the well-known story of Margaret Roper, the daughter of Sir Thomas More, who is said to have taken his head when he was executed and preserved it till her death. Eleanor, the wife of Edward I, is said to have thus saved his life when he was stabbed at Acre with a poisoned dagger. The earliest and latest editions, i.e. 1833 and 1853, have though, and all the additions between though culled, etc. Margaret, first printed in 1833. Another of Tennyson's delicious fancy portraits, the twin sister to Adeline. 1. O sweet pale Margaret, O rare pale Margaret, what lit your eyes with tearful power, like moonlight on a falling shower? Who lent you, love, your mortal dower of pensive thought and aspect pale, your melancholy sweet and frail as perfume of the cuckoo flower? From the westward winding flood, from the evening lighted wood, from all things outward you have one a tearful grace, as though you stood between the rainbow and the sun. The very smile before you speak, that dimples your transparent cheek, encircles all the heart, and feedeth the senses with a still delight of dainty sorrow without sound, like the tender amber round, which the moon about her spreadeth, moving thro' a fleecy night. 2. You love, remaining peacefully, to hear the murmur of the strife, but enter not the toil of life. Your spirit is the calmed say, laid by the tumult of the fight. You are the evening star, alway remaining betwixt dark and bright. Lulled echoes of laborious day come to you, gleams of mellow light float by you on the verge of night. 3. What can it matter, Margaret? What songs below the waning stars the lion-heart, Plantagenet, sang looking thro' his prison bars, exquisite Margaret, who can tell the last wild thought of Chatelet, just ere the falling axe did part the burning brain from the true heart, even in her sight he loved so well. 4. A fairy shield your genius made and gave you on your natal day. Your sorrow, only sorrow's shade, keeps real sorrow far away. You move not in such solitudes, you are not less divine, but more human in your moods than your twin sister, Adeline. Your hair is darker, and your eyes touched with a somewhat darker hue, and less aerially blue, but ever trembling thro' the dew of dainty woeful sympathies. 5. O sweet pale Margaret, O rare pale Margaret, come down, and hear me speak, tie up the ringlets on your cheek. The sun is just about to set. The arching lines are tall and shady, and faint, rainy lights are seen, moving in the leafy beach rise from the feast of sorrow, lady, where all day long you sit between joy and woe, and whisper each, or only look across the lawn, look out below your bower eaves, look down, and let your blue eyes dawn upon me thro' the jasmine leaves. All editions except 1833 and 1853. Though, lion-souled Plantagenet. For songs supposed to have been composed by Richard I during the time of his captivity see Sismondi, Literature du Midi de l'Europe, Volume I, p. 149, and La Tour Ténébreuse, 1705, which contains a poem said to have been written by Richard and Blondel in mixed romance and Provençal, and a love song in Norman French, which have frequently been reprinted. See 2 Barney's Hist. Of Music, Volume Roman II, p. 238, and Walpole's Royal and Noble Authors, subtit. Richard I, and the 4th volume of Raynaud's Trois des Pièces des Troubadours. All these poems are probably spurious. Chatelet was a poet squire in the suite of the Marshal Damville, who was executed for a supposed intrigue with Mary Queen of Scots. See Tytler, History of Scotland, Roman VI, p. 319, and Mr. Swinburne's Tragedy. And more aerially blue and ever trembling thro' the dew, jasmine leaves. The Blackbird. Not in 1833. This is another poem placed among the poems of 1833, but not printed till 1842. The espaliers and the standards all are thine, the range of lawn and park, the unnetted blackhearts ripen dark, all thine, against the garden wall. Yet though I spare thee all the spring, thy sole delight is, sitting still, with that gold dagger of thy bill to fret the summer geneting. A golden bill, the silver tongue, cold February loved, is dry, plenty corrupts the melody that made thee famous once, when young. And in the sultry garden squares, now thy flute notes are changed to coarse, I hear thee not at all, or hoarse as when a hawker hawks his wares. Take warning, he that will not sing while yon sun prospers in the blue shall sing for want, ere leaves are new caught in the frozen palms of spring. Yet though I spared the kith and kin, and so till 1853 when it was altered to the present reading, to 1851, Geniton altered in 1853 to present reading. I better brook the drawling stairs, altered 1843, not hearing thee at all, altered 1843. The Death of the Old Year. First printed in 1833. Only one alteration has been made in this poem, in line 41, where in 1842, 1 was altered to 12. Full knee-deep lies the winter snow, and the winter winds are wearily sighing, toll ye the church bell sad and slow, and tread softly and speak low, for the old year lies a-dying. Old year, you must not die, you came to us so readily, you lived with us so steadily, old year, you shall not die. He lieth still, he doth not move, he will not see the dawn of day, he hath no other life above. He gave me a friend and a true, true love, and the new year will take him away. Old year, you must not go so long as you have been with us, such joy as you have seen with us, old year, you shall not go. He frothed his bumpers to the brim, a jollier year we shall not see. But though his eyes are waxing dim, and though his foes speak ill of him, he was a friend to me. Old year, you shall not die, we did so laugh and cry with you, I've half a mind to die with you, old year, if you must die. He was full of joke and jest, but all his merry quips are o'er. To see him die, across the waste his son and heir doth ride post-haste, but he'll be dead before, every one for his own. The night is starry and cold, my friend, and the new year blithe and bold, my friend, comes up to take his own. How hard he breathes! Over the snow I heard just now the crowing cock. The shadows flicker to and fro, the cricket chirps, the light burns low. 'Tis nearly 12 o'clock. Shake hands before you die. Old year will dearly rue for you. What is it we can do for you? Speak out before you die. His face is growing sharp and thin. Alack! Our friend is gone. Close up his eyes, tie up his chin, step from the corpse, and let him in that standeth there alone, and waiteth at the door. There's a new foot on the floor, my friend, and a new face at the door, my friend, a new face at the door. 1. To J.S. First published in 1833. This beautiful poem was addressed to James, spedding on the death of his brother Edward. The wind, that beats the mountain, blows more softly round the open wold, and gently comes the world to those that are cast in gentle mold. And me this knowledge bolder made, or else I had not dared to flow in these words toward you, and invade even with a verse your holy woe. 'Tis strange that those we lean on most, those in whose laps our limbs are nursed, fall into shadow, soonest lost. Those we love first are taken first. God gives us love. Something to love he lends us, but when love is grown to ripeness, that on which it throve falls off, and love is left alone. This is the curse of time. Alas, in grief I am not all unlearned once through, mine own doors death did pass one went, who never hath returned. He will not smile, nor speak to me once more. 2 years his chair is seen empty before us, that was he without whose life I had not been. Your loss is rarer, for this star rose with you through, a little arc of heaven, nor having wandered far shot on the sudden into dark. I knew your brother, his mute dust I honor and his living worth, a man more pure and bold, and just was never born into the earth. I have not looked upon you nigh, since that dear soul hath fallen asleep. Great nature is more wise than I will not tell you not to weep. And though mine own eyes fill with dew, drawn from the spirit throw, the brain I will not even preach to you. Weeping dulls the inward pain. Let grief be her own mistress still, she loveth her own anguish deep more than much pleasure. Let her will be done, to weep or not to weep. I will not say, God's ordinance of death is blown in every wind, for that is not a common chance that takes away a noble mind. His memory long will live alone in all our hearts, as mournful light that broods above the fallen sun, and dwells in heaven half the night. Vain solace, memory standing near cast down her eyes, and in her throat her voice seemed distant, and a tear dropped on the letters as I wrote. I wrote I know not what. In truth, how should I soothe you anyway, who missed the brother of your youth, yet something I did wish to say. For he too was a friend to me, both are my friends, and my true breast bleedeth for both. Yet it may be that only silence suiteth best. Words weaker than your grief would make grief more. 'Twere better I should cease, although myself could almost take the place of him that sleeps in peace. Sleep sweetly, tender heart, in peace. Sleep, Holy Spirit, blessed soul, while the stars burn, the moons increase, and the great ages onward roll. Sleep till the end, true soul and sweet. Nothing comes to thee new or strange. Sleep full of rest from head to feet, lie still, dry dust, secure of change. Possibly suggested by Tasso, Geras, Lib. Roman 20, Saint Lvei. Qual vento acui sapon, o selva o cal doppia nella contessa I safi el ira. Ma con fiato più placido, e più mal per la compagni liber poi spira. My heart this knowledge bolder made, or else it had not dared to flow. Altered in 1842. Tennyson's father died in March, 1831, mild. Cf. Gray's Alcaic stanza on West's death. O lacrimarum fons tenero sacros ducentium ordis ex animo, sunken sun. Altered to present reading, 1842. The image may have been suggested by Henry Vaughan, Beyond the Veil. Their very memory is fair and bright. It glows and glitters in my cloudy breast like stars, or those faint beams in which the hill is dressed after the sun's remove. 1842, 1843. My tablets. This affected phrase was altered to the present reading in 1845. Wholly altered to only 1842. Although to calm you I would take. Altered to present reading 1842. You ask me why though ill at ease. This is another poem which, though included among those belonging to 1833, was not published till 1842. It is an interesting illustration, like the next poem but one, of Tennyson's political opinions. He was, he said, of the same politics as Shakespeare, Bacon, and every sane man. He was either ignorant of the politics of Shakespeare and Bacon, or did himself great injustice by the remark. It would have been more true to say, for all his works illustrate it, that he was of the same politics as Burke. He is here, and in all his poems, a liberal conservative in the proper sense of the term. At the time this trio of poems was written, England was passing through the throes which preceded, accompanied and followed the Reform Bill, and the lessons which Tennyson preaches in them were particularly appropriate. He belonged to the Liberal Party rather in relation to social and religious than to political questions. Thus, he ardently supported the Anti-Slavery Convention and advocated the measure for abolishing subscription to the 39 Articles, but he was, as a politician, on the side of Canning, Peel, and the Duke of Wellington, regarding as they did the newborn democracy with mingled feelings of apprehension and perplexity. His exact attitude is indicated by some verses written about this time published by his son, Life, I. 6970. If Mr. Aubrey de Vere is correct, this and the following poem were occasioned by some popular demonstrations connected with the Reform Bill and its rejection by the House of Lords. See Life of Tennyson, Volume I, Appendix. You ask me, why, though ill at ease, within this region I subsist, whose spirits falter in the mist, and languish for the purple seas. It is the land that freemen till, that sober-suited freedom chose, the land, where girt with friends or foes a man may speak the thing he will. A land of settled government, a land of just and old renown, where freedom broadens slowly down from precedent to precedent, where faction seldom gathers head, but by degrees to fullness wrought, the strength of some diffusive thought hath time and space to work and spread. Should banded unions persecute opinion, and induce a time when single thought is civil crime, and individual freedom mute. Though power should make from land to land the name of Britain trebly great, though every channel of the state should almost choke with golden sand. Yet waft me from the harbor mouth, wild wind, I seek a warmer sky, and I will see before I die the palms and temples of the South, and 1851, though, to 1843, whose spirits fail within the mist, altered to present reading in 1845. All editions up to and including 1851, though power, etc. 1850, though every channel. Of old sat Freedom on the Heights, first published in 1842, but it seems to have been written in 1834. The fourth and fifth stanzas are given in a postscript of a letter from Tennyson to James Spedding, dated 1834. Of old sat Freedom on the heights, the thunders breaking at her feet, above her shook the starry lights, she heard the torrents meet. There in her place she did rejoice, self-gathered in her prophet mind, but fragments of her mighty voice came rolling on the wind. Then stepped she down through, town and field to mingle with the human race, and part by part to men revealed the fullness of her face. Grave mother of majestic works, from her isle-altar gazing down, who, godlike, grasps the triple forks, and kinglike wears the crown. Her open eyes desire the truth, the wisdom of 1,000 years is in them. May perpetual youth keep dry their light from tears. That her fair form may stand and shine, make bright our days and light our dreams, turning to scorn with lips divine the falsehood of extremes, to 1850 inclusive, within her place, altered to present reading, 1850. The Trisulcians, or Trisulcatella of the Roman poets. Love thou thy land, with love far brought. First published in 1842. This poem had been written by 1834, for Tennyson sends it in a letter dated that year to James Spedding Sea Life, I. 173. Love thou thy land, with love far brought from out the storied past, and used within the present, but transfused through future time by power of thought. True love turned round on fixed poles, love that endures not sordid ends, for English natures, freemen, friends, thy brothers and immortal souls. But pamper not a hasty time, nor feed with crude imaginings the herd, wild hearts and feeble wings, that every sophister can lime. Deliver not the tasks of might to weakness, neither hide the ray from those, not blind, who wait for day, though, sitting girt with doubtful light. Make knowledge circle with the winds, but let her herald, reverence, fly before her to whatever sky bear seed of men and growth of minds. Watch what main currents draw the years, cut prejudice against the grain, but gentle words are always gain, regard the weakness of thy peers. Nor toil for title, place, or touch of pension, neither count on praise, it grows to guerdon afterdays, nor deal in watchwords overmuch. Not clinging to some ancient saw, not mastered by some modern term, not swift nor slow to change, but firm, and in its season bring the law. That from discussions lip may fall with life, that, working strongly, binds, set in all lights by many minds to close the interests of all. For nature also, cold and warm, and moist and dry, devising long throw, many agents making strong, matures the individual form. Meet as it changes should control our being, lest we rust in ease. We all are changed by still degrees, all but the basis of the soul. So let the change which comes be free to ingroove itself with that, which flies, and work, a joint of state that plies its office, moved with sympathy. A saying, hard to shape and act, for all the past of time reveals a bridal dawn of thunderpeals, wherever thought hath wedded fact. Even now we hear with inward strife a motion, toiling in the gloom, the spirit of the years to come yearning to mix himself with life. A slow-developed strength awaits completion in a painful school, phantoms of other forms of rule, new majesties of mighty states. The warders of the growing hour, but vague in vapor, hard to mark, and round them sea and air are dark with great contrivances of power. Of many changes, aptly joined, is bodied forth the second whole, regard gradation, lest the soul of discord race the rising wind. A wind to puff your idle fires, and heap their ashes on the head, to shame the boast so often made, that we are wiser than our sires. Oh, yet, if nature's evil star drive men in manhood, as in youth, to follow flying steps of truth across the brazen bridge of war. If new and old, disastrous feud, must ever shock like armed foes, and this be true, till time shall close, that principles are reigned in blood. Not yet the wise of heart would cease to hold his hope throw, shame and guilt, but with his hand against the hilt, would pace the troubled land, like peace. Not less though dogs of faction bay, would serve his kind in deed and word. Certain, if knowledge bring the sword, that knowledge takes the sword away. Would love the gleams of good that broke from either side, nor veil his eyes, and if some dreadful need should rise would strike, and firmly, and one stroke. Tomorrow yet would reap today, as we bear blossom of the dead, earn well the thrifty months, nor wed raw haste, half-sister to delay. And so till 1851. Though, knowledge is spelt with a capital K, or growth, the boasting words we said. Possibly suggested by Homer's expression, letter 1F00, new letter 1F70, pi tau omicron lambda letter 1F73 mu omicron iota omicron gamma epsilon phi letter 1F7b rho alpha sigma il Roman 8 549 and elsewhere. But Homer, S. and Tennyson's meaning can hardly be the same. In Homer, the bridges of war seem to mean the spaces between the lines of tents in a bivouac. In Tennyson, the meaning is probably the obvious one. All up to and including 1851. Not less, though dogs of faction bay. The Goose. This was first published in 1842. No alteration has since been made in it. This poem, which was written at the time of the Reform Bill agitation, is a political allegory showing how illusory were the supposed advantages held out by the radicals to the poor and laboring classes. The old woman typifies these classes, the stranger the radicals, the goose the radical program, free trade and the like, the egg such advantages as the proposed radical measures might for a time seem to confer, the cluttering goose, the storm and whirlwind the heavy price which would have to be paid for them in the social anarchy resulting from triumphant radicalism. The allegory may be narrowed to the free trade question. I knew an old wife lean and poor. Her rags scarce held together there strode a stranger to the door, and it was windy weather. He held a goose upon his arm, he uttered rhyme and reason. Here, take the goose, and keep you warm, it is a stormy season. She caught the white goose by the leg, a goose, 'twas no great matter. The goose let fall a golden egg with cackle and with clatter. She dropped the goose and caught the pelf, and ran to tell her neighbors, and blessed herself and cursed herself, and rested from her labors. And feeding high and living soft, grew plump and able-bodied, until the grave churchwarden doffed, the parson smirked and nodded. So sitting, served by man and maid, she felt her heart grow prouder. But the more the white goose laid it clacked and cackled louder. It cluttered here, it chuckled there. It stirred the old wife's mettle, she shifted in her elbow chair, and hurled the pan and kettle. A quinsy choke thy cursed note, then waxed her anger stronger. Go, take the goose, and wring her throat, I will not bear it longer. Then yelped the cur, and yawled the cat, ran gaffer, stumbled gammer. The goose flew this way and flew that, and filled the house with clamor. As head and heels upon the floor they floundered all together, there strode a stranger to the door. And it was windy weather. He took the goose upon his arm, he uttered words of scorning. So keep you cold, or keep you warm, it is a stormy morning. The wild wind rang from park and plain, and round the attics rumbled, till all the tables danced again, and half the chimneys tumbled. The glass blew in, the fire blew out, the blast was hard and harder, her cap blew off, her gown blew up, and a whirlwind cleared the larder. And while on all sides breaking loose her household fled the danger, quoth she, the devil take the goose, and God forget the stranger. The Epic, first published in 1842, though in line 44 has been the only alteration made since 1850. This prologue was written, like the epilogue, after the epic had been composed, being added, Fitzgerald says, to anticipate or excuse the faint Homeric echoes, to give a reason for telling an old-world tale. The poet mouthing out his hollow O's and I's is, we are told, a good description of Tennyson's tone and manner of reading. At Francis Allen's on the Christmas Eve, the game of forfeits done, the girls all kissed beneath the sacred bush and passed away, the parson Holmes, the poet Everard Hall, the host, and I sat round the wassail bowl, then halfway ebbed. And there we held a talk, how all the old honor had from Christmas gone, or dwindled down to some odd games in some odd nooks like this. Till I, tired out with cutting eights that day upon the pond, where, 3 times slipping from the outer edge, I bumped the ice into 3 several stars fell in a doze. And half awake I heard the parson taking wide and wider sweeps, now harping on the church commissioners, now hawking at geology and schism, until I woke, and found him settled down upon the general decay of faith right thro' the world. At home was little left, and none abroad, there was no anchor none to hold by. Francis, laughing, clapped his hand on Everard's shoulder, with I hold by him, and I, quoth Everard, by the wassail bowl. Why, yes, I said, we knew your gift that way at college, but another which you had, I mean a verse, for so we held it then, what came of that? You know, said Frank, he burnt his epic, his King Arthur, some 12 books, and then to me demanding why. Oh, sir, he thought that nothing new was said, or else something so said 'twas nothing, that a truth looks freshest in the fashion of the day, God knows. He has a min of reasons, ask it pleased me well enough. Nay, nay, said Hall, why take the style of those heroic times? For nature brings not back the mastodon, nor we those times, and why should any man remodel models? These 12 books of mine were faint Homeric echoes, nothing worth mere chaff and draff, much better burnt. But I, said Francis, pick the 11th from this hearth and have it. Keep a thing its use will come. I hoard it as a sugar plum for Holmes. He laughed, and I, though sleepy like a horse that hears the corn bin open, pricked my ears, for I remembered Everard's college fame when we were freshmen. Then at my request he brought it, and the poet little urged, but with some prelude of disparagement, read, mouthing out his hollow O's and I's deep-chested music, and to this result. A burning topic with the clergy in and about 1833 to 1844. You know, said Frank, he flung his epic of King Arthur in the fire. The present reading, 1850, 1843 v. Remodel models rather than the life, and these 12 books of mine, to speak the truth. Present reading, 1845. Mort d'Arthur. This is Tennyson's first study from Malory's Mort d'Arthur. We learn from Fitzgerald that it was written as early as the spring of 1835, for in that year Tennyson read it to Fitzgerald and Spedding, out of a MS, in a little red book, and again we learn that he repeated some lines of it at the end of May, 1835, one calm day on Windermere, adding not bad that fits, is it? Life, I, 184. It is here represented as the 11th book of an epic, the rest of which had been destroyed, though Tennyson afterwards incorporated it, adding introductory lines, with what was virtually to prove an epic in 12 books, The Idylls of the King. The substance of the poem is drawn from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th chapters of the 21st book of Malory's romance, which is followed very closely. It is called an Homeric echo, but the diction bears a much closer resemblance to that of Virgil than to that of Homer, though the rhythm is perhaps more Homeric than Virgilian. It is Tennyson's masterpiece in the grand style, and is indeed as near perfection as any work of this kind could be. In spite of its singular mixture of simplicity, purely Homeric, and artificiality, at times ultra-Virgilian, the incongruity never shocks, so noble and impressive is the general effect. The text of 1842 was never subsequently altered except in the spelling of mere. And though in lines 37, 77, 147, 155, 162, 272, and in the insertion in 1853 of the line, across the ridge and packed beside the mere. So all day long the noise of battle rolled among the mountains by the winter sea, until King Arthur's table, man by man, had fallen in lioness about their lord, King Arthur. Then, because his wound was deep, the bold Sir Bedivere uplifted him, Sir Bedivere, the last of all his knights, and bore him to a chapel nigh the field, a broken chancel with a broken cross that stood on a dark strait of barren land. On one side lay the ocean, and on one lay a great water, and the moon was full. Then spake King Arthur to Sir Bedivere, the sequel of today unsolders all the goodliest fellowship of famous knights whereof this world holds record. Such a sleep they sleep, the men I loved. I think that we shall never more, at any future time, delight our souls with talk of knightly deeds, walking about the gardens and the halls of Camelot, as in the days that were. I perish by this people which I made, though Merlin swear that I should come again to rule once more. But let what will be, be. I am so deeply smitten thro' the helm that without help I cannot last till morn. Thou therefore take my brand Excalibur, which was my pride. For thou rememberest how in those old days, one summer noon, an arm rose up from out the bosom of the lake, clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, holding the sword, and how I rode across and took it and have worn it like a king, and wheresoever I am sung or told in aftertime, this also shall be known. But now delay not. Take Excalibur and fling him far into the middle mere. Watch what thou sayest, and lightly bring me word. To him replied the bold Sir Bedivere, It is not meet, Sir King, to leave thee thus, aidless, alone, and smitten thro' the helm. A little thing may harm a wounded man, yet I thy hest will all perform at full. Watch what I see, and lightly bring thee word. So saying, from the ruined shrine he stepped, and in the moon athwart the place of tombs, where lay the mighty bones of ancient men, old knights, and over them the sea wind sang shrill, chill, with flakes of foam. He, stepping down by zigzag paths and juts of pointed rock, came on the shining levels of the lake. There drew he forth the brand Excalibur, and o'er him, drawing it, the winter moon, brightening the skirts of a long cloud, ran forth and sparkled keen with frost against the hilt, for all the haft twinkled with diamond sparks, myriads of topaz lights, and jacinth work of subtlest jewelry. He gazed so long that both his eyes were dazzled, as he stood, this way and that dividing the swift mind, in act to throw. But at the last it seemed better to leave Excalibur concealed there in the many-knotted water flags, that whistled stiff and dry about the marge. So strode he back slow to the wounded king. Then spake King Arthur to Sir Bedivere, Hast thou performed my mission which I gave? What is it thou hast seen, or what hast heard? And answer made the bold Sir Bedivere, I heard the ripple washing in the reeds and the wild water lapping on the crag. To whom replied King Arthur, faint and pale, Thou hast betrayed thy nature and thy name, not rendering true answer, as beseemed thy fealty, nor like a noble knight, for surer sign had followed, either hand or voice, or else a motion of the mere. This is a shameful thing for men to lie. Yet now, I charge thee, quickly go again as thou art lief and dear, and do the thing I bade thee, watch, and lightly bring me word. Then went Sir Bedivere the second time across the ridge, and paced beside the mere, counting the dewy pebbles, fixed in thought. But when he saw the wonder of the hilt, how curiously and strangely chased, he smote his palms together, and he cried aloud, And if indeed I cast the brand away, surely a precious thing, one worthy note, should thus be lost for ever from the earth, which might have pleased the eyes of many men. What good should follow this, if this were done? What harm, undone? Deep harm to disobey, seeing obedience is the bond of rule, were it well to obey then, if a king demand an act unprofitable against himself. The king is sick, and knows not what he does. What record or what relic of my lord should be to aftertime but empty breath and rumors of a doubt? But were this kept, stored in some treasure house of mighty kings, someone might show it at a joust of arms, saying, King Arthur's sword, Excalibur, wrought by the lonely maiden of the lake. 9 years she wrought it, sitting in the deeps upon the hidden bases of the hills. So might some old man speak in the aftertime to all the people, winning reverence, but now much honor and much fame were lost. So spake he, clouded with his own conceit, and hid Excalibur the second time, and so strode back slow to the wounded king. Then spoke King Arthur, breathing heavily, What is it thou hast seen, or what hast heard? And answer made the bold Sir Bedivere, I heard the water lapping on the crag, and the long ripple washing in the reeds. To whom replied King Arthur, much in wrath, Ah, miserable and unkind, untrue, unknightly, traitor-hearted, woe is me, authority forgets a dying king, laid widowed of the power in his eye that bode the will. I see thee what thou art, for thou, the latest left of all my knights in whom should meet the offices of all, thou wouldst betray me for the precious hilt either from lust of gold, or like a girl valuing the giddy pleasure of the eyes. Yet, for a man may fail in duty twice, and the third time may prosper, get thee hence. But if thou spare to fling Excalibur, I will arise and slay thee with my hands. Then quickly rose Sir Bedivere, and ran and, leaping down the ridges lightly, plunged among the bulrush beds and clutched the sword, and strongly wheeled and threw it. The great brand made lightnings in the splendor of the moon, and flashing round, and whirled in an arched shot like a streamer of the northern morn seen, where the moving isles of winter shock by night, with noises of the northern sea. So flashed and fell the brand Excalibur, but ere he dipped the surface, rose an arm clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, and caught him by the hilt and brandished him 3 times and drew him under in the mere. And lightly went the other to the king. Then spoke King Arthur, drawing thicker breath. Now see I by thine eyes that this is done. Speak out. What is it thou hast heard or seen? And answer made the bold Sir Bedivere. Sir King, I closed mine eyelids, lest the gems should blind my purpose. For I never saw nor shall see here or elsewhere till I die not though I live 3 lives of mortal men so great a miracle as yonder hilt. Then with both hands I flung him, wheeling him. But when I looked again, behold an arm, clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, that caught him by the hilt, and brandished him 3 times, and drew him under in the mere. And answer made King Arthur, breathing hard, My end draws nigh. 'Tis time that I were gone. Make broad thy shoulders to receive my weight, and bear me to the margin. Yet I fear my wound hath taken cold, and I shall die. So saying, from the pavement he hath rose, slowly, with pain, reclining on his arm, and looking wistfully with wide blue eyes as in a picture. Him Sir Bedivere remorsefully regarded through his tears, and would have spoken, but he found not words, then took with care, and kneeling on one knee, o'er both his shoulders drew the languid hands, and rising bore him thro' the place of tombs. But as he walked, King Arthur panted hard, like one that feels a nightmare on his bed when all the house is mute. So sighed the king, muttering and murmuring at his ear, Quick, quick! I fear it is too late, and I shall die. But the other swiftly strode from ridge to ridge, clothed with his breath, and looking, as he walked, larger than human on the frozen hills. He heard the deep behind him, and a cry before. His own thought drove him like a goad. Dry clashed his harness in the icy caves and barren chasms, and all to left and right the bare black cliff clanged round him, as he based his feet on juts of slippery crag that rang sharp-smit with the dint of armed heels, and on a sudden, lo! The level lake, and the long glories of the winter moon. Then saw they how there hove a dusky barge, dark as a funeral scarf from stem to stern, beneath them. And descending they were where that all the decks were dense with stately forms black-stoled, black-hooded like a dream, by these 3 queens with crowns of gold, and from them rose a cry that shivered to the tingling stars, and as it were one voice, an agony of lamentation like a wind that shrills all night in a wasteland where no one comes or hath come since the making of the world. Then murmured Arthur, Place me in the barge, and to the barge they came. There those 3 queens put forth their hands and took the king and wept. But she, that rose the tallest of them all and fairest, laid his head upon her lap, and loosed the shattered cask, and chafed his hands, and called him by his name, complaining loud, and dropping bitter tears against his brow striped with dark blood. For all his face was white and colorless, and like the withered moon smote by the fresh beam of the springing east, and all his greaves and cuisses dashed with drops of onset. And the light and lustrous curls, that made his forehead like a rising sun high from the dais throne, were parched with dust, or clotted into points and hanging loose mixed with the knightly growth that fringed his lips. So like a shattered column lay the king, not like that Arthur who, with lance in rest from spur to plume a star of tournament, shot thro' the lists at Camelot, and charged before the eyes of ladies and of kings. Then loudly cried the bold Sir Bedivere, "Ah, my lord Arthur, whither shall I go? Where shall I hide my forehead and my eyes? For now I see the true old times are dead, when every morning brought a noble chance, and every chance brought out a noble knight. Such times have been not since the light that led the holy elders with the gift of myrrh. But now the whole round table is dissolved which was an image of the mighty world, and I, the last, go forth companionless. And the days darken round me, and the years among new men, strange faces, other minds." And slowly answered Arthur from the barge, "The old order changeth, yielding place to new, and God fulfills himself in many ways. Lest one good custom should corrupt the world, comfort thyself. What comfort is in me, I have lived my life, and that which I have done may he within himself make pure. But thou, if thou shouldst never see my face again, pray for my soul. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Wherefore, let thy voice rise like a fountain for me night and day. For what are men better than sheep or goats that nourish a blind life within the brain if, knowing God, they lift not hands of prayer both for themselves and those who call them friend? For so the whole round earth is every way bound by gold chains about the feet of God. But now farewell. I am going a long way with these thou sayest. If indeed I go, for all my mind is clouded with a doubt to the island valley of Avilion, where falls not hail, or rain, or any snow, nor ever wind blows loudly. But it lies deep meadowed, happy, fair, with orchard lawns and bowery hollows crowned with summer sea, where I will heal me of my grievous wound." So said he, and the barge with oar and sail moved from the brink, like some full-breasted swan that, fluting a wild carol ere her death, ruffles her pure cold plume, and takes the flood with swarthy webs. Long stood Sir Bedivere revolving many memories, till the hull looked one black dot against the verge of dawn, and on the mere the wailing died away. Here ended Hall, and our last light that long had winked and threatened darkness, flared and fell, at which the parson, sent to sleep with sound, and waked with silence, grunted good. But we sat rapt. It was the tone with which he read. Perhaps some modern touches here and there redeemed it from the charge of nothingness, or else we loved the man and prized his work, I know not. But we sitting, as I said, the cock crew loud. As at that time of year the lusty bird takes every hour for dawn, then Francis, muttering like a man ill-used, "There now, that's nothing," drew a little back and drove his heel into the smouldered log that sent a blast of sparkles up the flue and so to bed, where yet in sleep I seemed to sail with Arthur under looming shores, point after point, till on to dawn, when dreams begin to feel the truth and stir of day to me, methought, who waited with a crowd, there came a bark that, blowing forward, bore King Arthur like a modern gentleman of stateliest port, and all the people cried, "Arthur is come again. He cannot die." Then those that stood upon the hills behind repeated, "Come again, and thrice as fair," and, further inland, voices echoed, "Come with all good things, and war shall be no more." At this 100 bells began to peal, that with the sound I woke, and heard indeed the clear church bells ring in the Christmas morn. Cf. Mort d'Arthur, Roman 31, Roman 4. They led him betwixt them to a little chapel from the not far seaside. Cf. id v. "Therefore," said Arthur, "take thou my good sword Excalibur, and go with it to yonder waterside. And when thou comest there, I charge thee throw my sword on that water and come again, and tell me what thou there seest." "My lord," said Bedivere, "your commandment shall be done, and lightly will I bring thee word again." So Sir Bedivere departed, and by the way he beheld that noble sword, that the pommel and the haft were all of precious stones, and then he said to himself, "If I throw this rich sword in the water, thereof shall never come to good but harm and loss." And then Sir Bedivere hid Excalibur under a tree. Studs. Literally from Virgil Ean, Roman 4, 285. Ac animum nunc, huc cellarum nunc dividit aluc. Cf. Romance id v. I saw nothing but the waters wap and the waves wan. Romance id v. "That is untruly said of thee," said the king. "Therefore go thou lightly again, and do my command as thou to me art lief and dear. Spare not, but throw in." Then Sir Bedivere returned again, and took the sword in his hand. And then him thought sin and shame to throw away that noble sword, and so eft he hid the sword and returned again. and told the king that he had been to the water and done his commandment. This line was not inserted till 1853. Romance id v. Ah, traitor untrue, said King Arthur, now thou hast betrayed me twice. Who would have weened that thou that hast been so lief and dear, and thou that art named a noble knight, would betray me for the riches of the sword? But now go again lightly. And but if thou do not now as I bid thee, if ever I may see thee I shall slay thee with mine own hands. There is a curious illustration of this in an anecdote told of Queen Elizabeth. Cecil intimated that she must go to bed if it were only to satisfy her people. Must, she exclaimed. Is must a word to be addressed to princes? Little man, thy father if he had been alive durst not have used that word, but thou hast grown presumptuous because thou knowest that I shall die. Lingard Hist, Volume Roman 6, p. 316. Romance id v. Then Sir Bedivere departed and went to the sword, and lightly took it up and went to the waterside. And then he bound the girdle about the hilt, and then he threw the sword as far into the water as he might. And then came an arm and a hand above the water, and met it and caught it, and so shook it thrice and brandished it, and then vanished away the hand with the sword in the water. Romance id v. Alas, said the king, help me hence, for I dread me I have tarried over long. Then Sir Bedivere took the king upon his back, and so went with him to that water. Romance id v. And when they were at the waterside, even fast by the bank hoved a little barge and many fair ladies in it, and among them all was a queen, and all they had black hoods, and all they wept and shrieked when they saw King Arthur. Now put me into the barge, said the king, and so they did softly. And there received him 3 queens with great mourning, and so they set him down, and in one of their laps King Arthur laid his head, and then that queen said, Ah, dear brother, why have ye tarried so long from me? Romance id v. Then Sir Bedivere cried, Ah, my lord Arthur, what shall become of me now ye go from me, and leave me here alone among mine enemies? Comfort thyself, said the king, and do as well as thou mayest, for in me is no trust to trust in. For I will unto the vale of Avilion to heal me of my grievous wound. And if thou never hear more of me, pray for my soul. With this cf. Green James Roman 4 v. 4. Should all things still remain in one estate, should not in greatest arts some scars be found, were all upright, nor changed what world were this? A chaos made of quiet, yet no world. And cf. Shakespeare Coriolanus Roman 2, Roman 3. What custom wills in all things should we do it, the dust on antique time would be unswept, and mountainous error too highly heaped for truth to overpeer. Cf. Archdeacon Hare's Sermon on the Law of Self-Sacrifice. This is the golden chain of love, whereby the whole creation is bound to the throne of the Creator. For further illustrations see Illust. Of Tennyson, p. 158. Paraphrased from Odyssey, Roman 6, 42-5 or Lucretius, Roman 3, 18-22. The expression, crowned with summer sea, from Odyssey, X, 195. Nu letter 1 FC6 sigma omicron nu pi letter 1 F73, rho goat a pi letter 1 F79, nu tau omicron sigma alpha pi epsilon, letter 1 F77 rho goat a tau omicron sigma letter 1 F10, sigma tau alpha phi letter 1 F71, nu omega tau alpha iota. The Gardener's Daughter, or The Pictures. First published in 1842. In The Gardener's Daughter, we have the first of that delightful series of poems dealing with scenes and characters from ordinary English life, and named appropriately English idols. The originator of this species of poetry in England was Southey, in his English eclogues, written before 1799. In the preface to these eclogues, which are in blank verse, Southey says, "The following eclogues, I believe, bear no resemblance to any poems in our language. This species of composition has become popular in Germany, and I was induced to attempt it by an account of the German idols given me in conversation." Southey's eclogues are 8 in number: The Old Mansion House, The Grandmother's Tale, Hannah, The Sailor's Mother, The Witch, The Ruined Cottage, The Last of the Family, and The Alderman's Funeral. Southey was followed by Wordsworth in The Brothers and Michael. Southey has nothing of the charm, grace, and classical finish of his disciple, but how nearly Tennyson follows him, as copy and model, may be seen by anyone who compares Tennyson's studies with The Ruined Cottage. But Tennyson's real master was Theocritus, whose influence pervades these poems not so much directly in definite imitation as indirectly in color and tone. The Gardener's Daughter was written as early as 1835, as it was read to Fitzgerald in that year, Life of Tennyson, I. 182. Tennyson originally intended to insert a prologue to be entitled The Antechamber, which contained an elaborate picture of himself, but he afterwards suppressed it. It is given in the Life, I. 233-4. This poem stands alone among the Idylls in being somewhat overloaded with ornament. The text of 1842 remained unaltered through all the subsequent editions, except in line 235. After 1851, the form though is substituted for though. This morning is the morning of the day, when I and Eustace from the city went to see the Gardener's Daughter, I and he brothers in art. A friendship so complete portioned in halves between us that we grew the fable of the city where we dwelt. My Eustace might have sat for Hercules, so muscular he spread, so broad of breast. He, by some law that holds in love and draws the greater to the lesser, long desired a certain miracle of symmetry, a miniature of loveliness, all grace summed up and closed in little. Juliet, she so light of foot, so light of spirit. Oh, she to me myself, for some 3 careless moons, the summer pilot of an empty heart unto the shores of nothing. Know you not such touches are but embassies of love, to tamper with the feelings, ere he found empire for life? But Eustace painted her and said to me, she's sitting with us then, when will you paint like this? And I replied, my words were half in earnest, half in jest, tease not your work, but love s. Love, unperceived, a more ideal artist he than all came, drew your pencil from you, made those eyes darker than darkest pansies, and that hair more black than ashbuds in the front of March. And Juliet answered laughing, go and see the Gardener's Daughter. Trust me, after that you scarce can fail to match his masterpiece. And up we rose, and on the spur we went. Not wholly in the busy world, nor quite beyond it, blooms the garden that I love. News from the humming city comes to it in sound of funeral or of marriage bells, and sitting muffled in dark leaves, you hear the windy clanging of the minster clock, although between it and the garden lies a league of grass, washed by a slow broad stream that, stirred with languid pulses of the oar, waves all its lazy lilies, and creeps on, barge-laden, to 3 arches of a bridge crowned with the minster towers. The fields between are dewy fresh, browsed by deep-puttered kine, and all about the large lime feathers low, the lime a summer home of murmurous wings. In that still place she hoarded in herself grew, seldom seen, not less among us lived her fame from lip to lip. Who had not heard of Rose, the Gardener's Daughter? Where was he so blunt in memory, so old at heart, at such a distance from his youth in grief that, having seen, forgot? The common mouth, so gross to express delight, in praise of her grew oratory. Such a lord is love, and beauty such a mistress of the world. And if I said that fancy, led by love, would play with flying forms and images, yet this is also true, that, long before I looked upon her, when I heard her name my heart was like a prophet to my heart, and told me I should love. A crowd of hopes that sought to sow themselves like winged seeds, born out of everything I heard and saw, fluttered about my senses and my soul, and vague desires, like fitful blasts of balm to one that travels quickly, made the air of life delicious, and all kinds of thought, that verged upon them sweeter than the dream dreamed by a happy man, when the dark east, unseen, is brightening to his bridal morn. And sure this orbit of the memory folds forever in itself the day we went to see her. All the land and flowery squares, beneath a broad and equal-blowing wind, smelt of the coming summer, as one large cloud drew downward. But all else of heaven was pure up to the sun, and May from verge to verge, and May with me from head to heel. And now, as though, 'twere yesterday, as though it were the hour just flown, that morn with all its sound, for those old Mays had thrice the life of these, rings in mine ears. The steer forgot to graze, and where the hedgerow cuts the pathway, stood leaning his horns into the neighbor field and lowing to his fellows. From the woods came voices of the well-contented doves. The lark could scarce get out his notes for joy, but shook his song together as he neared his happy home, the ground. To left and right, the cuckoo told his name to all the hills, the mellow ouzel fluted in the elm, the redcap whistled, and the nightingale sang loud, as though he were the bird of day. And Eustace turned and smiling said to me, hear how the bushes echo. By my life, these birds have joyful thoughts. Think you they sing like poets, from the vanity of song, or have they any sense of why they sing? And would they praise the heavens for what they have? And I made answer, Were there nothing else for which to praise the heavens but only love, that only love were cause enough for praise? Lightly he laughed, as one that read my thought, and on we went. But ere an hour had passed, we reached a meadow slanting to the north down which a well-worn pathway courted us to one green wicket in a privet hedge. This, yielding, gave into a grassy walk-throw, crowded lilac ambush trimly pruned, and one warm gust, full-fed with perfume, blew beyond us as we entered in the cool. The garden stretches southward. In the midst a cedar spread his dark green layers of shade. The garden glasses shone, and momently the twinkling laurels scattered silver lights. "Eustace," I said, "this wonder keeps the house." He nodded, but a moment afterwards he cried, "Look, look!" Before he ceased I turned, and ere a star can wink beheld her there. For up the porch there grew an eastern rose that, flowering high, the last night's gale had caught and blown across the walk. One arm aloft, gowned in pure white that fitted to the shape, holding the bush to fix it back, she stood. A single stream of all her soft brown hair poured on one side. The shadow of the flowers stole all the golden gloss, and, wavering lovingly lower, trembled on her waist, ah, happy shade, and still went wavering down, but ere it touched a foot that might have danced the greensward into greener circles, dipped, and mixed with shadows of the common ground. But the full day dwelt on her brows, and sunned her violet eyes and all her hebe bloom, and doubled his own warmth against her lips, and on the bounteous wave of such a breast as never pencil drew. Half light, half shade, she stood, a sight to make an old man young. So wrapped, we neared the house. But she, a rose in roses, mingled with her fragrant toil, nor heard us come, nor from her tendance turned into the world without, till close at hand, and almost ere I knew mine own intent, this murmur broke the stillness of that air which brooded round about her. Ah, one rose, but one, by those fair fingers culled, were worth 100 kisses pressed on lips less exquisite than thine. She looked, but all suffused with blushes, neither self-possessed nor startled, but betwixt this mood and that, divided in a graceful quiet. Paused and dropped the branch she held, and turning, wound her looser hair and braid, and stirred her lips for some sweet answer, though no answer came, nor yet refused the rose, but granted it, and moved away and left me statue-like, in act to render thanks. I that whole day saw her no more, although I lingered there till every daisy slept, and love's white star beamed thro' the thickened cedar in the dusk. So home we went, and all the livelong way with solemn jibe did Eustace banter me. "Now," said he, "will you climb the top of art, you cannot fail but work in hues to dim the Titianic flora. Will you match my Juliet? You, not you, the master, love, a more ideal artist than all." So home I went, but could not sleep for joy, reading her perfect features in the gloom, kissing the rose she gave me o'er, and shaping faithful record of the glance that graced the giving. Such a noise of life swarmed in the golden present, such a voice called to me from the years to come, and such a length of bright horizon rimmed the dark. And all that night I heard the watchman peal the sliding season. All that night I heard the heavy clocks knolling the drowsy hours. The drowsy hours, dispensers of all good, o'er the mute city stole with folded wings, distilling odors on me as they went to greet their fairer sisters of the east. Love at first sight, firstborn and heir to all, made this night thus. Henceforward squall nor storm could keep me from that Eden where she dwelt. Light pretexts drew me. Sometimes a Dutch love for tulips, then for roses, moss, or musk to grace my city rooms, or fruits and cream served in the weeping elm, and more a word could bring the color to my cheek, a thought would fill my eyes with happy dew, love trebled life within me, and with each the year increased. The daughters of the year, one after one, thro' that still garden passed, each garlanded with her peculiar flower danced into light and died into the shade, and each in passing touched with some new grace or seemed to touch her, so that day by day, like one that never can be wholly known, her beauty grew. Till autumn brought an hour for Eustace, when I heard his deep "I will," breathed like the covenant of a god, to hold from thence thro' all the worlds. But I rose up full of his bliss, and following her dark eyes felt earth as air beneath me, till I reached the wicket gate and found her standing there. There sat we down upon a garden mound, two mutually enfolded. Love, the third between us in the circle of his arms, enwound us both. And over many a range of waning lime the gray cathedral towers across a hazy glimmer of the west revealed their shining windows. From them clashed the bells. We listened. With the time we played, we spoke of other things. We coursed about the subject most at heart, more near and near. Like doves about a dovecote, wheeling round the central wish until we settled there. Then in that time and place I spoke to her, requiring, though I knew it was mine own, yet for the pleasure that I took to hear, requiring at her hand the greatest gift, a woman's heart, the heart of her eye loved. And in that time and place she answered me, and in the compass of 3 little words more musical than ever came in one, the silver fragments of a broken voice, made me most happy, faltering, I am thine, shall I cease here? Is this enough to say that my desire, like all strongest hopes, by its own energy fulfilled itself, merged in completion? Would you learn at full how passion rose through, circumstantial grades beyond all grades developed? And indeed I had not stayed so long to tell you all, but while I mused came memory with sad eyes, holding the folded annals of my youth, and while I mused, love with knit brows went by, and with a flying finger swept my lips and spake, Be wise. Not easily forgiven are those, who setting wide the doors that bar the secret bridal chambers of the heart, let in the day. Here, then, my words have end. Yet might I tell of meetings, of farewells of that which came between, more sweet than each, in whispers, like the whispers of the leaves that tremble round a nightingale, in sighs which perfect joy, perplexed for utterance, stole from her sister sorrow. Might I not tell of difference, reconcilement, pledges given, and vows, where there was never need of vows, and kisses, where the heart on one wild leap hung tranced from all pulsation, as above the heavens between their fairy fleeces pale sowed all their mystic gulfs with fleeting stars, or while the balmy glooming, crescent-lit, spread the light haze along the river shores and in the hollows. Or as once we met unheedful, though beneath a whispering rain night slid down one long stream of sighing wind, and in her bosom bore the baby sleep. But this whole hour your eyes have been intent on that veiled picture, veiled, for what it holds may not be dwelt on by the common day. This prelude has prepared thee. Raise thy soul, make thine heart ready with thine eyes. The time is come to raise the veil. Behold her there, as I beheld her ere she knew my heart, my first, last love, the idol of my youth, the darling of my manhood, and, alas, now the most blessed memory of mine age. Cf. Romeo and Juliet, Roman 2, Roman 6. Oh, so light a foot will ne'er wear out the everlasting flint. Cf. Keats' Ode to Nightingale. The murmurous haunt of flies on summer eves. Cf. Theocritus, Id, Roman 7, 143. Pi alpha nu tau, letter 1 F66 sigma delta epsilon u theta letter 1 F73, rho epsilon omicron sigma mu letter 1 F71, lambda alpha pi letter 1 F30, omicron nu omicron sigma. Provincial name for the goldfinch. See Tennyson's Letter to the Duke of Argyll, Life, Roman 2, 221. This passage is imitated from Theocritus, Roman 7, 143 sec. This passage originally ran, Her beauty grew till drawn in narrowing arcs the southing autumn touched with sallower gleams the granges on the fallows. At that time, turd of the noisy town I wandered there. The bell tolled 4, and by the time I reached the wicket gate I found her by herself. But Fitzgerald pointing out that the autumn landscape was taken from the background of Titian, Lord Ellesmere's Ages of Man, Tennyson struck out the passage. If this was the reason, he must have been in an unusually scrupulous mood. See his Life, I. 232. So Massinger City Madam Roman 3, 3. I am sublimed, gross earth supports me not, I walk on air. Cf. Dante Inferno v. 8183. Quali columb dal dizio chiamate, con L ali apert e firm, al dolce nido valen, minus 1850. Lisping. In privately printed volume 1842. His. Dora. First published in 1842. This poem had been written as early as 1835, when it was read to Fitzgerald and Spedding Life, I. 182. No alterations were made in the text after 1853. The story in this poem was taken even to the minutest details from a prose story of Miss Mitford's, namely, The Tale of Dora Cresswell, Our Village, volume in 242-53, the only alterations being in the names, Farmer Cresswell, Dora Cresswell, Walter Cresswell, and Mary Hay becoming respectively Alan, Dora, William, and Mary Morrison. How carefully the poet has preserved the picturesque touches of the original may be seen by comparing the following two passages. And Dora took the child, and went her way across the wheat, and sat upon a mound that was unsown, where many poppies grew. She rose and took the child once more, and sat upon the mound, and made a little wreath of all the flowers that grew about, and tied it round his hat. A beautiful child lay on the ground at some distance, whilst a young girl, resting from the labor of reaping, was twisting a rustic wreath of enameled cornflowers, brilliant poppies, round its hat. The style is evidently modeled closely on that of the Odyssey. With Farmer Allen at the farm abode William and Dora. William was his son and she his niece. He often looked at them and often thought, "I'll make them man and wife." Now Dora felt her uncle's will in all and yearned towards William, but the youth, because he had been always with her in the house, thought not of Dora. Then there came a day when Allen called his son and said, "My son, I married late, but I would wish to see my grandchild on my knees before I die, and I have set my heart upon a match. Now therefore look to Dora. She is well to look to. Thrifty too beyond her age, she is my brother's daughter. He and I had once hard words and parted, and he died in foreign lands. But for his sake I bred his daughter Dora. Take her for your wife, for I have wished this marriage, night and day, for many years." But William answered short, "I cannot marry Dora, by my life I will not marry Dora." Then the old man was wroth and doubled up his hands and said, "You will not, boy, you dare to answer thus, but in my time a father's word was law, and so it shall be now for me. Look to it, consider, William, take a month to think, and let me have an answer to my wish, or, by the Lord that made me, you shall pack and never more darken my doors again." But William answered madly, bit his lips and broke away. The more he looked at her the less he liked her, and his ways were harsh, but Dora bore them meekly. Then before the month was out he left his father's house, and hired himself to work within the fields, and half in love, half spite, he wooed and wed a laborer's daughter, Mary Morrison. Then when the bells were ringing, Allen called his niece and said, "My girl, I love you well, but if you speak with him that was my son, or change a word with her he calls his wife, my home is none of yours. My will is law." And Dora promised, being meek. She thought, "It cannot be. My uncle's mind will change," and days went on, and there was born a boy to William. Then distresses came on him, and day by day he passed his father's gate, heartbroken, and his father helped him not. But Dora stored what little she could save, and sent it them by stealth, nor did they know who sent it, till at last a fever seized on William, and in harvest time he died. Then Dora went to Mary. Mary sat and looked with tears upon her boy, and thought hard things of Dora. Dora came and said, "I have obeyed my uncle until now, and I have sinned, for it was all through me this evil came on William at the first. But Mary, for the sake of him that's gone, and for your sake, the woman that he chose, and for this orphan, I am come to you. You know there has not been for these 5 years so full a harvest. Let me take the boy, and I will set him in my uncle's eye among the wheat, that when his heart is glad of the full harvest, he may see the boy, and bless him for the sake of him that's gone." And Dora took the child, and went her way across the wheat, and sat upon a mound that was unsown, where many poppies grew. Far off the farmer came into the field and spied her not, for none of all his men dare tell him Dora waited with the child, and Dora would have risen and gone to him, but her heart failed her. And the reapers reaped, and the sun fell, and all the land was dark. But when the morrow came, she rose and took the child once more, and sat upon the mound, and made a little wreath of all the flowers that grew about, and tied it round his hat to make him pleasing in her uncle's eye. Then when the farmer passed into the field he spied her, and he left his men at work and came and said, "Where were you yesterday? Whose child is that? What are you doing here?" So Dora cast her eyes upon the ground and answered softly, "This is William's child." "And did I not," said Allen, "did I not forbid you, Dora?" Dora said again, "Do with me as you will, but take the child and bless him for the sake of him that's gone." And Allen said, "I see it as a trick got up betwixt you and the woman there. I must be taught my duty, and by you knew my word was law, and yet you dared to slight it. Well, for I will take the boy, but go you hence and never see me more." So saying, he took the boy, that cried aloud and struggled hard. The wreath of flowers fell at Dora's feet. She bowed upon her hands, and the boy's cry came to her from the field more and more distant. She bowed down her head, remembering the day when first she came, and all the things that had been. She bowed down and wept in secret, and the reapers reaped, and the sun fell, and all the land was dark. Then Dora went to Mary's house and stood upon the threshold. Mary saw the boy was not with Dora. She broke out in praise to God that helped her in her widowhood, and Dora said, "My uncle took the boy, but Mary, let me live and work with you. He says that he will never see me more." Then answered Mary, "This shall never be, that thou shouldst take my trouble on thyself. And now I think he shall not have the boy, for he will teach him hardness, and to slight his mother. Therefore thou and I will go, and I will have my boy and bring him home, and I will beg of him to take thee back. But if he will not take thee back again, then thou and I will live within one house and work for William's child until he grows of age to help us." So the women kissed each other and set out and reached the farm. The door was off the latch. They peeped, and saw the boy set up betwixt his grandsire's knees, who thrust him in the hollows of his arm, and clapped him on the hands and on the cheeks, like one that loved him. And the lad stretched out and babbled for the golden seal, that hung from Alan's watch and sparkled by the fire. Then they came in, but when the boy beheld his mother, he cried out to come to her, and Alan set him down, and Mary said, "O father, if you let me call you so, I never came a-begging for myself, or William, or this child, but now I come for Dora, take her back, she loves you well. O sir, when William died, he died at peace with all men, for I asked him, and he said he could not ever rue his marrying me, I have been a patient wife. But sir, he said that he was wrong to cross his father thus. God bless him, he said, and may he never know the troubles I have gone through." Then he turned his face and passed, unhappy that I am. But now, sir, let me have my boy, for you will make him hard, and he will learn to slight his father's memory, and take Dora back, and let all this be as it was before. So Mary said, and Dora hid her face by Mary. There was silence in the room, and all at once the old man burst in sobs. "I have been to blame, to blame. I have killed my son. I have killed him, but I loved him, my dear son. May God forgive me. I have been to blame. Kiss me, my children." Then they clung about the old man's neck, and kissed him many times. And all the man was broken with remorse, and all his love came back 100-fold, and for 3 hours he sobbed o'er William's child, thinking of William. So those four abode within one house together, and as years went forward, Mary took another mate, but Dora lived unmarried till her death. In 1842 thus: "Look taught, consider, take a month to think, and give an answer to my wish, or by the Lord that made me, you shall pack, and never more darken my doors again." And William heard and answered something madly, bit his lips, and broke away. All editions previous to 1853 have. Look taught. Audley Court. First published in 1842. Only 4 alterations were made in the text after 1842, all of which are duly noted. Tennyson told his son that the poem was partially suggested by Abbey Park at Torquay, where it was written, and that the last lines described the scene from the hill looking over the bay. He saw, he said, a star of phosphorescence made by the buoy appearing and disappearing in the dark sea. But it is curious that the line describing that was not inserted till long after the poem had been published. The poem, though a trifle, is a triumph of felicitous description and expression, whether we regard the pie or the moonlit bay. The bull, the fleece are crammed, and not a room for love or money. Let us picnic there at Audley Court. I spoke, while Audley Feast hummed like a hive all round the narrow quay to Francis, with a basket on his arm, to Francis just alighted from the boat and breathing of the sea. "With all my heart," said Francis. Then we shouldered thro' the swarm, and rounded by the stillness of the beach to where the bay runs up its latest horn. We left the dying ebb that faintly lipped the flat red granite. So by many a sweep of meadow smooth from aftermath, we reached the griffin-guarded gates and passed thro' all the pillared dusk of sounding sycamores, and crossed the garden to the gardener's lodge, with all its casements bedded, and its walls and chimneys muffled in the leafy vine. There, on a slope of orchard, Francis laid a damask napkin wrought with horse and hound, brought out a dusky loaf that smelt of home, and half cut down a pasty costly made, where quail and pigeon, lark and leveret lay, like fossils of the rock, with golden yolks embedded and engelid. Last with these, a flask of cider from his father's vats, prime, which I knew, and so we sat and eat and talked old matters over. Who was dead, who married, who was like to be, and how the races went, and who would rent the hall, then touched upon the game, how scarce it was this season. Glancing thence, discussed the farm, the four-field system, and the price of grain, and struck upon the corn laws where we split, and came again together on the king with heated faces, till he laughed aloud, and, while the blackbird on the pippin hung to hear him, clapped his hand in mine and sang, "Who would fight and march and countermarch, be shot for sixpence in a battlefield, and shovelled up into a bloody trench where no one knows? But let me live my life. Oh, who would cast and balance at a desk, perched like a crow upon a 3-legged stool, till all his juice is dried and all his joints are full of chalk, but let me live my life. Who'd serve the state? For if I carved my name upon the cliffs that guard my native land, I might as well have traced it in the sands, the sea wastes all. But let me live my life. Oh, who would love? I wooed a woman once, but she was sharper than an eastern wind, and all my heart turned from her, as a thorn turns from the sea. But let me live my life. He sang his song, and I replied with mine. I found it in a volume, all of songs, knocked down to me when old Sir Robert's pride, his books, the more the pity, so I said came to the hammer here in March, and this I set the words and added names I knew. Sleep, Ellen Aubrey, sleep and dream of me, sleep, Ellen, folded in thy sister's arm, and sleeping, haply dream her arm is mine. Sleep, Ellen, folded in Amelia's arm, Amelia, fairer than all else but thou, for thou art fairer than all else that is. Sleep, breathing health and peace upon her breast, sleep, breathing love and trust against her lip. I go tonight. I come tomorrow morn. I go, but I return. I would I were the pilot of the darkness and the dream. Sleep, Ellen Aubrey, love and dream of me. So sang we each to either, Francis Hale, the farmer's son who lived across the bay, my friend, and I, that having wherewithal, and in the fallow leisure of my life a rolling stone of here and everywhere, did what I would. But ere the night we rose and sauntered home beneath a moon that, just in crescent, dimly reigned about the leaf twilights of airy silver, till we reached the limit of the hills. And as we sank from rock to rock upon the gloomy quay, the town was hushed beneath us. Lower down the bay was oily calm. The harbor buoy with one green sparkle ever and anon dipped by itself, and we were glad at heart. To 1850. Through. Cf. Milton, Paradise Lost, Roman 9, 11067. A pillared shade high overarched, golden yolks. That is planting turnips, barley, clover, and wheat, by which land is kept constantly fresh and vigorous. Some. Inserted in 1857. Here was inserted, in 1872, the line sole star of phosphorescence in the calm. Like the shepherd in Homer at the moonlit landscape, gamma letter 1F73, gamma eta theta epsilon delta, letter 1F72, tau epsilon, phi rho letter 1F73, nu alpha pi omicron iota mu letter 1F75 nu. Ill, Roman 8. 559. Walking to the Mail. First published in 1842. Not altered in any respect after 1853. John, I'm glad I walked. How fresh the meadows look above the river, and, but a month ago, the whole hillside was redder than a fox. Is yon plantation where this byway joins the turnpike? James, yes. John, and when does this come by? James, the mail, at 1 o'clock. John, what is it now? James, 1:45. John, whose house is that I see? No, not the county member, S with the vane, up higher with the yew tree by it, and half a score of gables. James, that, Sir Edward Head S, but he's abroad, the place is to be sold. John, oh he was not broken. James, no sir, he vexed with a morbid devil in his blood that veiled the world with jaundice, hid his face from all men, and commercing with himself, he lost the sense that handles daily life. That keeps us all in order more or less, and sick of home went overseas for change. John, and whither? James, nay, who knows, he's here and there. But let him go, his devil goes with him, as well as with his tenant, Jockey Dawes. John, what's that? James, you saw the man on Monday, was it? There by the humpbacked willow. Half stands up and bristles, half has fallen and made a bridge, and there he caught the younker tickling trout, caught in flagrante, what's the Latin word? Delicto, but his house, for so they say, was haunted with a jolly ghost that shook the curtains, whined in lobbies, tapped at doors, and rummaged like a rat. No servant stayed, the farmer vexed packs up his beds and chairs and all his household stuff, and with his boy betwixt his knees, his wife upon the tilt, sets out and meets a friend who hails him. What, you're flitting? Yes, we're flitting, says the ghost, for they had packed the thing among the beds. Oh well, says he, you flitting with us too, Jack, turn the horses' heads and home again. John, he left his wife behind, for so I heard. James, he left her, yes. I met my lady once, a woman like a butt and harsh as crabs. John, oh yet, but I remember, 10 years back. 'Tis now at least 10 years, and then she was, you could not light upon a sweeter thing. A body slight and round and like a pear in growing, modest eyes, a hand a foot lessening in perfect cadence, and a skin as clean and white as privet when it flowers. James, I, the blossom fades, and they that loved at first like dove and dove were cat and dog. She was the daughter of a cottager out of her sphere. What betwixt shame and pride, new things and old, himself and her, she soured to what she is. A nature never kind, like men, like manners, like breeds like, they say, kind nature is the best. Those manners next that fit us like a nature second-hand, which are indeed the manners of the great. John, but I had heard it was this bill that passed, and fear of change at home, that drove him hence. James, that was the last drop in the cup of gall. I once was near him, when his bailiff brought a Chartist pike. You should have seen him wince as from a venomous thing. He thought himself a mark for all, and shuddered, lest a cry should break his sleep by night, and his nice eyes should see the raw mechanic's bloody thumbs sweat on his blazoned chairs. But, sir, you know that these two parties still divide the world of those that want, and those that have, and still the same old sore breaks out from age to age with much the same result. Now I myself, a Tory to the quick, was as a boy destructive, when I had not what I would. I was at school, a college in the south, there lived a Flaflint near. We stole his fruit, his hens, his eggs, but there was law for us, we paid in person. He had a sow, sir. She, with meditative grunts of much content, lay great with pig, wallowing in sun and mud. By night we dragged her to the college tower from her warm bed, and up the corkscrew stair with hand and rope we haled the groaning sow, and on the leads we kept her till she pigged. Large range of prospect had the mother so, and but for daily loss of one she loved, as one by one we took them. But for this, as never sow was higher in this world, might have been happy. But what lot is pure? We took them all, till she was left alone upon her tower, the Niobe of swine, and so returned unfarrowed to her sty. John, they found you out. James, not they. John, well, after all, what know we of the secret of a man? His nerves were wrong. What ails us who are sound that we should mimic this raw fool the world, which charts us all in its coarse blacks or whites, as ruthless as a baby with a worm, as cruel as a schoolboy ere he grows to pity, more from ignorance than will. But put your best foot forward, or I fear that we shall miss the mail. And here it comes with 5 at top. As quaint a 4 in hand as you shall see, 3 piebalds and a roan. John, I'm glad I walked. How fresh the country looks is yonder planting where this byway joins the turnpike. Thus 1843 to 1850. John, whose house is that I see beyond the watermills. James, Sir Edward Head S., but he's abroad, etc. Thus 1842 to 1851. James, you saw the man but yesterday, he picked the pebble from your horse's foot. His house was haunted by a jolly ghost that rummaged like a rat. Sets forth. Added in 1853. This is a folklore story which has its variants, Mr. Alfred Nutt tells me, in almost every country in Europe. The Lincolnshire version of it is given in Miss Peacock's Ms. Collection of Lincolnshire Folklore, of which she has most kindly sent me a copy, and it runs thus. There is a house in East Halton which is haunted by a hobthrush. Some years ago, it is said, a family who had lived in the house for more than 100 years were much annoyed by it, and determined to quit the dwelling. They had placed their goods on a wagon, and were just on the point of starting when a neighbor asked the farmer whether he was leaving. On this the hobthrush put his head out of the splash churn, which was amongst the household stuff, and said, "Aye, we're flitting." Whereupon the farmer decided to give up the attempt to escape from it and remain where he was. The same story is told of a cluricon in Croker's Fairy Legends and Traditions in the south of Ireland. See the haunted cellar in p. 81 of the edition of 1862, and as Tennyson has elsewhere in Guinevere borrowed a passage from the same story, see Illustrations of Tennyson, p. 152, it is probable that that was the source of the story here, though there the cluricon uses the expression, "Here we go all together." And 1843. I that am. Now I that am. Scored upon the part which cherubs want. Edwin Morris, or the Lake. This poem first appeared in the 7th edition of the Poems, 1851. It was written at Llanberis. Several alterations were made in the 8th edition of 1853, since then none, with the exception of breath for breaths in line 66. O me, my pleasant rambles by the lake, my sweet, wild, fresh 3/4 of a year, my one oasis in the dust and drouth of city life. I was a sketcher then, see here my doing. Curves of mountain, bridge, boat, island, ruins of a castle, built when men knew how to build upon a rock, with turrets like and gilded like a rock, and here, newcomers in an ancient hold, newcomers from the Mersey, millionaires, here lived the hills, a Tudor-chimneyed bulk of mellow brickwork on an isle of bowers. O me, my pleasant rambles by the lake with Edwin Morris and with Edward Bull the curate. He was fatter than his cure. But Edwin Morris, he that knew the names, long-learned names of agaric, moss, and fern, who forged 1,000 theories of the rocks, who taught me how to skate, to row, to swim, who read me rhymes elaborately good, his own, I called him Crichton, for he seemed all perfect, finished to the finger-nail. And once I asked him of his early life and his first passion, and he answered me, and well his words became him. Was he not a full-celled honeycomb of eloquence stored from all flowers? Poet-like he spoke. My love for nature is as old as I, but 30 moons, 1 honeymoon to that, and 3 rich se'nights more, my love for her. My love for nature and my love for her, of different ages, like twin sisters grew twin sisters differently beautiful. To some full music rose and sank the sun, and some full music seemed to move and change with all the varied changes of the dark, and either twilight and the day between for daily hope fulfilled, to rise again revolving toward fulfillment, made it sweet to walk, to sit, to sleep, to wake, to breathe. Or this or something like to this he spoke. Then said the fat-faced curate Edward Bull, I take it, God made the woman for the man, and for the good and increase of the world a pretty face is well, and this is well to have a dame indoors that trims us up and keeps us tight, but these unreal ways seem but the theme of writers, and indeed worn threadbare. Man is made of solid stuff. I say, God made the woman for the man, and for the good and increase of the world. Parson, said I, you pitch the pipe too low, but I have sudden touches, and can run my faith beyond my practice into his, though, if, in dancing after Letty Hill, I do not hear the bells upon my cap, I scarce hear other music. Yet say on, what should one give to light on such a dream? I asked him half sardonically. Give all thou art, he answered, and a light of laughter dimpled in his swarthy cheek. I would have hid her needle in my heart to save her little finger from a scratch no deeper than the skin. My ears could hear her lightest breaths. Her least remark was worth the experience of the wise. I went and came, her voice fled always thro' the summer land, I spoke her name alone. Thrice happy days, the flower of each, those moments when we met, the crown of all, we met to part no more. Were not his words delicious, I a beast to take them as I did. But something jarred, whether he spoke too largely, that there seemed a touch of something false, some self-conceit or over-smoothness. Howsoe'er it was, he scarcely hit my humor, and I said, Friend Edwin, do not think yourself alone of all men happy. Shall not love to me as in the Latin song I learnt at school, sneeze out a full God bless you right and left, but you can talk. Yours is a kindly vein, I have I think, heaven knows, as much within, have or should have, but for a thought or two that like a purple beech among the greens looks out of place. Tease from no one in her, it is my shyness or my self-distrust, or something of a wayward modern mind dissecting passion. Time will set me right. So spoke I, knowing not the things that were. Then said the fat-faced curate, Edward Bull, God made the woman for the use of man, and for the good and increase of the world. And I and Edwin laughed. And now we paused about the windings of the marge to hear the soft wind blowing over meadowy homes and alders, garden aisles, and now we left the clerk behind us, I and he, and ran by ripply shallows of the lisping lake, delighted with the freshness and the sound. But when the bracken rusted on their crags, my suit had withered, nipped to death by him that was a god, and is a lawyer's clerk, the rentral cupid of our rainy isles. 'Tis true, we met. 1 hour I had, no more. She sent a note, the seal in Elvu's suit, the close, your Letty, only yours, and this thrice underscored. The friendly mist of morn clung to the lake. I boated over, ran my craft aground, and heard with beating heart the sweet gale rustle round the shelving keel, and out I stepped, and up I crept. She moved like Proserpine in an gathering flowers, then low and sweet I whistled thrice. And she turned, we closed, we kissed, swore faith, I breathed in some new planet. A silent cousin stole upon us and departed. Leave, she cried, oh leave me. Never, dearest, never, here I braved the worst. And while we stood like fools embracing, all at once a score of pugs and poodles yelled within, and out they came trusties and aunts and uncles. What with him? Go, shrilled the cotton-spinning chorus. Him, I choked. Again they shrieked the burthen, him. Again with hands of wild rejection, go, girl, get you in. She went, and in 1 month they wedded her to £60,000, to lands in Kent and Messuages in York, and slight Sir Robert with his watery smile and educated whisker. But for me, they set an ancient creditor to work. It seems I broke a close with force and arms. There came a mystic token from the king to greet the sheriff, needless courtesy. I read and fled by night, and flying turned, her taper glimmered in the lake below. I turned once more, close button to the storm, so left the place, left Edwin, nor have seen him since, nor heard of her, nor cared to hear. Nor cared to hear. Perhaps, yet long ago I have pardoned little Letty. Not indeed, it may be, for her own dear sake, but this, she seems a part of those fresh days to me. For in the dust and drouth of London life she moves among my visions of the lake. While the prime swallow dips his wing, or then while the gold lily blows, and overhead the light cloud smoulders on the summer crag. Agaric, some varieties are deadly, is properly the fungus on the larch. It then came to mean fungus generally. Minshew calls it a white soft mushroom. See Halliwell dict, of archaic and provincial words subvocent. The Latin factus ad ungum. For Crichton, a half-mythical figure, see Tytler's life of him, of different ages like twin sisters throve, to breathe, to wake, have. The reference is to the Acme and Septimius of Catullus, Roman 44. Hoc ut dixit, amor, sinistram ut ante dextrum sternuit approbationum, that like a copper beech. Garden Isles, and now we ran by Ripley Shallows, the rainy isles. Cf. Byron Don Juan I excive. The seal a sunflower, el vus suit part out. Cf. Milton par, lost Roman 4, 268-9. Not that fair field of Ina where Proserpine gathering flowers, was gathered. Go, sir, again they shrieked the burthen hymn. Again with hands of wild rejection go, girl, get you into her, and in 1 month, etc. I read and wished to crush the race of man, and fled by night. Once upon the hills her taper glimmered in the lake, and then I left the place, etc. St. Simon Stylites. First published in 1842, reprinted in all the subsequent editions of the poems, but with no alterations in the text, except that an 8th line from the end, my, was substituted for mine in 1846. Tennyson informed a friend that it was not from the Acta Sanctorum, but from Hone's Everyday Book, Volume I, pp. 35-36, that he got the material for this poem, and a comparison with the narrative in Hone and the poem seems to show that this was the case. It is not easy to identify the St. Simeon Stylites of Hone's narrative and Tennyson's poem, whether he is to be identified with St. Simeon the Elder, of whom there are 3 memoirs given in the Acta Sanctorum tom. I, 5th January, 261-86, or with St. Simeon Stylites Jr., of whom there is an elaborate biography in Greek by Nicephorus, printed with a Latin translation and notes in the Acta Sanctorum tom. V. 24th May, 298-401. It seems clear that whoever compiled the account popularized by Hone had read both and amalgamated them. The main lines in the story of both saints are exactly the same. Both stood on columns, both tortured themselves in the same ways, both wrought miracles, and both died at their posts of penance. Saint Simeon the Elder was born at Sisson in Syria about AD 390 and was buried at Antioch in AD 459 or 460. The Simeon the Younger was born at Antioch AD 521 and died in AD 592. His life, which is of singular interest, is much more elaborately related. This poem is not simply a dramatic study. It bears very directly on Tennyson's philosophy of life. In these early poems, he has given us 4 studies in the morbid anatomy of character. The Palace of Art, which illustrates the abuse of aesthetic and intellectual enjoyment of self. The Vision of Sin, which illustrates the effects of similar indulgence in the grosser pleasures of the senses. The Two Voices, which illustrates the mischief of despondent self-absorption, while the present poem illustrates the equally pernicious indulgence in an opposite extreme, asceticism affected for the mere gratification of personal vanity. Although I be the basest of mankind, from scalp to soul one slew and crust of sin, unfit for earth, unfit for heaven, scarce meet for troops of devils, mad with blasphemy, I will not cease to grasp the hope I hold of saintdom, and to clamor, mourn and sob, battering the gates of heaven with storms of prayer. Have mercy, Lord, and take away my sin. Let this avail, just dreadful mighty God, this not be all in vain that thrice 10 years, thrice multiplied by superhuman pangs, in hungers and in thirsts, fevers and cold, in coughs, aches, stitches, ulcerous throes and cramps. A sign betwixt the meadow and the cloud, patient on this tall pillar I have borne rain, wind, frost, heat, hail, damp and sleet and snow. And I had hoped that ere this period closed thou wouldst have caught me up into thy rest, denying not these weather-beaten limbs the meed of saints, the white robe and the palm. Oh, take the meaning, Lord. I do not breathe, not whisper, any murmur of complaint. Pain heaped 1000-fold to this, were still less burthen by 1000-fold to bear than were those lead-like tons of sin that crushed my spirit flat before thee. O Lord, Lord, thou knowest I bore this better at the first, for I was strong and hale of body then. And though my teeth, which now are dropped away, would chatter with the cold, and all my beard was tagged with icy fringes in the moon, I drowned the whoopings of the owl with sound of pious hymns and psalms, and sometimes saw an angel stand and watch me as I sang. Now am I feeble grown, my end draws nigh, I hope my end draws nigh. Half deaf I am so that I scarce can hear the people hum about the column's base, and almost blind, and scarce can recognize the fields I know, and both my thighs are rotted with the dew, yet cease I not to clamor and to cry, while my stiff spine can hold my weary head, till all my limbs drop piecemeal from the stone. Have mercy, mercy, take away my sin. O Jesus, if thou wilt not save my soul, who may be saved? Who is it may be saved? Who may be made a saint? If I fail here, show me the man hath suffered more than I. For did not all thy martyrs die one death? For either they were stoned, or crucified, or burned in fire, or boiled in oil, or sawn in twain beneath the ribs. But I die here today, and whole years long a life of death. Bear witness, if I could have found a way, and heedfully I sifted all my thought, more slowly painful to subdue this home of sin, my flesh, which I despise and hate, I had not stinted practice, O my God. For not alone this pillar punishment, not this alone I bore. But while I lived in the white convent down the valley there, for many weeks about my loins I wore the rope that haled the buckets from the well, twisted as tight as I could not the noose, and spake not of it to a single soul, until the ulcer, eating through my skin, betrayed my secret penance, so that all my brethren marvelled greatly. More than this I bore, whereof, O God, thou knowest all. 3 winters, that my soul might grow to thee, I lived up there on yonder mountain side. My right leg chained into the crag, I lay pent in a roofless close of ragged stones, in swathe sometimes in wandering mist, and twice blacked with thy branding thunder, and sometimes sucking the damps for drink, and eating not, except the spare chance gift of those that came to touch my body and be healed, and live. And they say then that I worked miracles, whereof my fame is loud amongst mankind, cured lameness, palsies, cancers. Thou, O God, knowest alone whether this was or no. Have mercy, mercy, cover all my sin. Then, that I might be more alone with thee, 3 years I lived upon a pillar, high 6 cubits, and 3 years on one of 12, and twice 3 years I crouched on one that rose 20 by measure. Last of all, I grew twice 10 long weary years to this, that numbers 40 cubits from the soil. I think that I have borne as much as this, or else I dream, and for so long a time, if I may measure time by yon slow light, and this high dial which my sorrow crowns, so much even so. And yet I know not well, for that the evil ones comes here and say, Fall down, O Simeon, thou hast suffered long for ages and for ages. Then they prate of penances I cannot have gone through, perplexing me with lies, and oft I fall, maybe for months, in such blind lethargies that heaven and earth and time are choked. But yet bethink thee, Lord, while thou and all the saints enjoy themselves in heaven, and men on earth house in the shade of comfortable roofs, sit with their wives by fires, eat wholesome food and wear warm clothes, and even beasts have stalls, I, tween the spring and downfall of the light, bow down 1,200 times to Christ, the Virgin Mother, and the saints, or in the night after a little sleep I wake. The chill stars sparkle. I am wet with drenching dews or stiff with crackling frost. I wear an undressed goatskin on my back, a grazing iron collar grinds my neck, and in my weak, lean arms I lift the cross and strive and wrestle with thee till I die. O mercy, mercy, wash away my sin. O Lord, thou knowest what a man I am, a sinful man, conceived and born in sin. 'Tis their own doing, this is none of mine, lay it not to me. Am I to blame for this, that here come those that worship me? Ha, ha, they think that I am somewhat. What am I? The silly people take me for a saint, and bring me offerings of fruit and flowers, and I, in truth, thou wilt bear witness here, have all in all endured as much and more than many just and holy men, whose names are registered and calendared for saints. Good people, you do ill to kneel to me. What is it I can have done to merit this? I am a sinner viler than you all. It may be I have wrought some miracles, and cured some halt and maimed, but what of that? It may be no one, even among the saints, may match his pains with mine, but what of that? Yet do not rise, for you may look on me, and in your looking you may kneel to God, speak. Is there any of you halt or maimed? I think you know I have some power with heaven for my long penance. Let him speak his wish. Yes, I can heal. Power goes forth from me. They say that they are healed. Ah, hark, they shout, St. Simon Stylites. Why, if so, God reaps a harvest in me. O my soul, God reaps a harvest in thee. If this be, can I work miracles and not be saved? This is not told of any. They were saints. It cannot be but that I shall be saved, yea, crowned a saint. They shout, behold a saint, and lower voices saint me from above. Courage, Saint Simeon. This dull chrysalis cracks into shining wings, and hope ere death spreads more and more and more, that God hath now sponged and made blank of crimeful record all my mortal archives. O my sons, I, Simeon of the Pillar, by surname Stylites, among men I, Simeon, the watcher on the column till the end, I, Simeon, whose brain the sunshine bakes, I, whose bald brows in silent hours become unnaturally hoar with rhyme, do now from my high nest of penance here proclaim that Pontius and Iscariot by my side showed like fair seraphs. On the coals I lay, a vessel full of sin, all hell beneath made me boil over. Devils plucked my sleeve, Abaddon and Asmodeus caught at me. I smote them with the cross, they swarmed again. In bed like monstrous apes they crushed my chest, flapped my light out as I read. I saw their faces grow between me and my book, with colt-like whinny and with hoggish whine they burst my prayer. Yet this way was left, and by this way I escaped them. Mortify your flesh like me, with scourges and with thorns smite, shrink not, spare not. If it may be, fast whole lengths and pray. I hardly, with slow steps, with slow, faint steps and much exceeding pain, have scrambled past those pits of fire that still sing in mine ears. But yield not me the praise, God only throw his bounty hath thought fit, among the powers and princes of this world, to make me an example to mankind, which few can reach to. Yet I do not say but that a time may come, yea, even now, his footsteps smite the threshold stairs of life. I say, that time is at the doors when you may worship me without reproach, for I will leave my relics in your land, and you may carve a shrine about my dust, and burn a fragrant lamp before my bones, when I am gathered to the glorious saints. While I spake then, a sting of shrewdest pain ran shriveling through me, and a cloud-like change in passing with a grosser film made thick these heavy, horny eyes. The end, surely the end. What's here? A shape, a shade, a flash of light. Is that the angel there that holds a crown? Come, blessed brother, come, I know thy glittering face. I waited long, my brows are ready. What? Deny it now, nay, draw nigh, so I clutch it. Christ, 'tis gone, 'tis here again, the crown. So now 'tis fitted on and grows to me, and from it melt the dews of paradise, sweet, spikenard and balm and frankincense. Ah, let me not be fooled, sweet saints. I trust that I am whole and clean and meet for heaven. Speak, if there be a priest, a man of God, among you there, and let him presently approach, and lean a ladder on the shaft, and climbing up into my airy home, deliver me the blessed sacrament, for by the warning of the Holy Ghost, I prophesy that I shall die tonight, a quarter before 12. But thou, O Lord, aid all this foolish people. Let them take example, pattern. Lead them to thy light. For this incident cf. Acta v. 317. Pedi aliquando ob aliquo ad si invicent funum. Acceptum circa corpus convolvit constringit tam erit ut. Exessacarn, qui istuc mollis admodum ac tenera est, nudi costi exterent. The same is told also of the younger Stylites, where the incident of concealing the torture is added, Acta I 265. For this retirement to a mountain sea Acta I 270, and it is referred to in the other lives. Post hic egressus occult perixit in montem non lunge a monasterio. Ibec sibi clausulam de sica petra fecit, et stetit sic annos tres. In accurate accordance with the third life, Acta I 277. Primum quaetum columna ad sex erecta cubitos est, deigned ad duodecim, post ad vigenti extensa est. But for the 36 cubits which is assigned as the height of the last column Tennyson's authority, drawing on another account id. 271, substitutes 40. Fecerunt illi columnam, habentum cubitos quadraginta. For the miracles wrought by him see all the lives. These details seem taken from the well-known stories about Luther and Bunyan. All that the Acta say about Saint Simeon is that he was pestered by devils. The Acta say nothing about the crown, but dwell on the supernatural fragrance which exhaled from the saint. Tennyson has given a very poor substitute for the beautifully pathetic account given of the death of Saint Simeon in Acta, I. 168, and again in the 9th chapter of the Second Life, Ibid. 273. But this is to be explained perhaps by the moral purpose of the poem. The Talking Oak, first published in 1842 and republished in all subsequent editions with only 2 slight alterations. In line 113, a mere variant in spelling, and in line 185, where in place of the present reading the editions between 1842 and 1848 read, "For, the Dryad days were brief." Tennyson told Mr. Aubrey de Vere that the poem was an experiment meant to test the degree in which it is in the power of poetry to humanize external nature. Tennyson might have remembered that Ovid had made the same experiment nearly 2,000 years ago, while Goethe had immediately anticipated him in his charming Der Junggeset und der Muhlbach. There was certainly no novelty in such an attempt. The poem is in parts charmingly written, but the oak is certainly garrulously given, and comes perilously near to tediousness. Once more the gate behind me falls, once more before my face I see the mouldered abbey walls that stand within the chase. Beyond the lodge the city lies, beneath its drift of smoke, and with what delighted eyes I turn to yonder oak. For when my passion first began, ere that which in me burned, the love that makes me thrice a man could hope itself returned. To yonder oak within the field I spoke without restraint, and with a larger faith appealed than papist unto saint. For oft I talked with him apart, and told him of my choice, until he plagiarized a heart, and answered with a voice. Though what he whispered, under heaven none else could understand, I found him garrulously given, a babbler in the land. But since I heard him make reply is many a weary hour, 'twere well to question him, and try if yet he keeps the power. Hail, hidden to the knees in fern, broad oak of Sumner Chase, whose topmost branches can discern the roofs of Sumner Place. Say thou whereon I carved her name, if ever maid or spouse, as fair as my Olivia, came to rest beneath thy boughs. O Walter, I have sheltered here whatever made in grace the good old summers, year by year, made ripe in Sumner Chase. Old summers when the monk was fat, and, issuing shorn and sleek, would twist his girdle tight and pat the girls upon the cheek. Ere yet, in scorn of Peter's pence, and numbered bead and shrift, bluff Harry broke into the spence, and turned the cowls adrift. And I have seen some score of those fresh faces, that would thrive when his man-minded offset rose to chase the deer at 5. And all that from the town would stroll, till that wild wind made work in which the gloomy brewer's soul went by me, like a stork. The slight she slips of loyal blood, and others, passing praise, straight-laced, but all too full in bud for puritanic stays. And I have shadowed many a group of beauties that were born in teacup times of hood and hoop, or while the patch was worn. And, leg and arm with love knots gay, about me leaped and laughed the modish Cupid of the day, and shrilled his tinsel shaft. I swear, and else may insects prick each leaf into a gall, this girl, for whom your heart is sick, is 3 times worth them all. For those and theirs, by nature's law have faded long ago, but in these latter springs I saw your own Olivia blow. From when she gamboled on the greens, a baby germ, to when the maiden blossoms of her teens could number 5 from 10. I swear by leaf and wind and rain, and hear me with thine ears, that though I circle in the grain 500 rings of years, yet since I first could cast a shade, did never creature pass so slightly, musically made, so light upon the grass. For as to fairies, that will flit to make the greensward fresh, I hold them exquisitely knit, but far too spare of flesh. Oh, hide thy knotted knees in fern, and overlook the chase, and from thy topmost branch discern the roofs of Sumner Place. But thou, whereon I carved her name, that oft hast heard my vows, declare when last Olivia came to sport beneath thy boughs. Oh, yesterday, you know, the fair was holden at the town, her father left his good armchair, and rode his hunter down. And with him Albert came on his. I looked at him with joy, as cowslip unto oxlip is, so seems she to the boy. An hour had passed, and, sitting straight within the low-wheeled chaise, her mother trundled to the gate behind the dappled greys. But as for her, she stayed at home, and on the roof she went, and down the way you used to come she looked with discontent. She left the novel half uncut upon the rosewood shelf. She left the new piano shut, she could not please herself. Then ran she, gamesome as the colt, and livelier than a lark she sent her voice through, all the holt before her, and the park. A light wind chased her on the wing, and in the chase grew wild, as close as might be would he cling about the darling child. But light as any wind that blows, so fleetly did she stir. The flower she touched on dipped and rose, and turned to look at her. And here she came, and round me played, and sang to me the whole of those 3 stanzas that you made about my giant bowl. And in a fit of frolic mirth she strove to span my waist. Alas, I was so broad of girth, I could not be embraced. I wished myself the fair young beech that here beside me stands, that round me, clasping each in each, she might have locked her hands. Yet seemed the pressure thrice as sweet as woodbine's fragile hold, or when I feel about my feet the buried briony fold. O muffle round thy knees with fern, and shadow Sumner chase. Long may thy topmost branch discern the roofs of Sumner Place. But tell me, did she read the name I carved with many vows, when last with throbbing heart I came to rest beneath thy boughs? Oh yes, she wandered round and round these knotted knees of mine, and found, and kissed the name she found, and sweetly murmured thine. A teardrop trembled from its source, and down my surface crept. My sense of touch is something coarse, but I believe she wept. Then flushed her cheek with rosy light, she glanced across the plain, but not a creature was in sight, she kissed me once again. Her kisses were so close and kind, that, trust me on my word, hardwood I am and wrinkled rind, but yet my sap was stirred. And even into my inmost ring a pleasure, I discerned like those blind motions of the spring, that show the year is turned. Thrice happy he that may caress the ringlets, waving balm the cushions of whose touch may press the maiden's tender palm. I, rooted here among the groves, but languidly adjust my vapid vegetable loves with anthers and with dust. For my friend, the days were brief whereof the poets talk, when that, which breathes within the leaf, could slip its bark and walk. But could I, as in times forgone, from spray and branch and stem, have sucked and gathered into one the life that spreads in them? She had not found me so remiss, but lightly issuing through, I would have paid her kiss for kiss with usury thereto. O flourish high, with leafy towers, and overlook the lea, pursue thy loves among the bowers, but leave thou mine to me. O flourish, hidden deep in fern old oak, I love thee well, 1,000 thanks for what I learn and what remains to tell. 'Tis little more, the day was warm at last, tired out with play she sank her head upon her arm, and at my feet she lay. Her eyelids dropped their silken eaves, I breathed upon her eyes throw, all the summer of my leaves a welcome mixed with sighs. I took the swarming sound of life, the music from the town, the murmurs of the drum and fife, and lulled them in my own. Sometimes I let a sunbeam slip to light her shaded eye, a second fluttered round her lip like a golden butterfly. A third would glimmer on her neck to make the necklace shine, another slid, a sunny fleck from head to ankle fine. Then close and dark my arms I spread, and shadowed all her rest, dropped dews upon her golden head, an acorn in her breast. But in a pet she started up, and plucked it out, and drew my little oakling from the cup, and flung him in the dew. And yet it was a graceful gift. I felt a pang within, as when I see the woodman lift his axe to slay my kin. I shook him down because he was the finest on the tree, he lies beside thee on the grass, oh kiss him once for me. Oh kiss him twice and thrice for me, that have no lips to kiss, for never yet was oak on lea shall grow so fair as this. Step deeper yet in herb and fern look further throw, the chase, spread upward, till thy boughs discern the front of Sumner Place. This fruit of thine by love is blessed, that but a moment lay where fairer fruit of love may rest some happy future day. I kiss it twice, I kiss it thrice, the warmth it thence shall win to riper life may magnetize the baby oak within. But thou, while kingdoms overset, or lapse from hand to hand, thy leaf shall never fail, nor yet thine acorn in the land. May never saw dismember thee, nor wielded axe disjoint, that art the fairest spoken tree from here to Lizard Point. O rock upon thy towery top, all throats that gurgle sweet, all starry culmination drop balm dews to bathe thy feet. All grass of silky feather grow, and while he sinks or swells the full south breeze around thee blow, the sound of minster bells. The fat earth feed thy branchy root, that under deeply strikes, the northern morning o'er thee shoot high up, in silver spikes. Nor ever lightning char thy grain, but rolling as in sleep, low thunders bring the mellow rain, that makes thee broad and deep. And hear me swear a solemn oath, that only by thy side will I to Olive plight my troth, and gain her for my bride. And when my marriage morn may falls she, dryad-like, shall wear alternate leaf and acorn ball in wreath about her hair. And I will work in prose and rhyme, and praise thee more in both than bard has honored beech or lime, or that Thessalian growth, in which the swarthy ringed sat, and mystic sentence spoke, and more than England honors that thy famous brother oak, wherein the younger Charles abode till all the paths were dim, and far below the Roundhead rode, and hummed a surly hymn. Spence is a larder and buttery. In the Promptorium Parvarum it is defined as Salarium Promptuarium. Cf. Burns' Godly Laces to the Unco Righteous. All editions previous to 1853 have stayed. The phrase is Marvell's, cf. to his coy mistress, a favorite poem of Tennyson s. My vegetable loves should grow, to 1850, for the Dryad days were brief. A reference to the oracular oaks of Dodona, which was, of course, in Epirus, but the ancients believed, no doubt erroneously, that there was another Dodona in Thessaly. See the article Dodona in Smith's Dict, of Greek and Roman geography. Love and Duty. Published first in 1842. Whether this beautiful poem is autobiographical and has reference to the compulsory separation of Tennyson and Miss Emily Selwood, afterwards his wife, in 1840, it is impossible for this editor to say, as Lord Tennyson in his Life of his father is silent on the subject. Of love that never found his earthly close, what sequel? Streaming eyes and breaking hearts, or all the same as if he had not been not so? Shall error in the round of time still father truth? Oh, shall the braggart shout for some blind glimpse of freedom work itself throw, madness, hated by the wise, to law system and empire? Sin itself be found the cloudy porch oft opening on the sun, and only he, this wonder, dead, become mere highway dust. Or year by year alone sit brooding in the ruins of a life, nightmare of youth, the spectre of himself, if this were thus, if this indeed were all, better the narrow brain, the stony heart, the staring eye glazed o'er with sapless days, the long mechanic pacings to and fro, the set grey life and apathetic end. But am I not the nobler throe, thy love, oh, 3 times less unworthy? Likewise thou art more throe, love, and greater than thy years. The sun will run his orbit, and the moon her circle. Wait, and love himself will bring the drooping flower of knowledge changed to fruit of wisdom. Wait, my faith is large in time, and that which shapes it to some perfect end. Will some one say, then why not ill for good, why took ye not your pastime? To that man my work shall answer, since I knew thee right and did it. For a man is not as God, but then most godlike being most a man. So let me think 'tis well for thee and me, ill-fated that I am, what lot is mine whose foresight preaches peace, my heart so slow to feel it? For how hard it seemed to me when eyes, love-languid throw, half tears, would dwell one earnest moment upon mine, then not to dare to see. When thy low voice faltering would break its syllables, to keep my own full tuned, hold passion in a leash, and not leap forth and fall about thy neck, and on thy bosom, deep desired relief. Rain out the heavy mist of tears, that weighed upon my brain, my senses, and my soul, for love himself took part against himself to warn us off, and duty loved of love, oh, this world's curse. Beloved but hated, came like death betwixt thy dear embrace and mine, and crying, who is this? Behold thy bride, she pushed me from thee. If the sense is hard to alien ears, I did not speak to these. No, not to thee, but to thyself in me. Hard is my doom and thine, thou knowest it all. Could love part thus? Was it not well to speak to have spoken once? It could not but be well. The slow, sweet hours that bring us all things good, the slow, sad hours that bring us all things ill, and all good things from evil, brought the night in which we sat together and alone. And to the want, that hollowed all the heart, gave utterance by the yearning of an eye, that burned upon its object throw, such tears as flow, but once a life. The trance gave way to those caresses, when 100 times in that last kiss, which never was the last farewell, like endless welcome, lived and died. Then followed counsel, comfort, and the words that make a man feel strong in speaking truth, till now the dark was worn, and overhead the lights of sunset and of sunrise mixed in that brief night. The summer night that paused among her stars to hear us, stars that hung love-charmed to listen. All the wheels of time spun round in station, but the end had come. Oh, then like those who clench their nerves to rush upon their dissolution, we too rose, their closing like an individual life. In one blind cry of passion and of pain like bitter accusation even to death, caught up the whole of love and uttered it, and bade adieu forever. Live, yet live, shall sharpest pathos blight us, knowing all life needs for life is possible to will, live happy, tend thy flowers, be tended by my blessing. Should my shadow cross thy thoughts too sadly for their peace, remand it thou for calmer hours to memory's darkest hold, if not to be forgotten, not at once, not all forgotten. Should it cross thy dreams, oh might it come like one that looks content, with quiet eyes unfaithful to the truth, and point thee forward to a distant light, or seem to lift a burthen from thy heart and leave thee frere, till thou wake refreshed, then when the first low matin chirp hath grown full choir, and morning driven her plough of pearl far furrowing into light the mounded rack, beyond the fair green field and eastern sea. As this passage is a little obscure, it may not be superfluous to point out that shout is a substantive. The distinction between knowledge and wisdom is a favorite one with Tennyson. See in memoriam C. Ziv. Locksley Hall, 141, and for the same distinction see Cowper, Task, Roman 6, 8899. Suggested by Theocritus, id. Roman 15, 104-5, to 1845. Oh then like those that clench. Pathos in the Greek sense, suffering. All editions up to and including 1850 have a small s and a small m for shadow and memory, and read thus. Too sadly for their peace, so put it back for calmer hours in memory's darkest hold, if unforgotten. Should it cross thy dreams, so might it come, etc. Cf. Princess Roman 3. Morn in the white wake of the morning star, came furrowing all the orient into gold. And with both cf. Green Orlando Furioso, I too. Seest thou not Lycaon's son? The hardy plough-swain unto mighty Jove hath tracked his silver furrows in the heaven, which in its turn is borrowed from Ariosto, oral, fur, Roman 20, LXXE. Ipina avia Lycaonia, prol per li salce, del sil volto elaratro. The Golden Year. This poem was first published in the 4th edition of the Poems 1846. No alterations were made in it after 1851. The poem had a message for the time at which it was written. The country was in a very troubled state. The contest between the protectionists and free traders was at its acutest stage. The Maynooth endowment and the godless colleges had brought into prominence questions of the gravest moment in religion and education, while the Corn Bill and the Coercion Bill had inflamed the passions of party politicians almost to madness. Tennyson, his son tells us, entered heartily into these questions, believing that the remedies for these distempers lay in the spread of education, a more Catholic spirit in the press, a partial adoption of free trade principles, and union as far as possible among the different sections of Christianity. Well, you shall have that song which Leonard wrote. It was last summer on a tour in Wales. Old James was with me. We that day had been up Snowdon, and I wished for Leonard there, and found him in Llanberis. Then we crossed between the lakes and clambered halfway up the counterside, and that same song of his he told me. For I bantered him and swore they said he lived shut up within himself, a tongue-tied poet in the feverous days, that setting the how much before the how cry like the daughters of the horseleech. Give cram us withal, but count not me the herd, to which they call me what they will, he said. But I was born too late. The fair new forms that float about the threshold of an age, like truths of science waiting to be caught, catch me who can, and make the catcher crowned, are taken by the forelock. Let it be. But if you care indeed to listen, hear these measured words, my work of yestermorn. We sleep and wake and sleep, but all things move. The sun flies forward to his brother's sun. The dark earth follows wheeled in her ellipse, and human things returning on themselves move onward, leading up the golden year. Ah, though the times, when some new thought can bud, are but as poets' seasons when they flower, yet seas that daily gain upon the shore have ebb and flow conditioning their march, and slow and sure comes up the golden year, when wealth no more shall rest in mounded heaps, but smit with freer light shall slowly melt in many streams to fatten lower lands, and light shall spread, and man be liker man throw, all the season of the golden year. Shall eagles not be eagles, wrens be wrens? If all the world were falcons, what of that? The wonder of the eagle were the less, but he not less the eagle. Happy days roll onward, leading up the golden year. Fly happy, happy sails, and bear the press, fly happy with the mission of the cross, knit land to land, and blowing havenward with silks and fruits and spices, clear of toll, enrich the markets of the golden year. But we grow old. Ah! When shall all men's good be each man's rule, and universal peace lie like a shaft of light across the land, and like a lane of beams athwart the sea throw all the circle of the golden year? Thus far he flowed, and ended, whereupon, ah, folly! In mimic cadence answered James, ah, folly! For it lies so far away, not in our time, nor in our children's time, 'tis like the second world to us that live. 'Twe're all as one to fix our hopes on heaven as on this vision of the golden year. With that he struck his staff against the rocks and broke it. James, you know him, old but full of force and choler, and firm upon his feet, and like an oaken stalk in winter woods, or flourished with the hoary clematis, then added all in heat. What stuff is this? Old writers push the happy season back. The more fools we forward. Dreamers both, you most, that in an age when every hour must sweat her 60 minutes to the death, live on, God love us, as if the seedsman, wrapped upon the teeming harvest, should not dip his hand into the bag. But well I know that unto him who works and feels he works, this same grand year is ever at the doors. He spoke, and high above, I heard them blast the steep slate quarry, and the great echo flap and buffet round the hills from bluff to bluff. To 1850. And joined him in Lanberis, and that same song he told me, etc. Proverbs XXX, 15. The horseleech hath 2 daughters, crying, give, give, altered to, yet oceans daily gaining on the land. Selections 1865, Plunge. Ulysses. First published in 1842, no alterations were made in it subsequently. This noble poem, which is said to have induced Sir Robert Peel to give Tennyson his pension, was written soon after Arthur Hallam's death, presumably therefore in 1833. It gave my feeling, Tennyson said to his son, about the need of going forward and braving the struggle of life, perhaps more simply than anything in memoriam. It is not the Ulysses of Homer, nor was it suggested by the Odyssey. The germ, the spirit, and the sentiment of the poem are from the 26th canto of Dante's Inferno, where Ulysses in the limbo of the deceivers speaks from the flame which swathes him. I give a literal version of the passage. Neither fondness for my son, nor reverence for my aged sire, nor the due love which ought to have gladdened Penelope could conquer in me the ardor which I had to become experienced in the world and in human vice and worth. I put out into the deep open sea with but one ship, and with that small company which had not deserted me. I and my companions were old and tardy when we came to that narrow pass where Hercules assigned his landmarks. O brothers, I said, who through 100,000 dangers have reached the west, deny not to this the brief vigil of your senses that remain, experience of the unpeopled world beyond the sun. Consider your origin, you were not formed to live like brutes, but to follow virtue and knowledge. Night already saw the other pole with all its stars and hours so low that it rose not from the ocean floor. Inferno, Roman 26, 94-126. But if the germ is here, the expansion is Tennyson, S. He has added elaboration and symmetry, fine touches, magical images, and magical diction. There is nothing in Dante which answers to. Yet all experience is an arch wherethrough gleams that untraveled world, whose margin fades forever and forever when I move. Or, it may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be we shall touch the happy isles, and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Of these lines, well does Carlyle say what so many will feel. These lines do not make me weep, but there is in me what would till whole lacrimatorics as I read. It little profits that an idle king, by this still hearth, among these barren crags, matched with an aged wife, I meet and dole unequal laws unto a savage race, that hoard and sleep and feed, and know not me. I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees. All times I have enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone, on shore and when through scudding drifts the rainy heights vex the dim sea. I am become a name, for always roaming with a hungry heart much have I seen and known. Cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments myself not least, but honored of them all, and drunk delight of battle with my peers, far on the ringing plains of windy Troy. I am a part of all that I have met, yet all experience is an arch wherethrough gleams that untraveled world, whose margin fades forever and forever when I move. How dull it is to pause, to make an end to rust unburnished, not to shine in use, as though to breathe were life. Life piled on life were all too little, and of one to me little remains. But every hour is saved from that eternal silence, something more, a bringer of new things. And vile it were for some 3 suns to store and hoard myself, and this gray spirit yearning in desire to follow knowledge, like a sinking star, beyond the utmost bound of human thought. This is my son, mine own Telemachus, to whom I leave the scepter and the isle, well loved of me, discerning to fulfill this labor, by slow prudence to make mild a rugged people, and through soft degrees subdue them to the useful and the good. Most blameless is he, centered in the sphere of common duties, decent not to fail in offices of tenderness, and pay meet adoration to my household gods when I am gone. He works his work, I mine. There lies the port. The vessel puffs her sail, there gloom the dark broad seas. My mariners, souls that have toiled and wrought and thought with me, that ever with a frolic welcome took the thunder and the sunshine, and opposed free hearts, free foreheads, you and I are old age hath yet his honor and his toil death closes all. But something ere the end, some work of noble note, may yet be done, not unbecoming men that strove with gods. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks, the long day wanes, the slow moon climbs, the deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order smite the sounding furrows, for my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down, it may be we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides, and though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Virgil Ean, I 748 and Roman 3, 516. Odyssey I 14. Cf. Shakespeare, Troilus and Cressida. Perseverance, dear, my lord, keeps honor bright. To have done is to hang quite out of fashion, like a rusty nail in monumental mockery. How admirably has Tennyson touched off the character of the Telemachus of the Odyssey. The Happy Isles, the Fortunati Insuli of the Romans, and the Alpha letter 1F31 tau letter 1FF6, nu mu alpha kappa, letter 1F71 rho omega, nu letter 1FC6 sigma omicron iota of the Greeks, have been identified by geographers as those islands in the Atlantic off the west coast of Africa. Some take them to mean the Canary Islands, the Madeira group, and the Azores, while they may have included the Cape de Verde Islands as well. What seems certain is that these places, with their soft, delicious climate and lovely scenery, gave the poets an idea of a happy abode for departed spirits, and so the conception of the Elysian fields. The loci classici on these abodes are Homer, Odyssey, Roman 4, 563 sec. Letter 1F81, lambda letter 1F71 sigma. Epsilon sigma, letter 1F20. Lambda letter 1F7b, sigma iota omicron, nu pi epsilon delta, letter 1F77 omicron, nu kappa alpha, letter 1F76, pi letter 1F73, iota rho alpha tau alpha gamma alpha iota, letter 1F75 sigma. Letter 1F00, theta letter 1F71, nu alpha tau omicron iota pi letter 1F73, mu psi omicron upsilon sigma iota nu. Letter 1F45 theta iota, psi alpha nu theta letter 1F78, sigma letter 1Fe5, alpha delta letter 1F71, mu alpha nu theta upsilon sigma. Tau letter 1FC7, pi epsilon rho, letter 1Fe5, eta letter 1F77 sigma tau, eta beta iota omicron tau, letter 1F74, pi letter 1F73, lambda epsilon iota letter 1F00, nu theta rho letter 1F7d, pi omicron iota sigma iota nu. Omicron letter 1F50, nu iota phi epsilon tau letter 1F78 sigma. Omicron letter 1F54 tau, letter 1F04 rho, chi epsilon iota mu letter 1F7c, nu pi omicron lambda letter 1F7a sigma. Omicron letter 1F54 tau, epsilon pi omicron tau, letter 1F44 mu beta rho omicron sigma. Letter 1F00 lambda. Letter 1F71 iota, epsilon letter 1F76, zeta epsilon phi letter 1F7b, rho omicron iota omicron lambda iota gamma letter 1 F7a, pi nu letter 1 F73, iota omicron, nu tau alpha sigma, letter 1 F00 letter 1 F75 tau alpha sigma. Letter 1 F60, kappa epsilon alpha nu letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F00, nu iota letter 1 F75, sigma iota nu letter 1 F00, nu alpha psi letter 1 F7b, chi epsilon iota nu letter 1 F00, nu theta rho letter 1 F7d, pi omicron upsilon sigma. But the immortals will convey thee to the Elysian plain, and the world's limits where is Rhadamanthus of the golden hair, where life is easiest for man. No snow is there, nor no great storm, nor any rain, but always ocean sendeth forth the shrilly breezes of the west to cool and refresh men. And Pindar, Olymp, Roman 2, 178 sec, compared with the splendid fragment at the beginning of the dirges. Elysium was afterwards placed in the netherworld, as by Virgil. Thus, as so often the suggestion was from the facts of geography, the rest soon became an allegorical myth, and to attempt to identify and localize the Happy Isles is as great an absurdity as to attempt to identify and localize the island of Shakespeare's Tempest. Locksley Hall. First published in 1842, and no alterations were made in it subsequently to the edition of 1850, except that in the selections published in 1865 in the third stanza, the reading was half in ruin for In the Distance. This poem, as Tennyson explained, was not autobiographic but purely imaginary, representing young life, its good side, its deficiencies, and its yearnings. The poem, he added, was written in trochaics because the elder Hallam told him that the English people liked that meter. The hero is a sort of preliminary sketch of the hero in Maud, the position and character of each being very similar. Both are cynical and querulous, and break out into tirades against their kind and society. Both have been disappointed in love, and both find the same remedy for their afflictions by mixing themselves with action and becoming one with their kind. Locksley Hall was suggested, as Tennyson acknowledged, by Sir William Jones' translation of the old Arabian Molacat, a collection from the works of pre-Mahometan poets. See Sir William Jones, Works, Quarto edition, volume Roman 4, pp. 247-57, but only one of these poems, namely the poem of Amrialchies, could have immediately influenced him. In this, the poet supposes himself attended on a journey by a company of friends, and they pass near a place where his mistress had lately lived, but from which her tribe had then removed. He desires them to stop a while, that he may weep over the deserted remains of her tent. They comply with his request, but exhort him to show more strength of mind, and urge two topics of consolation, namely, that he had before been equally unhappy, and that he had enjoyed his full share of pleasures. Thus, by the recollection of his past, delights his imagination is kindled and his grief suspended. But Tennyson's chief indebtedness is rather in the oriental coloring given to his poem, chiefly in the sentiment and imagery. Thus in the couplet, "Many a night I saw the Pleiads rising through the mellow shade glitter, like a swarm of fireflies tangled in a silver braid." We are reminded of, it was the hour when the Pleiads appeared in the firmament like the folds of a silken sash variously decked with gems. "Comrades, leave me here a little, while as yet 'tis early morn, leave me here, and when you want me, sound upon the bugle horn. 'Tis the place, and all around it, as of old, the curlews call, dreary gleams about the moorland flying over Locksley Hall. Locksley Hall, that in the distance overlooks the sandy tracks, and the hollow ocean ridges roaring into cataracts. Many a night from yonder ivied casement, ere I went to rest, did I look on great Orion sloping slowly to the west. Many a night I saw the Pleiads, rising thro' the mellow shade, glitter like a swarm of fireflies tangled in a silver braid. Here about the beach I wandered, nourishing a youth sublime with the fairy tales of science and the long result of time. When the centuries behind me, like a fruitful land, reposed, when I clung to all the present for the promise that it closed. When I dipped into the future, far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world, and all the wonder that would be. In the spring, a fuller crimson comes upon the robin's breast. In the spring, the wanton lapwing gets himself another crest. In the spring, a livelier iris changes on the burnished dove. In the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. Then her cheek was pale and thinner than should be for one so young, and her eyes on all my motions with a mute observance hung. And I said, "My cousin Amy, speak, and speak the truth to me. Trust me, cousin, all the current of my being sets to thee." On her pallid cheek and forehead came a color and a light, as I have seen the rosy red flushing in the northern night. And she turned, her bosom shaken with a sudden storm of sighs, all the spirit deeply dawning in the dark of hazel eyes. Saying, "I have hid my feelings, fearing they should do me wrong." Saying, "Dost thou love me, cousin?" Weeping, "I have loved thee long." Love took up the glass of time, and turned it in his glowing hands. Every moment, lightly shaken, ran itself in golden sands. Love took up the harp of life, and smote on all the chords with might, smote the chord of self, that, trembling, passed in music out of sight. Many a morning on the moorland did we hear the copses ring, and her whisper thronged my pulses with the fullness of the spring. Many an evening by the waters did we watch the stately ships, and our spirits rushed together at the touching of the lips. O my cousin, shallow-hearted, O my Amy, my no more, O the dreary, dreary moorland, O the barren, barren shore. Falser than all fancy fathoms, falser than all songs have sung, puppet to a father's threat, and servile to a shrewish tongue. Is it well to wish thee happy, having known me, to decline on a range of lower feelings and a narrower heart than mine? Yet it shall be, thou shalt lower to his level day by day what is fine within the growing course to sympathize with clay. As the husband is, the wife is. Thou art mated with a clown, and the grossness of his nature will have weight to drag thee down. He will hold thee, when his passion shall have spent its novel force, something better than his dog, a little dearer than his horse. What is this? His eyes are heavy. Think not they are glazed with wine. Go to him, it is thy duty. Kiss him, take his hand in thine. It may be my lord is weary, that his brain is overwrought. Soothe him with thy finer fancies, touch him with thy lighter thought. He will answer to the purpose, easy things to understand. Better thou wert dead before me, though I slew thee with my hand. Better thou and I were lying, hidden from the heart's disgrace, rolled in one another's arms, and silent in a last embrace. Cursed be the social wants that sin against the strength of youth. Cursed be the social lies that warp us from the living truth. Cursed be the sickly forms that err from honest nature's rule. Cursed be the gold that gilds the straightened forehead of the fool. Well, 'tis well that I should bluster. Hadst thou less unworthy proved, would to God, for I had loved thee more than ever wife was loved. Am I mad that I should cherish that which bears but bitter fruit? I will pluck it from my bosom, though my heart be at the root. Never, though my mortal summers to such length of years, should come as the many-wintered crow that leads the clanging rookery home. Where is comfort? In division of the records of the mind, can I part her from herself and love her as I knew her kind? I remember one that perished. Sweetly did she speak and move, such a one do I remember, whom to look it was to love. Can I think of her as dead and love her for the love she bore? No, she never loved me truly. Love is love forevermore. Comfort, comfort scorned of devils. This is truth the poet sings, that a sorrow's crown of sorrow is remembering happier things. Drug thy memories, lest thou learn it, lest thy heart be put to proof in the dead unhappy night, and when the rain is on the roof. Like a dog, he hunts in dreams, and thou art staring at the wall, where the dying night lamp flickers and the shadows rise and fall. Then a hand shall pass before thee, pointing to his drunken sleep, to thy widowed marriage pillows, to the tears that thou wilt weep. Thou shalt hear the never, never, whispered by the phantom years, and a song from out the distance in the ringing of thine ears. And an eye shall vex thee, looking ancient kindness on thy pain, turn thee on thy pillow, get thee to thy rest again. Nay, but nature brings thee solace, for a tender voice will cry, 'Tis a purer life than thine, a lip to drain thy trouble dry. Baby lips will laugh me down, my latest rival brings thee rest, baby fingers, waxen touches, press me from the mother's breast. Oh, the child too clothes the father with a dearness not his due, half is thine and half is his, it will be worthy of the two. Oh, I see thee old and formal, fitted to thy petty part, with a little hoard of maxims preaching down a daughter's heart. They were dangerous guides, the feelings, she herself was not exempt, truly, she herself had suffered, perish in thy self-contempt. Overlive it, lower yet be happy, wherefore should I care, I myself must mix with action, lest I wither by despair. What is that which I should turn to, lighting upon days like these? Every door is barred with gold, and opens but to golden keys. Every gate is thronged with suitors, all the markets overflow. I have but an angry fancy. What is that which I should do? I had been content to perish, falling on the foeman's ground, when the ranks are rolled in vapor, and the winds are laid with sound. But the jingling of the guinea helps the hurt that honor feels, and the nations do but murmur, snarling at each other's heels. Can I but relive in sadness? I will turn that earlier page, hide me from my deep emotion, O thou wondrous mother age. Make me feel the wild pulsation that I felt before the strife, when I heard my days before me, and the tumult of my life. Yearning for the large excitement that the coming years would yield, eager-hearted as a boy, when first he leaves his father's field. And at night along the dusky highway near, and nearer drawn sees in heaven the light of London flaring like a dreary dawn. And his spirit leaps within him to be gone before him, then, underneath the light he looks at, in among the throngs of men. Men, my brothers, men the workers, ever reaping something new, that which they have done but earnest of the things that they shall do. For I dipped into the future, far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world, and all the wonder that would be. Saw the heavens fill with commerce, argosies of magic sails, pilots of the purple twilight, dropping down with costly bales. Heard the heavens fill with shouting, and there rained a ghastly dew from the nations, airy navies grappling in the central blue. Far along the world-wide whisper of the south wind rushing warm, with the standards of the peoples plunging thro' the thunderstorm. Till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the federation of the world. There the common sense of most shall hold a fretful realm in awe, and the kindly earth shall slumber, lapped in universal law. So I triumphed, ere my passions sweeping thro' me left me dry, left me with the palsied heart, and left me with the jaundiced eye. I to which all order festers, all things here are out of joint. Science moves, but slowly, slowly, creeping on from point to point. Slowly comes a hungry people, as a lion, creeping nigher, glares at one that nods and winks behind a slowly dying fire. Yet I doubt not thro' the ages one increasing purpose runs, and the thoughts of men are widened with the process of the suns. What is that to him that reaps not harvest of his youthful joys, though the deep heart of existence beat for ever like a boy's? Knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers, and I linger on the shore, and the individual withers, and the world is more and more. Knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers, and he bears a laden breast, full of sad experience, moving toward the stillness of his rest. Hark, my merry comrades call me, sounding on the bugle horn, they to whom my foolish passion were a target for their scorn. Shall it not be scorn to me to harp on such a mouldered string? I am shamed thro' all my nature to have loved so slight a thing. Weakness to be wroth with weakness. Woman's pleasure, woman's pain, nature made them blinder motions bounded in a shallower brain. Woman is the lesser man, and all thy passions, matched with mine, are as moonlight unto sunlight, and as water unto wine. Here at least, where nature sickens, nothing. Ah, for some retreat deep in yonder shining orient, where my life began to beat. Where in wild Marat battle fell my father evil-starred, I was left a trampled orphan and a selfish uncle's ward. Or to burst all links of habit, there to wander far away, on from island unto island at the gateways of the day. Larger constellations burning, mellow moons and happy skies, breadths of tropic shade and palms in cluster, knots of paradise. Never comes the trader, never floats in European flag, slides the bird o'er lustrous woodland, swings the trailer from the crag. Droops the heavy-blossomed bower, hangs the heavy-fruited tree, summer isles of Eden lying in dark purple spheres of sea. There methinks would be enjoyment more than in this march of mind, in the steamship, in the railway, in the thoughts that shake mankind. There the passions cramped no longer shall have scope and breathing space. I will take some savage woman, she shall rear my dusky race. Iron-jointed, supple-sinewed, they shall dive, and they shall run, catch the wild goat by the hair, and hurl their lances in the sun. Whistle back the parrot's call, and leap the rainbows of the brooks, not with blinded eyesight poring over miserable books. Fool, again the dream, the fancy, But I know my words are wild, but I count the gray barbarian lower than the Christian child. I to herd with narrow foreheads, vacant of our glorious gains, like a beast with lower pleasures, like a beast with lower pains. Mated with a squalid savage, what to me were sun or clime, I the heir of all the ages, in the foremost files of time. I that rather held it better men should perish one by one, than that earth should stand at gaze like Joshua's moon in Adeline. Not in vain the distance beacons. Forward, forward let us range, let the great world spin forever down the ringing grooves of change. Through the shadow of the globe we sweep into the younger day, better 50 years of Europe than a cycle of Cathay. Mother age for mine I knew not, help me as when life begun, rift the hills and roll the waters, flash the lightnings, weigh the sun. Oh, I see the crescent promise of my spirit hath not set, ancient founts of inspiration well throw, all my fancy yet. Howsoever these things be, a long farewell to Locksley Hall. Now for me the woods may wither, now for me the roof tree fall. Comes a vapor from the margin, blackening over heath and holt, cramming all the blast before it, in its breast a thunderbolt. Let it fall on Locksley Hall, with rain or hail or fire or snow, for the mighty wind arises, roaring seaward, and I go. And round the gables. Gleams, it appears, is a Lincolnshire word for the cry of the curlew, and so by removing the comma after call, we get an interpretation which perhaps improves the sense, and certainly gets rid of a very un-Tennysonian cumbrousness in the second line. But Tennyson had never, he said, heard of that meaning of gleams, adding he wished he had. He meant nothing more in the passage than to express the flying gleams of light across a dreary moorland when looking at it under peculiarly dreary circumstances. See for this life Roman 3, 82, and all up to and including 1850 have a capital R to Robin. Cf. W. R. Spencer, Poems, p. 166. What eye with clear account remarks the ebbing of his glass, when all its sands are diamond sparks that dazzle as they pass. But this is of course in no way parallel to Tennyson's subtly beautiful image, which he himself pronounced to be the best simile he had ever made. Cf. Guarini, Pastor Fido. Mai culpi di du laber, innamorate quando afferir siva bacca con bacca. O vel, un alma e l'altra cor. Cf. Horace's Annosa Cornix, Odes Roman 3, Roman 17, 13. The reference is to Dante, Inferno, v. 121-3. Nessun magyar dollar ci ricordarsi, del tempo feliz nella miseria. For the pedigree and history of this see the present editor's illustrations of Tennyson, p. 63. The epithet dreary shows that Tennyson preferred realistic picturesqueness to dramatic propriety. See the introductory note to The Golden Year. See the introductory note to The Golden Year. Tennyson said that this simile was suggested by a passage in Pringle's Travels. The incident only is described, and with thrilling vividness, by Pringle, but its application in simile is Tennyson's. See A Narrative of a Residence in South Africa by Thomas Pringle, p. 39. The night was extremely dark, and the rain fell so heavily that in spite of the abundant supply of dry firewood, which we had luckily provided, it was not without difficulty that we could keep one watchfire burning. About midnight, we were suddenly roused by the roar of a lion close to our tents. It was so loud and tremendous that for the moment I actually thought that a thunderstorm had burst upon us. We roused up the half-extinguished fire to a roaring blaze. This unwonted display probably daunted our grim visitor, for he gave us no further trouble that night. With this cf. Leopardi Aspasia 5360. Non cape in quel angust fronti ugual concedo. Email al vivo es fulgura di quegli es guardi spira l'uomo ingannato, email cid sensi profondi, sconosciudi, e grave molto più ci virili, in caedel uomo al tutto da natura e grave minor. Ci si più mali e più tenui la membra, es element men capace e men forte anco rice. One wonders Tennyson could have had the heart to excise the beautiful couplet, which in his Ms. followed this stanza. All about a summer ocean, leagues on leagues of golden calm, and within melodious waters rolling round the knolls of palm, and all up to and inclusive of 1850. Droops the trailer. This is one of Tennyson's many felicitous corrections. In the monotonous, motionless splendor of a tropical landscape, the smallest movement catches the eye, the flight of a bird, the gentle waving of the trailer stirred by the breeze from the sea. Cf. Shakespeare, foreheads villainously low, people's spin. Tennyson tells us that when he traveled by the first train from Liverpool to Manchester in 1830, it was night, and he thought that the wheels ran in a groove, hence this line. The world. Cathay, the old name for China. Cf. Tasso Gems Roman 9, Saint 91. Nuova nubes depalv echo vicinaci fulgori, in Grembotine. Lo, a fresh cloud of dust is near which carries in its breast thunderbolts. Godiva. First published in 1842. No alteration was made in any subsequent edition. The poem was written in 1840 when Tennyson was returning from Coventry to London, after his visit to Warwickshire in that year. The Godiva pageant takes place in that town at the Great Fair on Friday in Trinity Week. Earl Leofric was the Lord of Coventry in the reign of Edward the Confessor, and he and his wife Godiva founded a magnificent Benedictine monastery at Coventry. The first writer who mentions this legend is Matthew of Westminster, who wrote in 1307, that is some 250 years after Leofric's time, and what authority he had for it is not known. It is certainly not mentioned by the many preceding writers who have left accounts of Leofric and Godiva. See Go's edition of Camden's Britannia, Volume Roman 2, p. 346, and for a full account of the legend C.W. Reader, the history and description of Coventry show fair with the history of Leofric and Godiva. With Tennyson, S should be compared Moultrie's beautiful poem on the same subject, and Landor's imaginary conversation between Leofric and Godiva. I waited for the train at Coventry. I hung with grooms and porters on the bridge to match the three tall spires, and their eyes shaped the city's ancient legend into this. Not only we, the latest seed of time, new men, that in the flying of a wheel cry down the past, not only we, that prate of rights and wrongs, have loved the people well, and loathed to see them overtaxed. But she did more, and underwent and overcame, the woman of 1,000 summers back, Godiva, wife to that grim earl who ruled in Coventry. For when he laid a tax upon his town, and all the mothers brought their children, clamoring, "If we pay, we starve," she sought her lord and found him where he strode about the hall among his dogs, alone, his beard a foot before him and his hair a yard behind. She told him of their tears and prayed him, if they pay this tax, they starve. Whereat he stared, replying, half amazed, "You would not let your little finger ache for such as these?" "But I would die," said she. He laughed, and swore by Peter and by Paul, then filliped at the diamond in her ear. "Oh, I, you talk?" "Alas," she said, "but prove me what it is I would not do." And from a heart as rough as Esau's hand, he answered, "Ride you naked through the town, and I repeal it." And nodding as in scorn, he parted with great strides among his dogs. So left alone, the passions of her mind, as winds from all the compass shift and blow, made war upon each other for an hour till pity won. She sent a herald forth, and bade him cry, with sound of trumpet, all the hard condition, but that she would loose the people. Therefore, as they loved her well, from then till noon no foot should pace the street, no eye look down, she passing, but that all should keep within, door shut, and window barred. Then fled she to her inmost bower, and there unclasped the wetted eagles of her belt, the grim earl's gift. But ever at a breath she lingered, looking like a summer moon half-dipped in cloud. Anon she shook her head, and showered the rippled ringlets to her knee, unclad herself in haste, adown the stair stole on, and, like a creeping sunbeam, slid from pillar unto pillar, until she reached the gateway. There she found her palfrey trapped in purple blazoned with armorial gold. Then she rode forth, clothed on with chastity. The deep air listened round her as she rode, and all the low wind hardly breathed for fear. The little wide-mouthed heads upon the spout had cunning eyes to see. The barking cur made her cheek flame. Her palfrey's footfall shot light horrors through her pulses. The blind walls were full of chinks and holes, and overhead fantastic gables, crowding, stared. But she not less thro' all bore up, till last she saw the white-flowered elder thicket from the field gleam thro' the Gothic archways in the wall. Then she rode back, clothed on with chastity, and one low churl, compact of thankless earth, the fatal byword of all years to come, boring a little auger hole in fear, peeped. But his eyes, before they had their will, were shriveled into darkness in his head, and dropped before him. So the powers who wait on noble deeds cancelled a sense misused, and she, that knew not, passed. And all at once, with 12 great shocks of sound, the shameless noon was clashed and hammered from 100 towers, one after one. But even then she gained her bower, whence reissuing, robed and crowned, to meet her lord, she took the tax away and built herself an everlasting name. These 4 lines are not in the privately printed volume of 1842, but were added afterwards. St. Michael's, Trinity, and St. John, Archway. His effigy is still to be seen, protruded from an upper window in High Street, Coventry. A most poetical license. 32 towers are the very utmost allowed by writers on ancient Coventry. The Two Voices. First published in 1842, though begun as early as 1833 and in course of composition in 1834. See Spedding's letter dated 19th September, 1834. Its original title was The Thoughts of a Suicide. No alterations were made in the poem after 1842. It adds interest to this poem to know that it is autobiographical. It was written soon after the death of Arthur Hallam, when Tennyson's depression was deepest. When I wrote The Two Voices, I was so utterly miserable, a burden to myself and to my family, that I said, "Is life worth anything?" It is the history, as Spedding put it, of the agitations, the suggestions and counter-suggestions of a mind sunk in hopeless despondency and meditating self-destruction, together with the manner of its recovery to a more healthy condition. We have 2 singularly interesting parallels to it in preceding poetry. The one is in the 3rd book of Lucretius, 830-1095, where the arguments for suicide are urged, not merely by the poet himself, but by arguments placed by him in the mouth of nature herself, and urged with such cogency that they are said to have induced one of his editors and translators, Creech, to put an end to his life. The other is in Spenser, in the dialogue between Despair and the Red Cross Knight, where Despair puts the case for self-destruction, and the Red Cross Knight rebuts the arguments. Fairy Queen, I Roman 9, Saint Roman 38, live. A still small voice spake unto me, Thou art so full of misery, were it not better not to be? Then to the still small voice I said, Let me not cast in endless shade what is so wonderfully made. To which the voice did urge reply, Today I saw the dragonfly come from the wells where he did lie. An inner impulse rent the veil of his old husk. From head to tail came out clear plates of sapphire mail. He dried his wings. Like gauze they grew, through crofts and pastures wet with dew, a living flash of light he flew. I said, when first the world began, young nature throw 5 cycles ran, and in the 6th she molded man. She gave him mind, the lordliest proportion, and above the rest, dominion in the head and breast. Thereto the silent voice replied, Self-blinded are you by your pride? Look up, throw night, the world is wide. This truth within thy mind rehearse, that in a boundless universe is boundless better, boundless worse. Think you this mold of hopes and fears could find no statelier than his peers in yonder 100,000,000 spheres? It spake moreover in my mind, though thou wert scattered to the wind, yet is there plenty of the kind. Then did my response clearer fall, No compound of this earthly ball is like another, all in all. To which he answered scoffingly, Good soul, suppose I grant it thee, who'll weep for thy deficiency? Or will one beam be less intense, when thy peculiar difference is cancelled in the world of sense? I would have said, Thou canst not know, but my full heart that worked below rained through my sight its overflow. Again the voice spake unto me, Thou art so steeped in misery, surely 'twere better not to be. Thine anguish will not let thee sleep, nor any train of reason keep. Thou canst not think, but thou wilt weep. I said, The years with change advance, if I make dark my countenance, I shut my life from happier chance. Some turn this sickness yet might take even yet, but he, what drug can make a withered palsy cease to shake? I wept, though I should die. I know that all about the thorn will blow in tufts of rosy-tinted snow. And men, through novel spheres of thought still moving after truth long sought, will learn new things when I am not. Yet, said the secret voice, sometime, sooner or later, will gray prime make thy grass hoar with early rime. Not less swift souls that yearn for light, rapt after heaven's starry flight, would sweep the tracks of day and night. Not less the bee would range her cells, the furzy prickle fire the dells, the foxglove cluster dappled bells. I said that, all the years invent, each month is various to present the world with some development. Were this not well, to bide mine hour, though, watching from a ruined tower how grows the day of human power? The highest mounted mind, he said, still sees the sacred morning spread the silent summit overhead. Will 30 seasons render plain those lonely lights that still remain, just breaking over land and main? Or make that morn, from his cold crown and crystal silence creeping down, flood with full daylight glebe in town? Forerun thy peers, thy time, and let thy feet millenniums hence be set in midst of knowledge, dreamed not yet. Thou hast not gained a real height, nor art thou nearer to the light, because the scale is infinite. 'Twere better not to breathe or speak, than cry for strength, remaining weak, and seem to find but still to seek. Moreover, but to seem to find asks what thou lackest, thought resigned, a healthy frame, a quiet mind. I said, when I am gone away, he dared not tarry, men will say, doing dishonor to my clay. This is more vile, he made reply, to breathe and loathe, to live and sigh, than once from dread of pain to die. Sick art thou, a divided will still heaping on the fear of ill the fear of men, a coward still. Do men love thee? Art thou so bound to men, that how thy name may sound will vex thee lying underground? The memory of the withered leaf in endless time is scarce more brief than of the garnered autumn sheaf. Go, vexed spirit, sleep in trust. The right ear, that is filled with dust, hears little of the false or just. Hard task to pluck resolve, I cried, from emptiness and the waste wide of that abyss, or scornful pride. Nay, rather yet that I could raise one hope that warmed me in the days, while still I yearned for human praise. When, wide in soul and bold of tongue, among the tents I paused and sung, the distant battle flashed and rung. I sung the joyful paean clear, and, sitting, burnished without fear the brand, the buckler, and the spear. Waiting to strive a happy strife, to war with falsehood to the knife, and not to lose the good of life. Some hidden principle to move, to put together, part and prove, and meet the bounds of hate and love. As far as might be, to carve out free space for every human doubt, that the whole mind might orb about. To search through all I felt or saw, the springs of life, the depths of awe, and reach the law within the law. At least not rotting like a weed, but having sown some generous seed, fruitful of further thought and deed. To pass, when life her light withdraws, not void of righteous self-applause, nor in a merely selfish cause. In some good cause, not in mine own, to perish, wept for, honored, known, and like a warrior overthrown. Whose eyes are dim with glorious tears, when, soiled with noble dust, he hears his country's war song thrill his ears. Then dying of a mortal stroke, what time the foeman's line is broke, and all the war is rolled in smoke. Yea, said the voice, thy dream was good, while thou abodest in the bud, it was the stirring of the blood. If nature put not forth her power about the opening of the flower, who is it that could live an hour? Then comes the check, the change, the fall. Pain rises up, old pleasures pall, there is one remedy for all. Yet hadst thou, through enduring pain, linked month to month with such a chain of knitted purport, all were vain. Thou hadst not between death and birth dissolved the riddle of the earth, so were thy labor little worth. That men with knowledge merely played, I told thee, hardly nigher made, though, scaling slow from grade to grade. Much less this dreamer, deaf and blind, named man, may hope some truth to find, that bears relation to the mind. For every worm beneath the moon draws different threads, and late and soon spins, toiling out his own cocoon. Cry, faint not. Either truth is born beyond the polar gleam forlorn, or in the gateways of the morn. Cry, faint not, climb the summit slope beyond the furthest nights of hope, wrapped in dense cloud from base to cope. Sometimes a little corner shines, as over rainy mist inclines a gleaming crag with belts of pines. I will go forward, sayest thou, I shall not fail to find her now. Look up, the fold is on her brow. If straight thy track, or if oblique, thou know'st he not. Shadows thou dost strike, embracing cloud Ixion-like. And owning but a little more than beasts, abidest lame and poor, calling thyself a little lower than angels, cease to wail and brawl, why inch by inch to darkness crawl, there is one remedy for all. O dull, one-sided voice, said I, wilt thou make everything a lie to flatter me that I may die? I know that age to age succeeds, blowing a noise of tongues and deeds, a dust of systems and of creeds. I cannot hide that some have striven, achieving calm, to whom was given the joy that mixes man with heaven. who, rowing hard against the stream, saw distant gates of Eden gleam, and did not dream it was a dream, but heard, by secret transport led, even in the charnels of the dead, the murmur of the fountainhead, which did accomplish their desire, bore and forbore, and did not tire, like Stephen, an unquenched fire. He heeded not reviling tones, nor sold his heart to idle moans, though, cursed and scorned and bruised with stones. But looking upward, full of grace, he prayed, and from a happy place God's glory smote him on the face. The sullen answer slid betwixt, not that the grounds of hope were fixed, the elements were kindlier mixed. I said, I toil beneath the curse, but knowing not the universe, I fear to slide from bad to worse. And that, in seeking to undo one riddle, and to find the true, I knit 100 others new. Or that this anguish fleeting hence, unmanacled from bonds of sense, be fixed and frozen to permanence. For I go, weak from suffering here naked I go, and void of cheer, what is it that I may not fear? Consider well, the voice replied, his face that 2 hours since hath died, wilt thou find passion, pain, or pride? Will he obey when one commands, or answer should one press his hands? He answers not, nor understands. His palms are folded on his breast, there is no other thing expressed, but long disquiet merged in rest. His lips are very mild and meek, though one should smite him on the cheek, and on the mouth he will not speak. His little daughter, whose sweet face he kissed, taking his last embrace, becomes dishonor to her race. His sons grow up that bear his name, some grow to honor, some to shame, but he is chill to praise or blame. He will not hear the north wind rave, nor, moaning, household shelter crave from winter rains that beat his grave. High up the vapors fold and swim, about him broods the twilight dim, the place he knew forgetteth him. If all be dark, vague voice, I said, these things are wrapped in doubt and dread, nor canst thou show the dead are dead. The sap dries up, the plant declines, a deeper tale my heart divines, know I not death, the outward signs. I found him when my years were few, a shadow on the graves I knew, and darkness in the village yew. From grave to grave the shadow crept, in her still place the morning wept, touched by his feet the daisy slept. The simple senses crowned his head, Omega, thou art Lord, they said, we find no motion in the dead. Why, if man wrought in dreamless ease, should that plain fact, as taught by these, not make him sure that he shall cease? Who forged that other influence, that heat of inward evidence, by which he doubts against the sense? He owns the fatal gift of eyes, that read his spirit blindly wise, not simple as a thing that dies. Here sits he shaping wings to fly, his heart forebodes a mystery, he names the name eternity. That type of perfect in his mind and nature can he nowhere find, he sows himself in every wind. He seems to hear a heavenly friend, and throw thick veils to apprehend a labor working to an end. The end and the beginning vex his reason, many things perplex, with motions, checks, and counterchecks. He knows a baseness in his blood at such strange war with something good, he may not do the thing he would. Heaven opens inward, chasms yawn, vast images in glimmering dawn, half shown, are broken and withdrawn. Ah, sure within him and without, could his dark wisdom find it out, there must be answer to his doubt. But thou canst answer not again. With thine own weapon art thou slain, or thou wilt answer but in vain. The doubt would rest, I dare not solve, in the same circle we revolve, assurance only breeds resolve. As when a billow, blown against, falls back, the voice with which I fenced a little ceased, but recommenced. Where wert thou when thy father played in his free field, and pastime made, a merry boy in sun and shade? A merry boy they called him then. He sat upon the knees of men in days that never come again. Before the little ducks began to feed thy bones with lime, and ran their course, till thou wert also man. Who took a wife, who reared his race, whose wrinkles gathered on his face, whose troubles number with his days. A life of nothings, nothing worth, from that first nothing ere his birth to that last nothing under earth. These words, I said, are like the rest no certain clearness, but at best a vague suspicion of the breast. But if I grant, thou mightst defend the thesis which thy words intend, that to begin implies to end. Yet how should I for certain hold, because my memory is so cold, that I first was in human mold? I cannot make this matter plain, but I would shoot, howe'er in vain, a random arrow from the brain. It may be that no life is found, which only to one engine bound falls off, but cycles always round. As old mythologies relate, some draught of Lethe might await the slipping throw from state to state. As here we find in trances, men forget the dream that happens then, until they fall in trance again. So might we, if our state were such as one before, remember much, for those two likes might meet and touch. But if I lapsed from nobler place, some legend of a fallen race alone might hint of my disgrace. Some vague emotion of delight in gazing up an alpine height, some yearning toward the lamps of night. Or if through lower lives I came, though all experience past became consolidate in mind and frame, I might forget my weaker lot, for is not our first year forgot, the haunts of memory echo not. And men, whose reason long was blind, from cells of madness unconfined, oft lose whole years of darker mind. Much more if first I floated free, as naked essence, must I be incompetent of memory. For memory dealing but with time, and he with matter, could she climb beyond her own material prime. Moreover, something is or seems, that touches me with mystic gleams, like glimpses of forgotten dreams. Of something felt like something here, of something done I know not where, such as no language may declare. The still voice laughed. I talk, said he, not with thy dreams, suffice it thee thy pain is a reality. But thou, said I, hast missed thy mark, who sought'st to wreck my mortal ark, by making all the horizon dark. Why not set forth, if I should do this rashness, that which might ensue with this old soul in organs new? Whatever crazy sorrow saith, no life that breathes with human breath has ever truly longed for death. 'Tis life whereof our nerves are scant, O life, not death, for which we pant, more life and fuller that I want. I ceased and sat as one forlorn, then said the voice in quiet scorn, Behold it is the Sabbath morn. And I arose, and I released the casement, and the light increased with freshness in the dawning east. Like softened airs that blowing steal, when mirrors begin to uncongeal, the sweet church bells began to peal. Unto God's house the people pressed, passing the place where each must rest, each entered like a welcome guest. One walked between his wife and child, with measured footfall firm and mild, and now and then he gravely smiled. The prudent partner of his blood leaned on him, faithful, gentle, good, wearing the rose of womanhood. And in their double love secure, the little maiden walked demure, pacing with downward eyelids pure. These three made unity so sweet, my frozen heart began to beat, remembering its ancient heat. I blessed them and they wandered on I spoke, but answer came there none, the dull and bitter voice was gone. A second voice was at mine ear, a little whisper silver clear, a murmur, be of better cheer. As from some blissful neighborhood, a notice faintly understood, I see the end and know the good. A little hint to solace woe, a hint, a whisper breathing low, I may not speak of what I know. Like an Aeolian harp that wakes no certain air, but overtakes far thought with music that it makes. Such seemed the whisper at my side, what is it thou knowest, sweet voice? I cried. A hidden hope, the voice replied. So heavenly toned, that in that hour from out my sullen heart a power broke, like the rainbow from the shower. To feel, although, no tongue can prove that every cloud, that spreads above and veileth love, itself is love. And forth into the fields I went, and nature's living motion lent the pulse of hope to discontent. I wondered at the bounteous hours, the slow result of winter showers, you scarce could see the grass for flowers. I wondered while I paced along, the woods were filled so full with song there, seemed no room for sense of wrong. So variously seemed all things wrought, I marveled how the mind was brought to anchor by one gloomy thought. And wherefore rather I made choice to commune with that barren voice, than him that said, Rejoice, rejoice. The insensibility of nature to man's death has been the eloquent theme of many poets. Cf. Byron, Lara, Canto 2, Add in it, and Matthew Arnold, The Youth of Nature. Cf. Palace of Art, The Riddle of the Painful Earth. Sec. The reference is to Acts of the Apostles Romans 7, 54-60. Suggested by Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Act 5 SC. 5. And the elements so mixed in him that nature, etc. An excellent commentary on this is Clough, S. Per se pensa, pensando vecchia. Cf. Job Roman 14, 21. His sons come to honor, and he knoweth it not, and they are brought low, but he perceiveth it not of them. So Bishop Butler analogy I. We cannot argue from the reason of the thing that death is the destruction of living agents, because we know not at all what death is in itself, but only some of its effects. So Milton, enfolding this idea of death, Paradise Lost, Roman 2, 672-3. What seemed his head, the likeness of a kingly crown had on. Cf. Plato, Phaedo, X. Letter 1 F06 rho alpha, letter 1 F14 chi epsilon iota, letter 1 F00, lambda eta theta epsilon iota, letter 1 F71, nu tau iota nu alpha, letter 1 F44 psi iota sigma, tau epsilon kappa alpha, letter 1 F76, letter 1 F00, kappa omicron, letter 1 F74, tau omicron, letter 1 FD6, sigma, letter 1 F00, nu theta rho, letter 1 F7d, pi omicron iota sigma. Letter 1 F24 tau, letter 1 F71, gamma epsilon tau omicron iota, letter 1 FB6, upsilon tau, alpha kappa alpha, letter 1 F76 omicron, letter 1 F31, pi omicron, letter 1 F31, eta tau alpha, letter 1 F76, letter 1 F21 mu, letter 1 F76, nu, letter 1 F04 epsilon iota, theta rho upsilon lambda omicron, letter 1 Fe6, sigma iota nu, letter 1 F45 tau iota, omicron, letter 1 F50 tau. Alpha kappa omicron, letter 1 F7b, omicron mu epsilon nu, letter 1 F00, kappa rho iota beta, letter 1 F72, sigma omicron, letter 1 F50, delta, letter 1 F72, nu omicron, letter 1 F54 tau epsilon, letter 1 F41 rho, letter 1 FF6 mu epsilon nu. Have sight and hearing any truth in them? Are they not, as poets are always telling us, inaccurate witnesses? Have sight and hearing any truth in them? Are they not, as poets are always telling us, inaccurate witnesses? The proper commentary on the whole of this passage is Plato Passim, but the Phaedo particularly, cf. Republic Roman 7, Roman 8, and Roman 14, Roman 15. An allusion to the myth that when souls are sent to occupy a body again they drink of lethe, that they may forget their previous existence. See the famous passage towards the end of the 10th book of Plato's Republic. All persons are compelled to drink a certain quantity of the water, but those who are not preserved by prudence drink more than the quantity, and each as he drinks forgets everything. So Milton, Paradise Lost, Roman 2, 582-4. The best commentary on this will be found in Herbert Spencer's Psychology. Compare with this Tennyson's first sonnet works, Globe edition, 25, and the lines in The Ancient Sage and the Passion of the Past, id. 551. Cf. 2. The lines in Wordsworth's Ode on Intimations of Immortality. But there's a tree, of many one a single field which I have looked upon. Both of them speak of something that is gone. The pansy at my feet doth the same tale repeat. For other remarkable illustrations of this see, the present writer's illustrations of Tennyson, p. 38. Cf. Coleridge, Ancient Mariner, Roman 4. O happy living things, I bless them the self-same moment I could pray. There is a close parallel between the former and the latter state described here and in Coleridge's mystic allegory. In both cases, the sufferers wake to love, the curse falling off them when they can bless, and all so variously wrought, with semicolon instead of full stop at the end of the preceding line. The Daydream. First published in 1842, but written in 1835. In it is incorporated, though with several alterations, The Sleeping Beauty, published among the poems of 1830, but excised in subsequent editions. Half extravaganza and half apologue, like the Midsummer Night's Dream, this delightful poem may be safely left to deliver its own message and convey its own meaning. It is an excellent illustration of the truth of Tennyson's own remark. Poetry is like shot silk with many glancing colors. Every reader must find his own interpretation according to his ability and according to his sympathy with the poet. Prologue. No alteration has been made in the prologue since 1842. O Lady Flora, let me speak. A pleasant hour has passed away while, dreaming on your damask cheek, the dewy sister eyelids lay, as by the lattice you reclined, I went thro' many wayward moods to see you dreaming, and behind a summer crisp with shining woods, and I too dreamed, until at last across my fancy, brooding warm, the reflex of a legend past, and loosely settled into form. And would you have the thought I had, and see the vision that I saw, then take the broidery frame, and add a crimson to the quaint macaw, and I will tell it. Turn your face, nor look with that too earnest eye, the rhymes are dazzled from their place, and ordered words asunder fly. The Sleeping Palace. No alteration since 1851. 1. The varying year with blade and sheaf clothes, and reclothes the happy plains, here rests the sap within the leaf. Here stays the blood along the veins. Faint shadows, vapors lightly curled, faint murmurs from the meadows come, like hints and echoes of the world to spirits folded in the womb. 2. Soft luster bathes the range of urns on every slanting terrace lawn. The fountain to his place returns deep in the garden lake withdrawn. Here droops the banner on the tower, on the hall hearths the festal fires, the peacock in his laurel bower, the parrot in his gilded wires. 3. Roof-haunting martins warm their eggs, in these, in those the life is stayed. The mantles from the golden pegs droop sleepily. No sound is made, not even of a gnat that sings, more like a picture seemeth all than those old portraits of old kings that watch the sleepers from the wall. 4. Here sits the butler with a flask between his knees, half-drained, and there the wrinkled steward at his task, the maid of honor blooming fair. The page has caught her hand in his, her lips are severed as to speak. His own are pouted to a kiss, the blush is fixed upon her cheek. 5. Till all the 100 summers pass, the beams that throw the aureole shine make prisms in every carven glass, and beaker brimmed with noble wine. Each baron at the banquet sleeps, grave faces gathered in a ring. His state the king reposing keeps, he must have been a jovial king. 6. All round a hedge upshoots, and shows at distance like a little wood, thorns, ivies, woodbine, mistletoes, and grapes with bunches red as blood, all creeping plants. A wall of green close-matted, burr and brake and briar, and glimpsing over these just seen, high up, the topmost palace spire. 7. When will the 100 summers die, and thought and time be born again, and newer knowledge, drawing nigh, bring truth that sways the soul of men? Here all things in their place remain, as all were ordered, ages since. Come, care and pleasure, hope and pain, and bring the fated fairy prince. All additions up to, and including 1851, he must have been a jolly king. The Sleeping Beauty. First printed in 1830, but does not reappear again till 1842. No alteration since 1842. 1. Year after year unto her feet, she lying on her couch alone, across the purpled coverlet. The maiden's jet-black hair has grown, on either side her tranced form forth streaming from a braid of pearl. The slumberous light is rich and warm, and moves not on the rounded curl. 2. The silk star-broidered coverlid unto her limbs itself doth mold languidly ever, and, amid her full black ringlets downward rolled, glows forth each softly shadowed arm, with bracelets of the diamond bright. Her constant beauty doth inform stillness with love, and day with light. 3. She sleeps. Her breathings are not heard in palace chambers far apart. The fragrant tresses are not stirred that lie upon her charmed heart. She sleeps. On either hand upswells the gold-fringed pillow lightly pressed she sleeps, nor dreams, but ever dwells a perfect form in perfect rest. The while she slumbereth alone, over the purple coverlet, the maiden's jet-black hair hath grown, star-braided. A writer in Notes and Queries, February, 1880, asks whether these lines mean that the lovely princess did not snore so loud that she could be heard from one end of the palace to the other, and whether it would not have detracted from her charms had that state of things been habitual. This brings into the field Dr. Gatty and other admirers of Tennyson, who, it must be owned, are not very successful in giving a satisfactory reply. Side. The Arrival. No alteration after 1853. All precious things, discovered late, to those that seek them issue forth, for love in sequel works with fate, and draws the veil from hidden worth. He travels far from other skies, his mantle glitters on the rocks, a fairy prince, with joyful eyes, and lighter-footed than the fox. 2. The bodies and the bones of those that strove in other days to pass are withered in the thorny close or scattered blanching on the grass. He gazes on the silent dead, they perished in their daring deeds. This proverb flashes through his head, the many fail, the one succeeds. 3. He comes, scarce knowing what he seeks, he breaks the hedge. He enters there, the color flies into his cheeks, he trusts to light on something fair, for all his life the charm did talk about his path, and hover near with words of promise in his walk, and whispered voices at his ear. 4. More close and close his footsteps wind, the magic music in his heart beats quick and quicker, till he find the quiet chamber far apart. His spirit flutters like a lark, he stoops to kiss her on his knee. Love, if thy tresses be so dark, how dark those hidden eyes must be? To 1851. In. All editions up to and including 1850. In his ear. All editions up to and including 1851. Not capitals in magic music. The Revival. No alteration after 1853. 1. A touch, a kiss. The charm was snapped. There rose a noise of striking clocks and feet that ran, and doors that clapped, and barking dogs and crowing cocks. A fuller light illumined a breeze throw, all the gardens swept. A sudden hubbub shook the hall, and 60 feet the fountain leapt. 2. The hedge broke in, the banner blew, the butler drank, the steward scrawled, the fire shot up, the martin flew, the parrot screamed, the peacock squalled, the maid and page renewed their strife, the palace banged, and buzzed and clacked, and all the long-pent stream of life dashed downward in a cataract. 3. And last with these the king awoke, and in his chair himself upreared, and yawned, and rubbed his face, and spoke, by holy rood, a royal beard, how say you? We have slept, my lords, my beard has grown into my lap. The baron swore with many words, 'twas but an after-dinner's nap. 4. Party, returned the king, but still my joints are something stiff or so, my lord, and shall we pass the bill I mentioned half an hour ago? The chancellor, sedate and vain, in courteous words returned reply, but dallied with his golden chain, and smiling put the question by. To 1851, and last of all, somewhat. The Departure. No alteration since 1842. 1. And on her lover's arm she leant, and round her waist she felt it fold, and far across the hills they went in that new world which is the old. Across the hills and far away beyond their utmost purple rim, and deep into the dying day the happy princess followed him. 2. I'd sleep another 100 years, O love, for such another kiss. O wake forever, love, she hears, O love, 'twas such as this and this. And o'er them many a sliding star, and many a merry wind was born, and streamed thro' many a golden bar, the twilight melted into morn. 3. O eyes long laid in happy sleep, O happy sleep that lightly fled, O happy kiss that woke thy sleep, O love, thy kiss would wake the dead, and o'er them many a flowing range of vapor buoyed the crescent bark, and wrapped thro' many a rosy change, the twilight died into the dark. 4. 100 summers, can it be, and whither goest thou, tell me where? O seek my father's court with me, for there are greater wonders there. And o'er the hills, and far away beyond their utmost purple rim, beyond the night across the day, thro' all the world she followed him. Moral. No alteration since 1842. 1. So, Lady Flora, take my lay, and if you find no moral there, go, look in any glass and say, what moral is in being fair? Oh, to what uses shall we put the wildweed flower that simply blows, and is there any moral shut within the bosom of the rose? 2. But any man that walks the mead, in bud or blade or bloom, may find, according as his humours lead, a meaning suited to his mind. And liberal applications lie in art like nature, dearest friend, so 'twere to cramp its use, if I should hook it to some useful end. So Wordsworth. O reader, had you in your mind such stores as silent thought can bring, O gentle reader, you would find a tale in everything. Simon Lee. L'Envie. No alteration since 1843, except in numbering the stanzas. 1. You shake your head, a random string your finer female sense offends. Well, were it not a pleasant thing to fall asleep with all one's friends, to pass with all our social ties to silence from the paths of men, and every 100 years to rise and learn the world and sleep again, to sleep thro' terms of mighty wars and wake on science grown to more. On secrets of the brain, the stars, as wild as aught of fairy lore, and all that else the years will show, the poet forms of stronger hours, the vast republics that may grow, the federations and the powers. Titanic forces taking birth in divers seasons, divers climes, for we are ancients of the earth, and in the morning of the times. 2. So sleeping, so aroused from sleep throe, sunny decades new and strange, or gay quinquenniads would we reap the flower and quintessence of change. 3. Ah, yet would I, and would I might, so much your eyes my fancy take, be still the first to leap to light that I might kiss those eyes awake. For am I right or am I wrong? To choose your own you did not care, you'd have my moral from the song, and I will take my pleasure there. And, am I right or am I wrong, my fancy, ranging throw and throw? To search a meaning for the song, perforce will still revert to you, nor finds a closer truth than this all-graceful head, so richly curled, and evermore a costly kiss the prelude to some brighter world. 4. For since the time when Adam first embraced his Eve in happy hour, and every bird of Eden burst in carol, every bud to flower, what eyes like thine have wakened hopes? What lips like thine, so sweetly where on the double rosebud droops the fullness of the pensive mind, which all too dearly self-involved, yet sleeps a dreamless sleep to me, a sleep by kisses undissolved, that lets thee neither hear nor see, but break it. In the name of wife, and in the rights that name may give, are clasped the moral of thy life, and that for which I care to live. The pensive mind that, self-involved, which lets thee. Epilogue. No alteration since 1842. So, Lady Flora, take my lay, and if you find a meaning there, oh, whisper to your glass and say, what wonder if he thinks me fair? What wonder I was all unwise, to shape the song for your delight like long-tailed birds of paradise, that float thro' heaven and cannot light, or old-world trains, upheld at court by Cupid boys of blooming hue, but take it earnest wed with sport, and either sacred unto you. Amphion. First published in 1842. No alteration since 1850. In this humorous allegory, the poet bewails his unhappy lot on having fallen on an age so unpropitious to poetry, contrasting it with the happy times so responsive to his predecessors who piped to a world prepared to dance to their music. However, he must toil and be satisfied if he can make a little garden blossom. My father left a park to me, but it is wild and barren, a garden too, with scarce a tree and waster than a warren. Yet, say the neighbors when they call, it is not bad but good land, and in it is the germ of all that grows within the woodland. Oh, had I lived when song was great in days of old Amphion, and ta'en my fiddle to the gate, nor cared for seed or scion, and had I lived when song was great, and legs of trees were limber, and ta'en my fiddle to the gate, and fiddled in the timber. Tease said he had a tuneful tongue, such happy intonation. Wherever he sat down and sung he left a small plantation. Wherever in a lonely grove he set up his forlorn pipes, the gouty oak began to move, and flounder into hornpipes. The mountain stirred its bushy crown, and, as tradition teaches, young ashes pirouetted down coquetting with young beeches, and briony vine and ivy wreath ran forward to his rhyming, and from the valleys underneath came little copses climbing. The linden broke her ranks and rent the woodbine wreaths that bind her, and down the middle, buzz, she went with all her bees behind her. The poplars in long order do, with cypress promenaded, the shockhead willows two and two by rivers gallopaded. Came wet-shot alder from the wave, came yews, a dismal coterie, each plucked his 1 foot from the grave pouseting with a sloe tree. Old elms came breaking from the vine streamed out to follow, and, sweating rosin, plumped the pine from many a cloudy hollow. And wasn't it a sight to see when, ere his song was ended, like some great landslip, tree by tree, the countryside descended, and shepherds from the mountain caves looked down, half pleased, half frightened, as dashed about the drunken leaves the random sunshine lightened. Oh, nature first was fresh to men, and wanton without measure, so youthful and so flexile then you moved her at your pleasure. Twang out, my fiddle. Shake the twigs, and make her dance attendance, blow, flute, and stir the stiff-set sprigs, and scarce roots and tendons. Tease vain, in such a brassy age I could not move a thistle, the very sparrows in the hedge scarce answer to my whistle, or at the most, when 3 parts sick with strumming and with scraping, a jackass hee-haws from the rick. the passive oxen gaping. But what is that I hear? A sound like sleepy counsel pleading, O Lord. 'Tis in my neighbor's ground, the modern muses reading. They read botanic treatises, and works on gardening throw there, and methods of transplanting trees to look as if they grew there. The withered misses, how they prose o'er books of travelled seamen, and show you slips of all that grows from England to Van Diemen. They read in arbors clipped and cut, and alleys, faded places, by squares of tropic summer shut and warmed in crystal cases. But these, though fed with careful dirt, are neither green nor sappy, half conscious of the garden squirt. The spindlings look unhappy, better to me the meanest weed that blows upon its mountain, the vilest herb that runs to seed beside its native fountain. And I must work through months of toil and years of cultivation upon my proper patch of soil to grow my own plantation. I'll take the showers as they fall, I will not vex my bosom, enough if at the end of all a little garden blossom. Amphion was no doubt capable of performing all the feats here attributed to him, but there is no record of them. He appears to have confined himself to charming the stones into their places when Thebes was being built. Tennyson seems to have confounded him with Orpheus. Till 1857, these 4 lines ran thus. The birch tree swung her fragrant hair, the bramble cast her berry. The gin within the juniper began to make him merry. All editions up to and including 1850, the poor things look unhappy.